Okay. And with that, we can finally start actually doing stuff, chat. I just messed up. Whatever, okay. I haven't actually looked into this yet, but Israel has started some operations in Rafah. I don't think they've done a ground invasion yet. But we got 2 videos to watch while I do my daily quest. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Okay, I gotta unmute my browser. And also I have to add it to my vert as well. My vertical scene. Add new group TV. Okay, whatever.
U.S. Secretary of State Blinken will travel to Israel next week. It would be his 7th trip to the area since October 7th, and Hebrew media is now reporting Blinken is expected to arrive in Israel Tuesday to talk about the Rafah offensive with Israeli officials. Discussion also expected on a potential deal to free the more than 100 hostages held by Hamas and other terror groups for more than 200 days. The White House has not confirmed that visit by Blinken, who, as I mentioned today, is in China to meet with the president there. Want to talk about all of this here, the latest out of the Middle East. So let's bring in Jonathan Tobin, the editor-in-chief of the Jewish...
Curious if Biden's been pretty staunchly opposed to a ground invasion of Rafah, but I wonder if they actually draw up plans to do a full civilian evacuation like they're planning. I wonder if where's my channel points? He spent them all. I wonder if he'll actually be open to it. What was I gonna say? Because he spent them on no cursing for like 3 hours, which I did not adhere to that well. I don't know, get Zach in here and he'll refund them, because he'll just refund anything. He refunds himself all the time.
Syndicate. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us today.
No, thanks so much for having me.
Zach, one of my mods, Piglord17.
Yeah, Josh.
All right. Well, first off, I
add him on Discord and tell him to refund your points. They'll probably do it.
On the reports that are circulating about Blinken traveling over to Israel, again, his 7th trip here since October 7th, to discuss that Rafah offensive.
Well, all of my information points to Israel readying itself and its army to finish off Hamas in Gaza, in its last
Discord
enclaves
he's
in the Rafah
he's one of my mods.
area.
He's Piglord17.
Those are where Hamas has its organized brigades. They are dug in there. They're dug in deep. And as long as they survive there, they won the war. They can say that they are still standing and they're holding hostages. I expect Secretary of State Blinken is going to try to do what he's done consistently since October 7th, which is try to stay Israel's hand, try to slow down or prevent the offensive from happening or limit it in some ways. President Biden, although he initially was very strong in his support for Israel, very strong in his support for the goal of eradicating the genocidal terrorists of Hamas who were responsible for the crimes of October 7th, ever since then, he's been backing away from that for political reasons. Biden doesn't want the war to flare up or for there
his
to be more
username's
video
because it's this guy,
Israelis attacking into
but don't tell him I told you to add him,
because it's bad for his political situation, because the left wing of the Democratic Party opposes Israel, opposes the elimination of Hamas. We've been seeing this not just in political discussions, but in these outbreaks of demonstrations and openly anti-Semitic demonstrations at campuses all over America.
Listen, I understand why people think These are anti-Semitic demonstrations. They're just anti-U.S. They're just anti-American. They don't actually hate Jewish people. They just hate U.S. foreign policy because they think U.S. foreign policy is imperialist and evil. And yeah, that's all it is. I don't think it's anti-Semitism. Even the person who was like, "Oh, Zionists don't deserve to live." Do we count that as anti-Semitism? I don't know if he. I think it actually hates Jewish people. I think he actually thinks U.S. foreign policy is just always imperialist and dumb, and yeah, like it's a dumb belief. But I don't know. I just hate that. I hate the morally loading.
That's what Biden wants to avoid because he feels that he suffers from that.
Do the views of the U.S., of President Biden, Blinken, everyone in the U.S., does that change anything about Israel's drive to complete that Rafah operation? Does it change anything
I don't know if he knows how to do it.
Well, America has a huge impact on Israel, and that's although Prime Minister Netanyahu was accused of being hardline, of refusing to listen to Biden and Blinken, he has slowed down. The fact that we're still talking about this war going on more than 6 months after October 7th is almost entirely due to the fact that Israel has tried to listen to the United States, tried not to go too hard, too fast, because it has, contrary to the accusations, the false accusations of genocide, because it has prioritized trying to save civilian lives, even as it pursues the war against a group that is determined to destroy it and commit the genocide of Israel's population. So Biden has enormous power because he could at any point cut off the flow of ammunition resupply that Israel needs, not only to deal with Hamas, but to face off Iran and Hezbollah in the.
Biden has some power, obviously, but like at the end of the day, Congress is the one who has to approve the aid, right? I think I don't know, Blinken, I think, approved some emergency sale of weapons to Israel. But at the end of the day, it's Congress, which is why it's actually hard for Biden to do some things. Because like when Obama tried to get a settlement freeze, Congress undercut him on that, and there's a lot of AIPAC money flowing through Congress, so it's hard for the president to actually be to substantially pressure Israel.
The North, and remember,
when it comes to broader things like settlement
generally
freezes, at least
reported in the United States, there are hundreds of thousands of Israelis who have been forced to flee their homes in southern Israel and in northern Israel because of this war, and they can't go home until it's finished, until Hamas is finished. So that is, that's the other part of this. As much as Israel doesn't want to alienate the United States, it doesn't want to put itself in a position where Biden is cutting off the flow of aid. Netanyahu or anyone who leads Israel must finish off Hamas. He must win this war in order to get these people home, in order to get the hostages back. And quite frankly, as much as there has been some more talk about hostage negotiations, and Israel has gradually backed off from its initial request to get all of the hostages out immediately in order to.
Is Fallout on Nintendo? What Fallout is on Nintendo? I don't. Fallout 4. Nintendo Switch. Yeah, the Switch doesn't have any. It might have Fallout Shelter. The second one? Oh. Well, this is remote play, but I mean, there's no reason the Switch could run Fallout 4, right?
Is what Biden is trying to do, but Hamas will continue to say no to every ceasefire, to every hostage deal, so long as it feels the Americans are going to bail them out.
Oh, so Fallout Shelter.
Basically, Biden and Blinken are doing the negotiation for them.
And I do want to take a look at this graphic here. This is actually a post on social media from Israel. It's saying, discussing really the humanitarian aid that has gone into Gaza. This was yesterday, April 25th, and they're saying that 344 aid trucks were inspected and transferred to Gaza. There were 199 pallets containing hundreds of thousands of meals that were airdropped. Aid to northern Gaza, 100 food aid trucks coordinated to northern Gaza. The Jordanian Route 65 trucks and Ashdod Port 8 trucks. Speaking more about the aid overall, what do we know about the construction of this Gaza aid pier? Because it sounds like it's already getting underway.
Yeah, well, the flow of aid into Gaza,
Biden.
into
I saw. First of all, why are we quoting Israel in the amount of aid that's getting into Gaza? First of all, they were the ones fucking dragging their feet, refusing to open more crossings to allow humanitarian aid in. They're the ones fucking bombing aid workers. Okay, why are we quoting Israel's social media on this? But secondly, I saw that allegedly Hamas was bombing the pier Gaza because they were opposed to foreign military involvement, even though Biden already said, Von Zelensky here, even though Biden already said the U.S. military wouldn't actually be involved, it would just be like the Army Corps of Engineers, which I don't, maybe Hamas counts. You need to follow your viewers, no cursing payments. I try my best, okay? But I need to up the price, okay? Because you redeem it for 3 hours. There's no way I can even remember it for 3 hours. I saw Hamas-led terrorists attacked the pier on Wednesday. It is currently under construction. I think Hamas said that it wasn't them, but their spokesperson also said the spokesperson also said we're opposed to any foreign military involvement. Wait, I forgot about this. What's going on with that the Code Pink flotilla? They're launching a new one because the last one worked so well. Did I shave my channel points? You mean save? I don't know. I mean, there's not much. I need stuff to figure. I need to figure out what to do with them. Wait, this was a 2011 one. There's a new one. Yeah, Gaza blanket attempts to focus. One channel point ban for an hour. True. I should have that. I should have a. You know what I should have? I should have a temporarily banned Gideox channel point thing. They're doing this flotilla into Gaza. The last flotilla. Let's just take a look at what happened. I have a little bit of notes on this. I think most of my notes on this were stolen from Destiny, though. But listen, the last flotilla they did not end well. They were raided by Israel. I think the UN did an investigation, and I think they concluded that Israel does have the right to blockade Gaza in self-defense. Israel did have the right to board the ships, but once they were on the ships, they used excessive force. I think that's what the UN found, which makes sense. It's the IDF, but yeah, they had iron bars cut from the ship. Standing and improvised wooden clubs. Operatives confronting the IDF and beating them with clubs. They're doing it again, bro. I don't know how they. I mean, maybe I would honestly assume this time they probably don't have these weapons. What's going on at their port? They have a right to search the ship. Well, the problem is Israel blockades. Gaza isn't like Israel's territory. Gaza is occupied. Kind of occupied, but Israel kind of isn't occupied. It's complicated. Yeah, but I think even at one point they said that if they wanted to get the aid in, they could park their ships at a different port, and Israel could inspect it, and then Israel would deliver the aid. And they didn't accept that offer. Actually, I think one ship did accept the offer, and then 5 of the other ships didn't. 8 IDF soldiers were injured. 2 IDF soldiers sustained gunshot injuries. One soldier stabbed with a knife. 5 soldiers sustained head injuries from axes, club, and other tools. 4 soldiers sustained arm and leg injuries from club blows. Yeah, it was wild. Didn't Hamas steal trucks today and take it to some base called Rafah or something like that? There are videos of Hamas allegedly stealing aid. I don't know. I mean, that Rafah is Hamas's last stronghold right now. So that's why you're hearing a lot about Rafah. Yeah, slingshot with encryption saying Hezbollah. Listen, the problem is, I would, most of me would guess that since like there's a lot more eyes on this conflict right now, they're probably not going to do something like that again. That would be my guess. But there's another part of me that thinks, with the way that these protests are going right now, with half of these students, I shouldn't say half of these students, but like with a ton of these students, with Hezbollah flags and saying we'll leave when Israel leaves. Billions for Ukraine. I love billions for Ukraine. True. This is so true. Yep. Hold on. Ignore all my tweet likes. Yeah. Students will go back when Israelis go back to Europe.
They're shouting for intifada.
Yeah, they're shouting for intifada.
You know what an intifada is? What is it? What is it?
Here's more tweets like this. Okay, ignoring the. Okay, whatever. Oh, wait, here we go. Hell yeah, thank you, Yemen, Jesus. Like, as much as I want to assume good faith, the people that are going to be on these boats are these people. Independently discovering border control and police. They're a week away from reinventing IDF from first. True. Unfortunately, these people are the ones that are going to be like on this ship, and like I don't think it's going to work out well. People who boycott make no sense when their taxes go to Israel are going to boycott taxes. So actually, well, I mean, first of all, there are absolutely people. I mean, the meme is, I'm going to claim Zelensky as a dependent, or I'm going to claim Netanyahu as a dependent. There's that. And it's also, I mean, the boycotts kind of, I don't know how effective boycotts actually are, but like, boycotts sort of make sense. When people, if you actually think Israel's committing a genocide, then you probably shouldn't be directly supporting companies that support Israel.
Even those areas of Gaza.
Sometimes the connections are like crazy loose. Like you get like there's some companies like if you like the one I've seen like HP, the like computer company like provides a ton of computers for like Israel. Okay, it makes sense that if you don't like Israel, you shouldn't buy from HP. But then like you get to like Ben and Jerry's, and it's like, well, Ben and Jerry's operates in the West Bank, and some of their tax revenue then goes to Netanyahu. It's like, okay, That's just such a... But, like, who cares? Like, at that point, it's making such little impact.
That are controlled by Hamas has been continuous. There's no precedent for this in the history of warfare, for one side that has been attacked and its people slaughtered, and then trying to get rid of the people who did that crime, allowing supplies to go into the areas controlled by its enemy. That's what Israel has been doing. And if there is any starvation going...
I mean, to be fair though, Israel is really dragging its feet with letting aid in. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't give Israel any credit for letting aid in anymore. I give my man Joe Biden. I give Joe Biden credit for that, and Anthony Blinken. Yeah.
Going on inside Gaza, it's because Hamas steals the aid and keeps it for itself, for its fighters, for its leadership, for its infrastructure, and denies its own people. The more Gazans suffer, the better that Hamas thinks it is. It's just not casualties, it's also about supplies. Now, in terms of the pier that the United States is building to directly allow aid...
What are you drinking? The last little bit of caffeine in my household. The coffee maker is being cleaned right now. I'm out of energy drinks, and the only thing we had was one little like water enhancer with caffeine in it, and I had just enough for one glass left, and I had to throw it away. This is the last little bit of caffeine that I desperately need because I'm a caffeine addict. I need it. By the way, I'm hoping that PPG, political person guy, yesterday reacted to that video about human shields in Gaza. You live in a dorm? Why do I feel like you do? I don't. I'm not in college yet. I mean, it's because I live in my room in my parents' house, so like like everything's here. It's not like I have more rooms to myself, right? He's not online right now, but he was watching the Human Shields video, and I tried to bring out some counterpoints. I don't think he saw most of my shit. I don't think he saw most of my chats, but I'm hoping to debate him on Israel at some point. But he doesn't respond to my Discord DMs. I typed in his chat, we should debate at some point. I don't think he's a big fan of setting up debates. I think he's more of he will come into my chat whenever he wants to talk kind of guy. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Into Gaza from the sea that President Biden first proposed at his State of the Union speech. It's ongoing. They're building it. How he's going to keep his pledge that no Americans will set foot in Gaza and that there will be no possibility of U.S. involvement in the distribution of the aid, and how we can also guarantee that it won't go to Hamas, those are questions to which this administration has no answers. And Americans should be worried about that.
I know an Israeli streamer who often talks about the conflict. Who is he? Is it me? I'm not Israeli, but... How pro-Israel is he? We might have some disagreements there, because I'm not like that pro-Israel. I'm growing more and more pro-Palestinian by the day, okay, guys? Soon, all the Zionists in chat will grow to hate me. It'll happen, guys, I'm telling you.
Didn't ask America to get involved in this war other than to help give it the weapons it needs to defend itself. But the United States is injecting itself into Gaza, and the complications and the potential ramifications of this in terms of endangering Americans and frankly, allowing U.S. allowed aid to go directly to Hamas. These are real possibilities.
Okay. The only evidence I've seen for Hamas appropriating aid is like a few videos directly from the IDF. I would love to see a source on this. Israel breached U.S. directive on Gaza aid. What is this? Predicts famine inevitable in Gaza. Hamas stealing aid. Gaza. He's very pro, in my opinion. He thinks the civilians who ran in Israel helping kidnap people should also be treated like Hamas. They should be treated like Hamas for the time that they were engaging in hostilities. Is it this guy? Oh, he's pretty popular. Just chilling and smoking. Based. He's on kick. Is it? Oh, what the hell?
Take your time to set up everything. No rush.
Is this not the same person?
She got me this book on women's lib one
Yes,
time,
it's
right?
him.
So I'm reading this thing. I think women's lib was a great thing. Like back in the 70s, I thought it was cool, you know? Over the last couple of years, though, I think that whole women's movement, it's really starting to morph into kind of like this reverse pimping kind of thing, you know? 'Cause
What's
every
this
time I see 'em
thing
on TV,
sometimes?
they always
What-
say,
what
all
thing?
we want is to be treated exactly like guys, right?
This cat?
But if you listen to them, they don't. They only want the good stuff of being a guy. They look at a guy's life like it's like a buffet.
What is this stream, bro?
Like you just get
Is it-
Hey,
like same amount an
thank
hour,
you for the
we'll take
follow,
some of that. Pay for the
non-fun.
movie, that's okay, you can keep that one. I don't like that one. This is nice, that's yucky, that's icky. I mean, come on, people, you can't choose. This girl gave me a rough time one time. She goes, well, why does a guy make more an hour to do the exact same job? I go, I'll tell you why.
What is he even doing?
We're both on a Titanic and it starts to sink. For
He's got two pictures of his cat.
to leave with the kids and I have to
Oh,
stay.
thank you. Much appreciated. Hey, Arstotzka. Glory to Arstotzka.
What is
can't
this
speak
guy?
today. Thank you, thank you. We right now are playing a very interesting game. You came just in time. Make sure to also open and follow Arius OSRS. She's about to go live. And if you don't mind, if it's not asking
What's
too
that?
much, Connie, and it's Panko. We all play together.
18 plus dead.
Hopefully, Connie will join us soon.
Awesome, dude. Charity donate to Israel.
Yeah, I know. I'm opening it. I'm fixing it. You don't like my cat? Okay, okay. I'll put it away. Nah, I'm joking. Glory to Arstotzka.
Hamas kills aid
There we
workers
go,
to
I could say
manufacture food crisis. Fatah charges. Fatah? Really? I mean, Fatah obviously has motivation not to like Hamas, right?
Let's not get into politics right now. We're playing game. There's a time, place for everything. This is not the time and place. I'm drowning.
Moreno hit a USA when he was like 10 to avoid military IDF service. Base.
Ah.
I should make a Notion thing. Israel hasn't provided specific evidence of Hamas stealing issues. Does Hamas steal aid or nah? Hold on, I'll turn this off for a second just so we can. I don't know. There's no criminal or like robber emoji. What can I use? I don't know, it's chicken. They borrow aid. They'll give it back, okay. This is from the Jerusalem Post, and this is from the Times of Israel. So, who knows? Foundation for the Defense of Democracy. That seems like a base name, but they might be biased. I don't know. So this is the video footage we've seen. Alleged video footage. Israel caught using young Palestinians as human shield. When I get out of it, the video shows Hamas terrorists looting blacks humanitarian aid that entered the Gaza Strip. Oh shit. They were seen loading the supplies into vehicles belonging to terrorists, assaulting civilians and moving stolen goods. Yeah, we've seen this. Why didn't Israel bomb that house where the stolen aid went to? Hamas has proved unwilling. Well, this isn't actually what does it mean? Expert analysis. This is not expert analysis.
And the
We'll get into that
administration,
later.
quite frankly, has no answers as to how they will prevent either of those things from happening.
We did see a statement that was released yesterday coming from the leaders of 18 different countries. That includes the U.S. and UK. They're calling.
I mean, I'm for a two-state solution. I like to think I'm pro-Palestine, but I'm obviously more pro-Israel than most people at this
release
moment.
Of the more than 100 hostages that are still held there by Hamas and other terror groups now for more than 200 days. What is the significance overall of that statement now being released, again, 200 days after
Well, I would agree with
October
that, yeah.
7th?
And I can tell you from the point of view of Israelis and the point of view of people who care about Israel, it's 6 months.
I'm going to forget about him, though, because I'd like never check Kick, bro. Oh, wait, I missed this chat. I don't know when this chat was. When was this chat? Was that a border which is not... Was that a border which is not an authorized border? Close it now. True.
It's too late. Quite frankly, there has been very little international pressure put on Hamas and its Islamist supporters and defenders and funders in order to get those hostages released. And in fact, we don't know how many of them are still alive. There have been some reports saying
I need to find Palestinians to talk to. I've talked to a few Israelis. Never talked to a Palestinian. So, we need to find me a Palestinian to talk to. But but not like a, not like a, my grandfather was one half Palestinian and fled in the 1948 war, like a purebred, okay?
Hamas doesn't even have
What
40
the hell?
people to hand over. If indeed, in a deal where Israel would accept only 40 being let out in exchange for at least a temporary ceasefire and other concessions.
Oh, wait, I forgot. I turned the TV off when I was reading. Oops, there
one
we go.
hostage video. Well, there was one video that they released of one Israeli hostage this week, the fact is, if the others are still alive, why haven't we seen any proof of life from them? Why hasn't the Red Cross visited any of these hostages?
Hamas
That
won't
hasn't
let them
happened
there.
at all. There is good reason to believe that Hamas has killed many, if not most of them. And
Well, no, they can live in America. I'm just saying, like, people are so willing to. The problem is we define like Palestinian refugee like way broader than we define like every other refugee, right? So like if you had one grandparent who fled in the like 48 war, like you're a Palestinian refugee, who like in theory should have an infinite right of return to Israel. That's a problem. I need I would want something more recent than that. But I don't know. I mean, I'll talk to whoever actually matter. But
which is horrifying. And Israelis want these people back. All decent people want the hostages released, but so long as the pressure is only on Israel to make concessions, Hamas feels it doesn't need to do anything, and that's why that's why these people are still in captivity, assuming that they are still alive.
And that video you're talking about, released of Israeli-American hostage Hirsch Poland Goldberg there. What is Hamas's possible motivation for releasing that video now? I know it's hard to get into the mind of a terror organization, but what might be their motivation there?
Well, I think they're obviously trying to create pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu from within Israel to force him to basically end the war, and in order to get
awesome game, bro. You see this guy down here that's just under the rocks and you can't actually get to him? I love this game, dude.
Whoever is still alive inside Gaza among the hostages, in exchange for them, that Israel will allow Hamas to survive this war and have a great victory, and to basically get away with the largest mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust. That's what they're trying to do. That's the point, frankly, of all the pro-Hamas protests in college campuses and in the streets of America's cities. If you're for a ceasefire, you're for letting Hamas off the hook. It's not a question of being pro-Palestinian. And if you're pro-peace, you should be in favor of the eradication of Hamas, because Hamas has only two basic purposes: the destruction of Israel and the genocide of its Jewish population. That's what they're about. That's what their policies. That's what October 7th was about. It was a trailer for what they want to do to the rest of Israel. And Hamas is trying to, frankly, put up the pressure on the United States and on Israel in order to survive this war, to be the victors of this war. And no decent person should be in favor of that happening. Israel must be allowed to do what it must and destroy Hamas, finish this war, finish them off, and then, quite frankly, deal with the threats to Israel from the north with Hezbollah and its Iranian supporters.
Not another invasion of Lebanon. Oh, no.
We know that over the past several months, there have been different reports that have come in about potential ceasefire and hostage release deals that were in the works. One that came out yesterday did mention a possible 5-year pause, and I'm saying year, not month, pause in that war, in the fighting between Israel and Hamas.
5 years
is that even feasible to do a 5-year pause as part of the deal?
That's a joke. Let's be honest. That means Hamas. Number one, that means Hamas wins. Number two, Hamas has never kept any ceasefire for as much as a few months, let alone a year or 5 years. We all know that if such a deal.
Fuck, you know what? They remind me what I need to do. 5-year pause. Agreed. Hamas 1 day later accidentally shot. Yeah, exactly. Ceasefire timeline. We'll do it one day, because I've heard conflicting things. Yeah, we'll use this rocket, whatever. Okay.
Deal were accepted by Israel, and it said it would not, it would end its efforts to eradicate Hamas for 5 years. Long before those 5 years were up, there would be another October 7th massacre launched against Israel, which is why, again, no decent person should be pressuring Israel to allow Hamas to continue to exist. They must be defeated. They must be prevented from committing more, unspeakable war crimes. And to put the pressure on Israel to accept deals like this is, quite frankly, to be looking at this through the wrong end of the telescope and to be granting undeserved victories to bloodthirsty terrorists.
All right, Jonathan Tobin, I feel like I could talk to you forever. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Is there anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
I think the main point is, as Americans look at what is going on in America, in terms of reaction to the events in Israel and events in Gaza, understand this is not, don't look at this as part of some civil rights, that's what the whole intersectional critical race theory approach to the Middle East is, that Israel is a white oppressor and the Palestinians are people of color who are being oppressed.
Yep.
That's a big lie. We're talking, this is not a
definitely the position. I don't think, okay. I don't think critical race theory has anything to do with this, buddy. I think the reason people claim Israel's an apartheid state. Oh, hey, Ophelia. The reason people claim Israel's an apartheid state is because of how they treat, well, there's different types of people, but it's because of how poor the conditions are in Gaza and because of how Palestinians are treated in the West Bank, I don't think. Slow down, buddy.
Racial conflict, the majority of Israeli Jews are people of color by the definitions of the American left. This is about whether we're going to let a terrorist group whose purpose is to destroy another country, the one Jewish state on the planet, and who to commit the genocide of its population, will be allowed to survive, will be allowed to win this war. Nobody with any ethics or with any pretensions to support for peace should allow that to happen. And quite frankly, that's what these pro-Hamas demonstrators on college campuses are demanding.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us and break down the latest details. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wow, thanks, Jonathan. I mean, oh, what the fuck? Israel gives Hamas final deadline for treason God.
The Times of Israel.
Fuck, I want to watch this. But I don't know. I didn't really like that guy. I mean, most of what he said was correct.
Welcome to this YouTube live.
I didn't really call me non-fat. I mean, I guess that's true. I am pretty skinny. I used to have people back in the non-fun gaming days, okay? I used to get called a Minecraft skeleton a lot. And I'd play Minecraft and people would say, Minecraft skeleton playing Minecraft. What? It's wild. It was awesome. You wear big armor. He won't. He's play the funny voice lines. Like, I want to know, what have they actually done in Rafah? I saw they did like airstrikes, but they haven't. Yeah, I've seen this. They are planning on doing a full civilian evacuation, hopefully. To 700.
Israeli Defense Forces are ready to move into the last major Hamas stronghold, the city of Rafah. The military says it will go ahead as soon as the government gives
Watch Dogs
the order.
2 updated?
And here in the United States, anti-Israel protests are...
Are you asking what Watch Dogs 2 is, Ophelia? Why did Watch Dogs 2 update? Why did Microsoft Edge open? This game, the game I'm playing is Fallout 76. Why did Watch Dogs 2 update? I guess no one really likes Watch Dogs Legion. Oh, that's right. I don't even have Watch Dogs 2. God, I should play Watch Dogs Legion again because I never did like anything in it. This is the best game of all time, Fallout 76. I'm playing Fallout 76. There's never been a better game. They fixed it. There are no more bugs at all. And the game is really fun. I pay $6 a month for Fallout First.
still spreading on college campuses. USC even canceled its main graduation ceremony because of security issues.
Wait, what can I do with him? Why is he highlighted? A pro-Palestine
Oh no.
activist. This game was ahead of its time, even though I guess that conflict has been going on for a minute. You know, man.
911, please state your emergency. Help!
It's fucked up and ironic in a way. We just found out that they were a pro-Palestine activist, and, you know, that happened. That is...
Whoa. Awesome, dude. Fuck, I need to... There's another thing I need to add to my... I'm watching on 160p, I can't see anything. It was a Watch Dogs 2 clip. Where a police shot a pro-Palestine activist. Maybe I shouldn't have a whole page dedicated to it. But I need somewhere. I guess, in human rights, maybe? So let's toggle heading 3. Alright. No, we'll do toggle heading 3. What parts student protest are legal and or morally just? How much free speech? Or how much is free speech? This is horrible. How people need glasses to live, that's horrible. True. Listen, don't you live in Germany? Don't you have evil socialized healthcare? Who gives a fuck about legal? I mean, it just matters for like... It just matters for like what the police should do, right? I just don't know. Like, I just don't know, like, what type of, like... Well, the questions I'm writing down now. How much is free speech protected on public college campuses? Is that how you spell campuses? It is. Are... I would assume they aren't. Are encampments in any way legal? What are you crying about, cat? You have food. He has so much food. He's so fat. Aren't encampments in any way legal? Yeah, I don't know. I need to know. How I need to know. Does college divestment actually do anything? Okay. We'll get back to that later.
Still, Christians are standing with the Jewish state. Chris Mitchell has the latest.
Israel is prepared to go ahead with its plans to take out Hamas in Rafah, despite the disapproval of the Biden administration. Israel is setting up thousands of tents before the military action to provide a sanctuary to keep civilians out of harm's way. The operation also aims to rescue the remaining hostages.
133 hostages are still being held by Hamas in Gaza for over 200 days in inhumane conditions. Until Hamas releases our hostages, the IDF will continue to pursue Hamas everywhere in Gaza. This is an urgent call for action. We will leave no stone unturned in our efforts to find our hostages.
President Biden and the leaders of 17 other nations with hostages in the hands of Hamas have issued a joint statement. It calls on Hamas to accept a ceasefire deal that would see the hostages freed. And on Israel's northern border, the IDF is involved in significant battles with Hezbollah. This week, Israel hit Hezbollah with dozens of airstrikes. Israel's defense minister says over the course of the war, Israel has killed many of Hezbollah's top people.
Half of the Hezbollah commanders in southern Lebanon have been eliminated. These are the people who...
Really? Jesus, hold on. Hold on. IDF propaganda. Half of commanders dead southern Lebanon. Hezbollah denies Israel's claim to have killed half. Israel's claim of killing half is draws skepticism. See, I knew it was IDF propaganda. I knew it was evil Zionist propaganda. Alright. The assertion is just psychological warfare, says one Lebanese expert, Milton Group. Israel Defense Minister said the country has eliminated half of Hezbollah's commander in southern Lebanon, but analysts doubt whether Israel's increasing uses of targeted killings would weaken the Milton Group. You want to make Poland part of Germany? That would be awesome, bro. How's Czech Republic? Are you asking me? Because I'm not there yet or anything. I'm not going there for a bit still. How can you write it off propaganda just from the headline? I just meant I was being hyperbolic, obviously. I need to read it, but like this Israeli defense minister or whatever just said, we killed half of southern Lebanon's commander. And because I'm relatively pro-Israel-ish, but I'm still like skeptical of shit Israel says. So I just Googled it to be sure. And the New York Times says analyst. I'm skeptical of it. It ultimately, oh shit. Doesn't matter too much, the specific headline.
Who were responsible for
the
the
specific claim doesn't
actions,
matter.
the will to harm the citizens of the state of Israel.
In the U.S., administrators are still dealing with the pro-Palestinian protests on college campuses, which are sometimes anti-Semitic and pro-Hamas. One driving factor in young people's anti-Israel sentiment appears to be online videos like those on TikTok. Virginia Senator Mark Warner spoke with CBN News about how those posts overwhelmingly favor the Palestinians.
There's been independent analysis done that shows on TikTok the amount of
It's like a 6-to-2 ratio. We took notes on the report yesterday that showed TikTok's like anti-Israel bias. TikTok. Where's Israel? Yes, 6.2. Which isn't like that. Which isn't even that insane compared to the other ones, but
Palestinian posts are 54-1 over pro-Israel posts. Now, I'll acknowledge American youth might be split 80-20 pro-Palestinian, but they're not split 54-1.
But Christians are showing their support for Israel. Worship leader Sean Foyt and
I want
other
to, by the way,
Christians gathered to...
You know what I want to start doing? I've told you guys. I think I've showed some of you guys. Oh, cool. I just Googled ISN. I like on my Instagram and on my Clapper, okay? Because I don't use TikTok. I use Clapper, guys. I make these reels like explaining certain economic concepts. And what I need to do, I want to start making a few on Israel-Palestine. I want to do one on UN Resolution 242 because that's really commonly misunderstood. But I feel like I'm going to get canceled if I do. I feel like the woke mob is going to come for me. I feel like it's going to happen. Because these are like my actual friends, sort of like former classmates and stuff. I'm worried
March
that
near the
the woke mob.
Columbia University campus Thursday evening. Foyt told CBN's Billy Hollowell they chose that location because that's where the campus protest movement started before spreading across the country.
So we want to go to the heart of where this all began and say enough is enough. We are rising up. We're coming to bring the light. We're coming to say we're not going to be pushed around, and we're going to join with our Jewish brothers and sisters.
Chris Mitchell, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Well, here's a story you may not have heard. You know about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that food delivery is being hindered, and somehow or other in the news media that's always pointed back to Israel. That
What's up, Holocaust?
Israel's at fault here, and they're the ones responsible. Well, that's not the case at all. They're trying to build a pier so that shipments of food
That wasn't Israel. That was the U.S.
can get to the people of Gaza. And in that, who started shelling the very people who were building the pier? Well, it was
Hamas did do that.
They were
to be fair.
firing mortars at them.
Oh my
And
God,
so now the
Holocaust! God
IDF
damn
is
it!
stepping up and saying we
God,
will provide
I need
protection for the people that are building.
I need to increase the price of that. Because oh my God, people are redeeming it too much, man. What happened? He pulled a U-pull-in. He pulled a redeem no cur. Oh my God! I need. Okay, no, it can't be It can't be 500 anymore, guys. It can't be 500. It can't. It can't be 500. Hold on. Oh my God! There's no. Okay, hold on. No, I can't. There's no. I can't, guys. It's literally. I'd have to go the entire stream without cursing. Okay, I'm pausing it. I'm rejecting all. You'll get your refund. Okay, you'll get a refund. Okay. Vero rewards, channel points. I blew my load out. You should get a refund because I marked them all as incomplete. Manage rewards. Okay. No cursing. Okay, guys. We're making this like. I don't want to make it 5,000. We're making it 1,500, okay? You guys seem to have a ton of channel points. It shouldn't matter. Okay, I'll unpause it. Will my first one count? Sure. I won't swear until 8:54. Okay. Guys, I don't know. I keep streaming on shorts, and it takes so long to set up, and I actually don't think it's worth it. Scam? You got a refund. It's not a scam, okay? You can redeem it again. It just costs 3 times as much because you guys have too many non-fun points. You have so many. Make it 30 minutes? I'm not going to make it. I can't do it for... Oh, my God. Okay. Jesus. 30-minute time. This is when I can swear again. No, don't tell him to redeem. Poland has so many. Wait, but how many days are in this month? 30? Okay. I need to start working on the April non-fun awards. I'm thinking about doing it monthly. At least until I'm too big to do it monthly, you know. Eventually I'll get so much clout I won't even know my chat's names, guys. It'll happen. It's gonna happen, guys. It'll happen.
Building the pier.
Oh my God! No
protection for us.
There's no, guys. There literally is no consequence for me if I don't listen to it. There's no consequence. I haven't set up like a consequence. So like eventually, I'm just not gonna remember, and then I'll just swear. And then you'll just have wasted your channel points. I only actually remember not to swear if you do it for a short period of time. If you do it for like 2 hours, an hour in, I'm just going to completely forget. If we're going to get angry, that's the consequence. Like, you have to do it. You have to do it for like 30 minutes at a time max, okay?
Protection for the U.S. Army, they're the ones who've been tasked with the job of building that so that food supplies can get to the people of Gaza. In this whole conflict, please do not let truth get put on its head. The entire analysis is backward. Israel is not at fault here. They were attacked by a terror organization
have a shot
currently
collar on your neck. I
runs
could do
Gaza. That terror organization needs to be completely dismantled. If you want peace there, if you want to protect the innocent civilians there, Hamas is the problem. Hamas has to unconditionally surrender. Hamas has to release every single hostages, including their American citizens
I
in
said
those
nuts.
tunnels.
What?
Their American
Oh,
hostages.
yeah,
there.
you did. God damn it.
All of that needs to be released. They need to
I don't think I'm going to do that.
arms and vow will never attack Israel again. If that happens, then there will absolutely be peace.
I couldn't
There
even
will be
show that on
not
Twitch.
just a ceasefire, there will be a lasting peace. That's what we need to have happen. And that's where all the pressure needs to be put. It needs to be put on Hamas and any country, any individual, any group that is providing funding for Hamas. It all needs to stop and stop right now.
This plant is eating me. Reverse bear trap. I wonder what Al Jazeera is saying about it, man. I mean, my pro-Palestinians, okay? Dude, I'm literally trapped inside this plant and I can't do anything. Oh, there we go. It let me go. Al Jazeera stuff is all too long. Stop. God, okay. I have now from Fox. I need a neutral platform, okay? I need my pro-Palestinian people in chat at least to rein me in. Israel, Rafah invasion. Listen, YouTube knows me. It knows CBS News. They're neutral, right? Okay, Al Jazeera. How Gaza... Okay. What an awesome way to frame it. What could be the conflict? This is 27 minutes long, bro. Inordinate civilian harm.
US has warned Israel against its plans to move Palestinians out of Rafah. International alarm is growing as the Israeli military prepares for a ground offensive in the southern Gaza city. Rights groups have warned of catastrophic humanitarian consequences.
We don't want to see...
guys. He did... Well, Hassan said it, and Hassan would never lie, okay? I watched that, when Hassan went on Piers Morgan to talk about Israel Palestine, I watched that. He was like unhinged in that. It's just such a thought terminating phrase. Like it's literally like when you like hold this position, and it's like there are no both sides to a genocide, and like it just makes it seem like you're the morally enlightened one. You're like on the moral high ground when you're not like actually engaging with like any talking points that the other side is making. You're just saying there are no two sides in a genocide and Israel's bad. Yeah, it's just annoying more than anything.
Palestinians evacuated from Rafah unless it is to return to their homes. And we have made that quite clear to the government of Israel that we don't think there's any effective way to evacuate 1.4 million Palestinians. There's no way to conduct an operation in Rafah that would not lead to inordinate civilian harm and would severely hamper the delivery of humanitarian assistance. And that's the point that we continue to make to them.
Well, let's bring in our White House correspondent now, Kimberly Halkett. She joins us from the White House. Kimberly, why is the U.S. holding so firmly onto this position?
Yeah, there are really two big issues for the United States, and it has repeatedly tried to, in two different virtual meetings with Israeli officials, tried to present alternatives to this ground operation for these two reasons. The first being that there are big concerns about even if the Israelis are able to do successful evacuations, there will still be remaining civilians in the city. And that is the concern for the United States. That the Secretary of State saying on Friday that the president has been very clear, President Biden saying that the United States simply cannot support a major military operation in Rafah, even if there are, and the United States has been very clear, as Israel has said that it's going to evacuate civilians along with the United States and Egypt to support them in tent cities in Khan Yunis, that there will not be a ability by the United States to support this. So that's the first reason. The second reason is the issue of aid. There is the majority.
One thing I've read before is it's really hard to get, like, no matter how many warnings you do or whatever, like in war, it seems like consistently, like about 10% of the population stays no matter how much you warn them and like tell them to leave and shit. Yeah, I think that was from a John Spencer article we read. He said it's really hard to get the last remaining 10% of people to evacuate. Usually about 10% of people just kind of choose to stay. Although maybe that will be different for Rafah, actually, because Rafah isn't like many people's actual homes. It's just their like temporary tent city home.
Majority of aid coming in through two crossings in the area near Rafah. And there are UN agencies and other agencies that are based there, operating there. If there were a ground operation that was, we know from the Israelis, happening for a duration of about 6 weeks, this would allow for a disruption of major impact that would essentially disrupt this aid distribution and have devastating consequences for the people that are living in Gaza. And so as a result, the United States is vehemently opposed to this ground operation and is continuing to work with the Israelis to try and discourage it.
Okay. Kimberly, many thanks for bringing us the view there from the White House in Washington, D.C. Well, let's get more on this potential ground offensive on Rafah with our correspondent in occupied East Jerusalem, Bernard Smith. Bernard, what more can you tell us about these reports of tents being set up in Rafah?
Well, there's nothing official from the Israeli military. We just know that the Israeli media has been reporting in the last few days, really, in the last couple of weeks, that the Defense Ministry has ordered 10,000 tents and it's in the market for 30,000 more, and that the government has been talking about setting up these humanitarian islands as it goes ahead with this Rafah offensive, because despite the enormous pressure that you've heard there from the US and from other countries on Israel not to launch a Rafah offensive, the Israeli government has said it's determined to do so. The fact is, for the Israeli government, it hasn't achieved its objectives yet in Gaza.
Hold on, chat. How many people are here right now? Oh, there's like one person here. Give me a second. Later. I need a haircut, okay? I have my friend sending me ideas. I should hold a chat vote on what haircut I should get. But it can't be anything too insane, okay? But I just set up a goal to dye it blue. I would dye it blue for like, I don't know, I'll come up with some goal. What's this guy doing here? I don't know what a good goal would be. I'll make it like 1 billion channel points, 1 billion non-fun points, and then I'll dye my hair blue. That'd be a good stream if I got someone to do it. I need to figure out how to do it though, but
Gaza, its objectives of dismantling, destroying Hamas and releasing all the captives. And particularly on that latter question of the captives, there's enormous pressure on the government to do that, and those protests have been ramping up over the last few months and weeks as more and more people demand that the government does more to release the captives. So domestically, there's a lot of pressure on Israel to do more. Hamas's main leadership hasn't been taken out by Israel, hasn't been targeted, but hasn't been found by Israel, believed to be hiding in
Well, they're in Qatar, right?
Under Rafah,
or the tunnels.
and Benjamin Netanyahu particularly determined to target the Hamas leadership. They haven't done that yet. That is why the government says it's going to go ahead with a Rafah operation. We just don't know yet what form it will take.
No. OK, Bernard, many thanks for the update on what we do know so far. Bernard Smith joining us from occupied East Jerusalem.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
I gotta subscribe to their channel. Okay. I need to set up some things for us to read. Allegedly, shot at, I don't know, attacked U.S. pier. And I need to pee. Alright. Give me a second. How do I... All this, shit. All this stuff is here now because I made it, like, public. So, like, it has, like, all the owner verification stuff. It's like, I don't want this stuff here. But it's just stuck here now. Alright, I'll be back. I'll put Bikini Woman on screen. Alright, I'm back.
Well, the UN's human rights chief said today.
I need to know also. Like, I want to start doing more L. Bye, Poland. Hope you enjoyed the stream, man. By the way, I'm thinking about trying to start streaming earlier, but I can't even stream on time now. Yeah, but I don't know. Because I'm not, Listen, I'm literally not doing anything else other than streaming, okay? That's the only thing I'm doing right now. So I feel like guilty when I like stream for like what 6 hours and then I literally don't do anything else all day. It's like it's so easy to stream that like I just need to do it. But I just get distracted way too easily. Yeah. I'm thinking about starting 2 hours earlier. And still going to the same time. I should, I should stream. I should just start doing 12-hour streams, man. I'm on my computer 12 hours a day anyway. I should just stream everything. Should just do it. But listen, Fallen, I appreciate you being here for the time that you can. Okay. All right, bye, Fallen.
That he was horrified by reports of mass graves found at medical facilities in Gaza. Palestinian authorities claim to have found more than 200 bodies following.
What a mass graves. I need to do more research into this too. God damn, we're never getting off of this. We're staying on Israel Palestine forever. I'm never learning economics. I'm never gonna learn. Never gonna learn economics. It's never gonna happen. Twitter, geo confirmed. Mass graves, Gaza, debunked. Isn't the same guy that said group from the hospital and got debunked? Didn't the reports actually confirm he was right about that? The fact that they're comparing people digging and burying people individually in rows to people being found in mass graves with hands tied. Okay. Hold on. Let's just quickly skim through this. Maybe I'll put it in human rights. Mass graves? Mass graves or nah? Hold on, is it on their website too? Because I hate Twitter. I hate using Twitter just to like read our in-depth investigation. Israel. Oh, it's just a map. Okay. Palestinians are exhuming bodies from the grounds near the Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis, Gaza. This is occurring at the same location where mass graves were dug. Burial ceremonies are taking place by Palestinians in a recent month. Proof in threads. Footage from Palestinians digging graves dated January 25th and 28th and 03 February while IDF entered the hospital around the 15th of February. Quote from Al Jazeera. In the hospital courtyard, civil defense members and paramedics have retrieved 180 bodies buried in this mass grave by the Israeli military. Conclusion, this is disinformation by Al Jazeera and others. This is known as a graveyard/mass grave and at least partially dug by Palestinians. It's not excluded that graves could have been added when the hospital was occupied by Israeli forces. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll read all of it later, but basically multiple news reports claim mass graves were found in whatever complex of the Khan Yunis hospital. Nasser Medical Complex Hospital in Khan Yunis. After the IDF operation there. However, These graves were dug by Palestinians before the IDF operations. Footage from Palestinians digging graves. Dated January 25th, January 28th, February 3rd. Well, the IDF only began its operation February 23rd, around 15th February. January 25th, Palestinian burial, Palestinian people. Well, I don't know if I can show. Wow, I have to download the app. God, I hate Telegram. One videos of Palestinian burial of Palestinian people. Nasser Hospital. January 25th, same location as the first video above. More than 30 bodies, most of them unidentified, were buried in a mass grave. February 3rd, footage you see Palestinians digging a mass grave. Okay. Then, I said in here, Al Jazeera itself literally reported on this. Great article by the New York Times. Okay. New York Times did an article. Gaza authorities saying bodies were discovered in mass graves. Analysis of satellite imagery shows that 2 to 3 mass graves have been dug in hospital grounds before an Israeli raid. Okay. So, I mean, he said in his thread too, it doesn't necessarily rule out that Israel may have dug more mass graves. We'll see.
Following Israeli military operations. This as Israel prepares for a possible ground assault on Rafah, a city in southern Gaza. Well, CBS News foreign correspondent Deborah Pata is in East Jerusalem now with more. Deborah, good morning.
A very good morning. Well, for more than 2 months, Israel has threatened to send troops into Rafah, but even without such an operation, it is still under daily bombardment.
Explosions in Rafah, hitting the tents of displaced Palestinians pressed up along the border with Egypt. Some of them had only just got there. Nobody in the world has had to run from death, said Abu Imad, only to find death chasing them again. Under pressure at home over U.S. policy on the war, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said they are investigating allegations of human rights abuses by Israel in Gaza.
Do we have a double standard? The answer is no.
The U.S. is also looking at blacklisting the IDF's Netzach Yehuda battalion, made up of ultra-Orthodox soldiers, for a number of alleged human rights violations in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The unit was implicated in the death of a 78-year-old Palestinian American, Omar Assad, in 2022. Mamdou Abu Ibud was detained by the unit with Assad and described how he died after being bound, blindfolded and abandoned in the freezing cold.
Why did it make him
First on the
react,
scene
though? What the hell?
afterwards, Dr. Islam Abu Zahir.
He is old man, he is obese, he can't walk probably. He didn't make any kind of risk for soldiers.
In Israel, a somber Passover holiday has begun. Relatives of hostages still in captivity burnt a symbolic Passover table outside the home of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, accusing him of failing their loved ones.
Now, the mere suggestion that the U.S. could blacklist an IDF unit has angered Israel, with Defense Minister Gallant saying, "Nobody will teach us about values and morals." Vlad, Anne-Marie?
So then, do we have any idea sort of when we may learn more about the U.S. decision to blacklist this IDF unit, and what could be involved in that? What does that mean?
Well, Anne-Marie, we should know what the U.S. decision is by the end of this week. Under U.S. law, America cannot give military aid to any foreign force if there is credible evidence that they committed human rights violations. Now, if this particular unit is blacklisted, it could be because Israel has not held the unit accountable for human rights violations in the past. Israeli human rights groups have long complained that Israel rarely holds soldiers accountable for the deaths of Palestinians. And the case in point is the one mentioned in our report, the death of American Omar Assad. An officer was reprimanded, 2 others reassigned. There was, however, no criminal prosecution, in which case the U.S. could prevent this unit from participating in any U.S. training and using any U.S. weapons or equipment.
What was the name of the unit?
Now, if this about values and suggestion,
Hostages still in captivity, pained by implicated in the occupied Westers for a number of alleged human battalion made up. The U.S. is also looking at blacklisting the IDF's Netzach Yehuda battalion. The U.S. is also looking at blacklisting the IDF's Netzach Yehuda battalion made.
But the YouTube caption doesn't even try. IDF West Bank battalions. Oh, here we go. Okay. Thank God, because I was never going to be able to spell it. YouTube captions didn't even try. Wait, what are the units? The US is not doing concrete actions to reduce violence to make peace between the Palestinians and Israelis, he told ABC News. Administration officials counter that this process is reviewing human rights violations has been fair and that Israel has not been given preferential treatment. They also note that it's not uncommon for the U.S. to work with countries through a process known as remediation that can encourage foreign militaries to read out bad actors within their militaries. Each of these situations is different. We have to do our best collecting collective facts, follow the facts, and that's what we're doing. Under a federal measure known as the levy law, U.S. military is required to withhold weapons from any militaries to military assistance to any foreign military that commits gross human rights abuses. The law, however, allows an exemption for countries that are taking steps to bring justice to the responsibility for justice to the responsible members of the unit. Israel has acknowledged that another IDF battalion had engaged in conduct inconsistent with Israel's rules. As a result, the unit was transferred from the West Bank to the Golan Heights in 2022. Is that the punishment? The punishment is going from the West Bank to the Golan Heights? Oh wait, I can swear again. Hell yeah. Oh, here it is. Let's how do you pronounce it?
The US is also looking at blacklisting the IDF's Netzach Yehuda battalion.
Netzach Yehuda battalion, established for ultra-Orthodox Jewish men. Israeli style like ultra orthodox military. The Sejm Parliament has put on hold its intention to impose sanction on the Netzach Yehuda battalion for human rights violation in the occupied West Bank and is reviewing the issue in light of information Israel provided in recent days. Last Saturday, Axios reported Blinken planned to impose sanctions on the Netzach Yehuda battalion under the levy law. The intended sanctions caught Israel leaders by surprise and drew angry responses from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and opposition leader Yair Lapid. Both publicly called on the Biden administration to not go forward with this move. Israeli President Isaac Herzog discussed the matter with Vice President Kamala Harris, while the IDF Minister Yoav Gallant and Minister Benny Gantz discussed the matter with Blinken. The Israeli message in these discussions was that the Biden administration should reconsider the intention to impose sanctions on the Netzach Yehuda battalion, Israeli officials said. Blah, 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 blah. Israel expressed grave concerns when it talked that the State Department determination committed human rights violations in the West Bank were not dealt by the IDF would increase the likelihood of the International Criminal Court would issue arrest warrants for Israeli soldiers and officers. Oh no. That would be so evil. How could that be allowed to happen? The ICC arresting soldiers that committed war crimes? What the freak?
Made up of ultra-Orthodox soldiers for a number of alleged human rights violations in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The unit was implicated in the death of a 78-year-old Palestinian American.
Watch this. I just had to go back to the name.
Reporting that Israeli officials warned a top-level Egyptian delegation that this was the, quote, last chance for a truce agreement before Israel launches that long-planned assault. Hamas's Gaza leader, Yahya Sinwar, is thought to be hiding out in a tunnel under Rafah alongside those hostages, keeping them there as human shields. That is according to the Israel Defense Forces. Israeli officials saying they are willing to agree on a deal that would free fewer than 40 living hostages, but would not settle for the 20 reportedly proposed by Hamas in a recent deal. Do want to talk about the latest developments, as always, here out of the Middle East. So let's bring in Mark Chandler, the Director of Government Relations at Coastal Carolina University and Professor of Practice, also a former senior defense intelligence official. Thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to be here and break down all of the latest headlines. We appreciate it.
You're welcome, Josh, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Well, first off, I do want to talk about that last chance comment that was made by Israeli officials there. Is that likely to actually put any sort of pressure on Hamas?
Well, I think in normal circumstances, you would see some sort of pressure being put on Hamas, but I don't think Hamas is really going to feel the pressure. The ball has been in Hamas's court for several months now. I mean, actually, since they initiated this invasion back on October 7th. And so they kind of held the upper hand, especially since they have the hostages. And that's an emotional and that's a critical issue for the Israeli government and how they're doing that. So when you look at putting pressure, in a normal actor, I think you would see pressure, but not with Hamas. They have had essentially the support of the international community for months now. Hamas hasn't budged from its positions of a complete ceasefire, cessation of hostilities, and a complete withdrawal of Israeli forces. And that's what they have focused on. And they haven't felt a need, if you will, to do that. They've had time given to them with how the international community has pushed back against what Israel needs to do militarily. So while Israel's making this strong stance and this new position, you've seen Israel back down on various demands as it's gone through this process. And now we're under
thanks to my man, Joe Biden.
As a negotiating tool.
And Blinken.
You know, Israel, I think, may have some new intelligence about how many hostages may remain alive. We know that over 30 are dead, but I think that death toll is probably
when did we
much
learn that?
higher. So when you look at this, what Israel's done is, okay, what can we get for a limited ceasefire? We're talking less than 6 weeks now. And Egypt, they've actually stepped up.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me kill this mole rat first. When did we learn that 30 hostages were dead? I know, like, everyone always suspected that some amount of them were dead, but when did we confirm that? Israel, 30 hostages dead. 32 of the 136 hostages held in Gaza killed. 20 others feared dead. 32 of the more than 130 hostages still held captive by Hamas, no longer alive, according to a report on the eve of the 4th month of the war between Israel and Gaza. New York Times reporting Tuesday.
I think they've stepped up to the plate and sent that delegation to Israel yesterday because they don't want refugees crossing into Egypt. And so you're feeling the pressure of the Rafah campaign, but Hamas is going to continue to play this. And what they're going to do is push it to the limit where if they feel the attack is imminent, maybe they'll come forth with something. But Hamas said today that they would review this new position. I don't think you're going to see any movement from Hamas, unfortunately.
And we've talked about this a lot, but Blinken, the Secretary of State for the U.S., expected, according to reports by Hebrew media, to travel over to Israel. This would be his 7th trip since October 7th. What is the significance of that trip, as it's likely that Rafah offensive, the operation that is essentially imminent at this point, is going to be discussed?
Well, you know, this administration has been fighting an uphill battle in the Middle East since it came in. You know, it didn't put an importance on the Middle East, and it didn't put importance on our partnership with Israel. So it's those trips are combining trying to rebuild that and also trying to gain some influence, if you will. It has been an uphill battle, but this one specifically, I'm sure that the message Blinken is going to deliver is for Israel to hold off again on the Rafah attacks. Now, Israel's done everything that the United States and the international community has asked. It's increased the refugee flow out of the Rafah area. It's increased.
Technically true, but again, like, they have been dragging their foot so much, and like we literally just read that they like when the U.S. raised concerns about, oh, this one battalion in the West Bank is probably doing fucked up shit. Israel told them not to do anything because it would increase the likelihood that they would be held responsible by the ICC. So, you know.
Humanitarian aid to the best that it can. Don't forget, there's Palestinians, there's international organizations that have to do their part with that humanitarian aid. But Israel's done just about everything asked of it short of the Rafah attack that is imminent at this time. So Blinken's going to deliver that message. Now, what he should do after leaving Israel, he should travel to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and try to get those Arab states to push on Hamas to do that. We'll see if he does that to balance out this, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of gain from his trip at this time.
I want to kind of go in reverse a little bit here and talk about that Rafah operation, the Rafah offensive that we've been discussing here for months upon months. And we've heard a lot of comments from Netanyahu over the past several weeks. Why is that Rafah operation so important to Israel?
Well, there's two facets. First and foremost are the hostages. You know, so you mentioned that Sinwar likely has those hostages in the tunnel network around
Holy fucking,
him.
some other big event happened soon.
You know, that's what
Why do us Zeros care
Hamas
so
has
much
done
about these
since the
middle-aged
start of
fucks?
this war. So
True.
that's going to be part of it. Is how can Israel
So how
get
you
those
drunk ranting at
hostages
all?
out
You're
of
good, man. Listen, okay? I wanted to get into economics, okay? I can't fucking read economic stuff because I keep having to learn more stuff about Israel-Palestine. Yeah, listen, we're never getting... I mean, we read a little bit about economics, not yesterday, because I didn't stream yesterday, but 2 days ago, last time I streamed. Yeah. Well, listen, we'll get there, okay? Listen, it can't last. The war can't last that much longer, right? It's already been 6 months. Israel's talking about invading Rafah. Like, after Rafah, the war is done for the most part. Unless, well, then we'll get to Israel Hezbollah. I swear it's like nuke them both and be done. Bro. That's one thing. That might be an issue though, because Israel and Hezbollah might go at it. There might be another Israeli invasion of Lebanon, which would be interesting. Twitch politics just so brain dead. Yeah. Got my friend. I don't know if you were here earlier. I told my friend I need a haircut. Look at it. I don't want to. Look at some of this like stuff that she sent. Listen, I'm not this attractive. I don't know. There's no way. I'm not it's literally sent like Brad Pitt. You get one, but you do you. What do you mean? I mean, I want a haircut. I'm just saying. I asked her for suggestions about it because I don't know what to do with my hair, because I used to have long hair and I didn't really do anything with it, but now like it's shorter and I just don't know what to do with it too much. But I am planning on getting a haircut. I need to know what to do with it. I don't know. I've never short hair. What style is that on you, big dog? What? Sorry. What style you that on you, big dog? What? Who is this guy? This is a celebrity, right? Who is this? It's not Chris Evans. Chris. Are you pro-Israel or pro-Pal? Haven't you asked that question? But I feel like you've been here long enough. You should know. That's Thor. Yeah, what's his name? Chris Hemsworth? Yeah, Chris Hemsworth. I wonder what Chris Hemsworth's position is on. Oh, you know what? We can check actually. Can we go to that Canary Project website or whatever? Because pro-Palestinians are so mind melted. Yeah, Canary mission. Is it this? No, wait, Canary. Celebrity look up. Oh, here, reverse Canary mission. Is this? Oh, damn it, he's not on here. Damn. God, they're so mind rotted. Oh my God, they're so mind rotted. They're so brain fucked. Jordan B. Peterson. Jordan Peterson asked Netanyahu to give him hell after he tweeted this. The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu confirmed mass murder by dropping 2 atomic bombs. True. Thanks, Jordan Peterson. Can we get me on here? How long till we have streamer Nonfon on the Reverse Canary Project? Destiny's on here, isn't he? Yeah, Steven Von L. Destiny's on here. Also, wait, I told you, I feel like you've been here long enough where you should know. I lean pro-Israel in the current conflict. But like I have a pretty, I have a nuanced position because I do my own research and I'm based like that. Yeah. Having consistently the time. Hold on, is Hassan on here? Based on your notes, thanks, man. I'm not even Jewish. Yeah. Like I'm not even ethnically Jewish. I just have a big nose. I should start a listen, 10 subs and I'll get plastic surgery. You're going to say to hide that. Yeah. Well, I can't grow a beard at all. So, listen, once I can grow a beard, maybe I will. But I cannot do that. I'm very much a low testosterone individual.
There as many of them alive as possible out there. Secondly, Rafah is the final stronghold that Hamas has. Now, Hamas started with about 24 terrorist battalions, if you will. They're down to about 4 battalions. That's over several thousand fighters. I would say over 4,000 fighters that have consolidated into the Rafah area.
You're good,
so
man.
Israel's military objective.
You listen, okay? People that come around just chill and joke around, they never cause any problems, okay? It's the other people that cause problems. The lurkers are good. People like you are good. It's the opinionated, screaming people that cause problems. But they also cause good content. So
objective is to eliminate Hamas.
I'm not
so
complaining.
They have to go into Rafah. They have to take out those fighters to eliminate that
also,
threat.
This is so not worth it. I've seen YouTube short, like when I upload YouTube shorts, they do relatively well. I don't really know why when I stream on shorts it never does well. This is like the YouTube short stream. And I wish I could stream on TikTok. But I just get banned on TikTok so quickly. It's so funny how fast I get banned on TikTok.
A little bit of water on this, unfortunately, is while they might eliminate several thousand of those fighters.
Wait, should we try it? We should try it. Oh, fuck. I don't have TikTok Live Studio downloaded. It's not even worth it, because, like, it's super hard to convert people over from TikTok to, like, Twitch. Like, it just doesn't really work.
I don't think they can fully eliminate the Hamas threat. I mean, when you look at how the United States went back against Al-Qaeda, that's over 20-something years that we've been fighting Al-Qaeda, and we still haven't eliminated that. And we've had over 10 years of fighting against ISIS, and ISIS still has tentacles spread out throughout the region and globally. So this is going to be tough. It has.
I mean, ISIS as a threat has been, like, severely diminished. Since 2017, since we won Mosul, I don't really think ISIS does much anymore. I mean, they do a little bit of stuff in North Africa, but for the most part, they're gone.
Has to be done militarily. They have to eliminate that stronghold down in Rafah.
I want to talk about a statement that was made. It was released several days ago by the leaders of 18 different countries. That includes the U.S., UK, and 16 others there. They're calling for the immediate release of all of the hostages that are being held. That statement, as I mentioned, released several days ago. What do you think about the overall timing of that statement? Why now?
Well, first, let me point this out. That's the first time since the start of this war that those 17 nations have come up with any kind of collective statement against Hamas and to focus against Hamas in that area. I mean, that specific wording that came out on Thursday was in the works for 2 weeks to try to get that. So they called on Hamas to cease fire, to release the hostages, and to accept the agreement that was on the table. I think those nations recognize that they've been tacitly supporting Hamas without a strong statement against Hamas. So diplomatically, I think those nations said, okay, we have to put the pressure where it belongs, and that pressure belongs on Hamas. I know that seems counterintuitive when you see all these protests going on, you see all the public outcry for Israel to stop, but Israel has done what's been asked of it by the international community. No pressure has been put on Hamas. So with Rafah looming, I think those...
Look at this idiot. What are you doing? Come here. Ow. Fuck. My stream deck isn't working. I don't know why. Well, it's work, but the scene switcher in isn't working. He doesn't want to be on stream. He doesn't like it. Look at how fat he is. He's so fat. Okay, well. He's upset. He's leaving. He wants more food. He doesn't need more food. He has food upstairs. He's eating so much. You're good, man. You're good. You're not in any way food scarce. You have fat reserves that could last you a lifetime, man. He's so fat. Oh my god. Okay. What? I don't know why my stream deck isn't working.
Those nations decided to put the pressure where it belongs and tell Hamas they've got to release the hostages. They have to agree to this peace agreement that's on the table right now. But the negotiations are completely stalled.
Over the past
I always hate paying for
several days, for the first time in a while, we did see a video released by Hamas showing a hostage, an American Israeli hostage, Hirsch Goldberg Poland. Now, we saw that he did make a plea for Netanyahu to end the war. He had quite a bit to say. My question for you, what is Hamas's goal here? I mean, I know it's tough to, of course, get into the mind of a terror organization, but what is their likely goal by putting out a video like that?
Well, we've seen this with several videos that terrorist organizations put out. And basically, this is pure psychological torture. It's torment for his family in particular, but also all the remaining hostages' families. That's torture on them. And that's also a weak point that Israel has, the emotional aspect that the hostages represent to the Israeli populace. So that's playing on that aspect of it. You could call it a proof of life, but when you look at it, that statement that he made was a prepared statement by Hamas. He was under duress to make that statement, and he read it like any hostage would, and I wouldn't begrudge any kind of hostage in that situation. So you look at that.
I mean, okay, sure, whatever. He's probably under duress, whatever. Okay, but realistically, he's a hostage. He's literally being held captive by Hamas. I don't know why we would why we would assume that he wouldn't want an end to the war and to be brought home. Like, he probably clearly wants that. I mean, yeah.
You read that, but you look at one, he lost part of an arm. That happened on October 7th. And so he's had to suffer through that. And now what you're doing is you're showing that to everyone. That video should be a damning indictment on Hamas and its treatment of hostages and how they use those hostages for political advantage.
And that video itself, it's interesting that you mentioned under duress, of course, is how that was filmed. If you watch, you can see him looking off to the side quite a bit, almost looking at whoever's recording the video.
Hold on.
This all comes, of course, after Keith Siegel was kidnapped from his home during the terrorist attack back on October 6th. He's lived on a kibbutz in Israel for decades, but he grew up in Chapel Hill. Now, we want to be clear, we do not know when that video was actually filmed. We just know that it was released by Hamas today. In the video, you can see Keith Siegel in a black shirt standing against a blank wall. At one point, he says in Hebrew, "I want to tell my family that I love you very much." He goes on to get emotional, saying, "I have very, very beautiful memories of Passover last year when we all celebrated together, and I really hope we'll have the best surprise possible," before he begins to cry. Keith's wife, Aviva Siegel, was also taken hostage, but was released as part of the initial deal. She appeared in a video alongside their two daughters after the release of that new hostage video. His daughter, Elan Siegel, saying, "Seeing my father today only emphasizes to all of us how much we must reach a deal as soon as possible and bring everyone home. I demand that the leaders of this country watch this video and see their father crying out for help." Now, Siegel's family is urging the Israeli government to try and negotiate a new deal for Keith's release. He's been held captive for 202 days. Again, we don't know when that video was filmed, but again, proof of life that it is clear that Keith Siegel still alive and still being held captive by Hamas right now. Tom George, ABC 11, Eyewitness News.
I want to watch the actual video.
Israeli-American hostage Keith Siegel seen for the first time in captivity in this Hamas video. Held hostage with him in Gaza, but she was released in November. After that new Hamas video of her husband, Aviva saying,
God,
Keith,
why is it A, solo quality, and B, only my left ear? It's not 1080p.
Until you return. And their elder daughter Ilan demanding that Israeli leaders watch the video of her dad and see their father crying out for help. 47-year-old Israeli hostage Amri Miran also seen in that same Hamas video. It comes 3 days after Hamas released another video of another American-Israeli hostage, Hirsch Goldberg Polin.
Shalom. קוראים לי הירש גולדברג פולין.
The 23-year-old seen without part of his left arm. He was badly injured on October 7th by a grenade when he was taken by terrorists. Overnight, families and supporters of the hostages protesting in Jerusalem.
Well, these are Hirsch's friends telling him to survive. They're telling the Israeli government they want a deal to get him and the other hostages home.
Wild.
For reassurance that I guess he's saying the right thing that they want him to say. Also, I wanted to discuss the fact that they could have released a video of really any of the hostages that are living, but they chose an American hostage and the one who has received the most publicity, the most media attention. Do you think that was strategic in some way?
Absolutely, it was. So, you don't hear a lot, and this is surprising. You don't hear a lot from this administration about the American Israeli hostages that are held. And so that's always kind of confused me as to why we're not talking and taking a more direct interest in that aspect of it. And so what you're seeing is Hamas is not just messaging all of the hostage families, but they're messaging strategically to America. And so that America, you have to do something. You have to stop Israel. You have this, you've got skin in the game, if you will. So that was very strategically placed by Hamas, not only for
I don't have anything to give this guy.
All the hostages, but sending a subtle message to America, or maybe not so subtle a message to America.
My last question here, Mark, before I let you go, we talk a lot about Hamas, but also you have to remember the situation with Hezbollah, because we see that fighting happening on a daily basis here. And it's important to note that while Israel has declared war, against Hamas. It has not declared war officially against Hezbollah, but essentially we are seeing what amounts to a war between the two, right?
Essentially, you are. Not to split.
Hell has dropped this guy stuff. Oh, where's he going? Oh my god.
Hairs over what is a war and what isn't a war. But basically, you're seeing a low-level conflict take place between Lebanese Hezbollah, initiated, by the way, by the Hezbollah, and Israel taking defensive measures. You still have about 100,000 Israelis who have been displaced up in the north. And so this week, Lebanese Hezbollah has continually attacked Israel from the north. I mean, sometimes in days up to 35 missiles and attack UAVs have gone in there. Some of the deepest attacks into Israel occurred this week. Israel's continually fighting back against that pressure. And what Israel doesn't want to happen is have another 2006 conflict where they're caught off guard. I believe it was overnight, Thursday night into Friday morning, Hezbollah did an ambush attack on a convoy, killed an Israeli citizen, wounded some IDF soldiers, and destroyed a couple of vehicles. And Israel has to counterattack with that. So Hezbollah is continuing to do this. Obviously, it helps with that pressure that Iran, backing Hezbollah, wants to apply on Israel to the north. And so you're going to continue to see this. Israel has to be prudent and has to be quick in its responses, if not proactive in responses against Hezbollah, to keep this from escalating to, say, the level of 2006 or even.
Yeah, please don't open another front. Yeah, you don't need to do it. You don't need to do it. It never works out well. It never works out well, man. It just doesn't work.
Higher at that time.
Mark Chandler, as always, thank you so much for joining us here and breaking down the latest information that is coming in out of the Middle East. I know I always ask you anything that you do want to add here about any of this.
Well, Josh, just something to point out. Just two quick things. One, the Houthis, after a little bit of a pause in fighting, the Houthis came back strong this week. They've launched attacks over about 5 days this past week, damaged a couple of ships that have gone through there. It looks like they shifted their attacks a little bit to the south in the Gulf of Aden, but they have done attacks in the Red Sea. Important to know, didn't receive a lot of publicity, is the USS Eisenhower. The aircraft carrier left the Red Sea this week, and it went up into the Mediterranean to protect U.S. forces there. So there's not a lot of offensive capability that the U.S. has to go against the Houthis. So more defensive action there that we're going to see out of them. But they're going to continue those attacks. They're increasing. The U.S. may have lost a Predator drone this week to a Houthi air defense asset. So we'll continue to watch that. And as I mentioned, that carrier went up into the Mediterranean. That's to protect part of that J-lot system, that pier that the U.S. is starting to build that should open sometime in May. There's going to be security interests there. As a matter of fact, Hamas has already attacked the coastal site where that's going to anchor into that. And so
it's actually a U.S. imperialist pier.
You see that logistics flow that's going to be building. That's going to start to evolve, and you'll see a new dynamic take place there before those supplies can get moving off of that. But those are two key things to kind of keep a watch on as in the coming days and weeks.
All right, Mark, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break all of this down. We appreciate it.
Okay. We might need to start actually reading soon. I'm basically done with my Fallout 76 stuff. Basically. Wait, I am done. I need to redeem my treasury, which I totally forgot to do. It's the one reason I came here. I didn't do it. Alright, TV. Put it off there. I gotta turn it off here too. Alright. 6. I need so much gold bullion though. I bought the power armor, some of it. I just need the legs. I need the legs, and I need the calibrated shocks for the legs because those increase my carry weight. But that's really expensive, and I need to get like the jetpack and shit too. But I'm more concerned with just a full suit of armor right now. I don't even know if I completed the main quest line. What is main quest line in Fallout 76? Or the problem is, like, I've done some of the like event stuff. What's in my main quest? Bureau of Tourism, key to the past, the missing link, miscellaneous. Okay. The best defense. The best defense, Hunter for Hire, the missing link, key to the past, Bureau of Tourism. The missing link. I haven't even done all the responders quest. Key to the past, that's on there too, right? I haven't even done the main quest line. The missing link. Okay, well, this is the last. The last thing for that. And then the Raiders. Key to the past is what is, yeah, what I haven't done. So I'm on like the last quest for that too, I guess. Where's the best defense? I've done these, I guess. Hunter for Hire not on here? Bureau of Tourism. Bureau of Tourism. This is secondary quest, okay. Oh, this is main too. God damn it. Alright. Quit to desktop. Okay, here's my notion on this. Okay, I think my thing is it here. There was an Economist article I wanted to read about the student protests. Yeah. Efforts to tackle student protests in America backfired badly. I want to read this about the student protests. We'll see if it actually answers any more questions. Why does it have the like Twitter link in it? Do I need this part? No. Dismissed. Okay. I don't say both Israel and Palestinian attacks. Where do your sympathies lie between the two? My sympathies are gonna rely mainly with the Palestinians, just because the Palestinians are suffering so fucking much. But in terms of where I stand generally in the conflict, I would say in the current conflict, I lean pro-Israel. Right answer, in my opinion. What? No. Oh no! You don't wait till I finish my sentence to type right opinion.
The book
like
of Revelation.
Say, oh fuck! I don't know, when you say sympathies, I'm just like, I obviously feel fucking horrible for the Palestinians because, like, I don't know. It's like I've talked to Israelis, people who know Israelis. They're like, oh, my friends are calling me from bomb shelters. It's like, okay, well, Palestinian people don't even have fucking bomb shelters, man. Like, there's a reason we talk more about the suffering Palestinians than, or we like try to justify why Palestinians are radicalized with the suffering they're going through, when we don't really try to justify why Israelis are radicalized the same way, because Palestinians are suffering a lot more. But that being said, I think Israel does have the moral authority to try to get rid of Hamas. I think that's a just goal for them to try to do after October 7th, even before October 7th, probably. So how can you lean towards Israel? What does that even mean? Do the Palestinians not deserve a state? I do think the Palestinians deserve a state, but that doesn't change. I think the only way the Palestinians are going to get a state if Hamas is gone. There is no two-state solution with Hamas. Is that truly the goal? Does it justify the enormous cost of blood? It seems like it's their goal. It seems like that's what their goal is. I don't know what else their goal would really be. Their secondary goal is probably to get rid of to release the hostages. It seems like their primary goal is just to get rid of Hamas. And does it justify the enormous cost? I mean, kinda, yeah. I mean, some level of collateral damage is obviously going to be acceptable. It sucks that it's so much, but the reason why it is so much is because of Hamas's policies of co-locating with civilians. Building tunnels, building networks of tunnels. The ostensible goal must be a true one. I mean, I just don't think any other goal makes sense with Israel's actions. I don't know, what do you suggest their goal is? What the fuck else would they locate? Their leaderships in Qatar? Literally, bro, people way underestimate how much money it costs to build these tunnels. These tunnels cost millions and millions of dollars to make. With that money, Hamas could build bases not underneath buildings, not co-locating with civilians. I never get that point. Literally. I mean, their leadership is in Qatar, but that's because their leadership doesn't want to be fucking airstriked by Israel. And obviously makes it harder for Israel to strike people in Qatar. Fuck, I gotta remember, every time I stream, I gotta pin my Discord link. I keep forgetting to do it, though. And yes, manually. Fuck, I should remember. I should remember what article passive precautions is in. What if the way to stop Hamas is not through violence? And why is the so-called eradication of Hamas a prerequisite for the Palestinian state? Because Hamas is the ruling body in Gaza, and Hamas is never going to accept an Israeli-Palestinian two-state solution. Because Hamas is literally a jihadist organization. That's why. And I don't see how you would get rid of Hamas specifically any way else than what Israel's currently doing, really. What would be an empowered Palestinian people? I mean, Israel has been giving arms to other Palestinian factions in Gaza to try to fight Hamas. I mean, it's Sons of Palestine giving arms.
So it looks like Israel is going to put anti-Hamas Palestinians in charge of Gaza aid, which is pretty much what I said in my video about J-Lots and the Sons of Palestine. You know, the one that you didn't see because YouTube demonetized it. And I actually kind of wonder if someone in the IDF was watching my videos going, oh, Tikkun Olam! We were doing Shavin Olam! We were way off! But this is good news, right? Because for a people to have a stake in their freedom, they need to have skin in the game. And for those of you who didn't watch my video because YouTube demonetized it for saying something as controversial as, hey, maybe Israel ought to arm the Palestinians so they can fight Hamas themselves and deliver aid to
It seems like, I don't know, what's the article he's reading? This is not the empowerment that I meant. How do you empower? How does Israel empower Palestinians other than this? I should take notes of this at some point. Let's put it there. Oh man, it's so fucking messy. Okay. But they're not like that messy, but I don't know. What does that mean? I just don't want to. What does it mean? What does empowering Palestinians mean other than, like, how would you empower Palestinians other than doing this without putting Israel's security, like, at significant risk? Because even clearly, like, the blockade that Gaza's under now, clearly in some ways, I mean, you could argue that there were some arbitrary restrictions, which I would probably agree. There probably were some arbitrary restrictions, right, with the Gaza blockade. But even clearly, this blockade was too loose in some ways because it allowed Hamas to construct tunnels, and it allowed Hamas to do October 7th. Clearly, the blockade didn't even work. It wasn't even tight enough. Well, it wasn't tight enough in that area. It's probably too tight in other areas. A Palestinian state, bro. I don't understand. How do you think a Palestinian state would function right now? Literally, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank are under two different authorities. You can't just make a Palestinian state overnight, forming that. Significant attempt to bolster the quality of life, and that just doesn't happen without getting rid of Hamas. I don't like let's say this is a ceasefire right now. You understand a blockade in Gaza would have to be even stricter than it is now if Hamas stayed. Like, I don't see a way for the conditions in Gaza to get better other than by getting rid of Hamas. That seems to be a necessary prerequisite. Fuck Hamas, man. Yes, true. Exactly. A significant attempt to bolster quality of life of government outside the realm of a fucking invasion. Israel is not getting rid of them. What do you mean Israel's not getting rid of them? It seems like Israel's trying to get rid of them. Fucking point blank. I mean, it seems like Israel's trying to get rid of them. It seems like it seems like Rafah is the last stronghold. They create Hamas with every blast. I mean, you can say that every dead fucking fan. It's just like it's not. It's just like you don't think, like, Hamas doesn't really exist in northern Gaza anymore. Like, Hamas is out in northern Gaza for the most part. I'll agree with you. It's like, let's say Israel killed every Hamas member. Okay, there was also a lot of collateral damage. Okay, you're right in saying that if Israel did nothing, the Hamas too, there would just be a Hamas too, right? You're not necessarily wrong in saying that. But the only way Palestinian people's lives get better if Hamas goes away first. There's sympathies lie with them, but you expect them to put their heads in the sand and die. I mean, no, I do expect Hamas to surrender, but I mean, what do you mean? Hamas isn't going anywhere. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, their power is already diminishing. Like, I mean, you can talk about some, like, struggles Israel's having. Like, as they get further inland, they are having more trouble, like, flooding tunnels, for example. They won't surrender, man. Yeah, that's why Israel is fighting them. That's why there is a war. But like sorry, I forget the exact number. How many Hamas battalions are gone? Meanwhile, the poor Palestinians fucking die. I mean, kinda. I mean, it's unfortunate, but like it's a war. Like I don't see a way their lives get better without getting rid of Hamas first. Like there's no peaceful solution with literal jihadists. God. Wait, what? Oh, someone typed in, "You are way smarter than your dad." Oh, thanks, Blake. Why? How did you get it on YouTube Shorts? Oh my god. God, you're still subscribed. Damn it. Okay. God damn it. Oh no. Should remember. God damn it. I think it's Article 40. Article 40. Article 40. Oh, passive cautions. Article 58 of Edition Protocol 1 states that defendants have an obligation to take feasible precautions to protect civilians and civilian objects under its control from the effects of so-called passive cautions. Yeah, so like, I don't... You can go into some of the stuff we read here. Like, clearly, there's evidence of Hamas failing in the passive precautions. Here we go. Here's the, like, PDF of stuff. This was from the Operation Cast Lead in 2014. Where Israel allegedly found a lot of weapons hiding in mosques. And even UNRWA itself, UNRWA has admitted 2 times that it found rockets in its schools. I think one of them was an empty school, though, but that's still a failure of passive precautions. Clearly, that is part of the reason why civilian casualties are so high. Oh no, I think my pro-Palestinian left. No one has left to rein me in. It's the Zionist echo chamber I'm in now. Oh no. Yeah, they're all gone. Okay, well, I guess it's just me and my IDF shills. Okay, this I need to do more reading on. Efforts to tackle students' protests in America have backfired badly. Police intervention at Columbia has provoked protests at other universities. Part of the reason Elijah Baker wanted to go to Columbia University, an Ivy League university in New York, was his Middle Eastern history program. He loved his first year, and he says he felt great as a Jewish student at Columbia. But since the Hamas attacked on October 7th, the atmosphere on campus has changed. Within days there were protests. He heard students calling for intifada. He kept being told, "You're interpreting it wrong." But this week there was no misinterpreting, he says. The undercut of the current anti-Semitism on campus, "We're coming for you." Other Jewish students say they were told, "Get off our campus." Jesus. University presidents are struggling with police enforcing free speech on campus. How to deal with the pro-Palestinian protest. Having seen the heads of Harvard and the University of Pennsylvania being forced to step down after their timid responses, they are trying a tougher approach. They are in danger of overcorrecting. The trigger, I don't think it's going to answer my questions I had, because I need to know. I don't actually know how broadly free speech is protected on college campuses. I don't know. I would assume like all the encampments are like illegal and stuff, but I don't know, I need to know. The trigger for the latest troubles was the clearing of police of tents and protesters at Columbia on April 18th and the arrest of more than 100 students. This was an alarming decision, wrote Jamel Jaffer from the university's Free Speech Center, adding it was not evident to us how an encampment and protest posed such a danger as to justify the escalation. According to the New York Police Department, the arrested protesters were peaceful and offered no resistance. It was so scary, says Layla Saliba, who saw the arrest. All these cops were just swarming everywhere, and we had our people in like full riot gear. Within days, another encampment sprang up at a nearby lawn. In a letter posted on Columbia's website, I don't know how to pronounce that person's, Columbia's president wrote that she asked the NYPD to intervene after other efforts failed. She did so out of an abundance of concern for the safety of Columbia's campus. The move only inflamed matters. The irony is that trying to quiet things down and assert control over the encampment, the administration releases firestorm, says David Ponzin, a law professor at the university. That firestorm spread, with the tent encampments popping up far beyond Columbia. The demands by student protesters are largely the same. Divest from endowments. Divest from endowments from Israeli firms and any weapons manufacturers that sell there, and academic partnerships with Israeli institutions, and condemn Israel's actions in the war. At Columbia, administrators elsewhere are overcoming their reluctance to call the cops. On April 22nd, nearly 50 protesters were charged with trespassing for taking part in a week-long occupation of Plaza at Yale. Protesters returned the next day. At New York University, police broke up a copycat encampment, arresting more than 130. At the University of Texas, dozens were arrested after the state troopers in riot gear swept through the campus. Non-fun streaming at my time bracket. Watch your kneecaps. I stream every day at the same time, bro. Bro, listen. Well, actually, I've been bad at streaming recently. If I'm streaming in your time bracket, maybe you should stream more consistently, man. Am I spelling it wrong? I thought it was not lying. Oh, okay.
And then,
listen, I'm fairly certain any mutual viewers would probably switch over to you. I don't even do it. I just read on stream. Not even that interesting, bro. I like reading. Hey. You do good reading. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. That's all I do right now. So it's better be good. I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't know. I need something good to read on this though. Because I would guess, like a lot of my guesses would be that like the encampments are illegal, but I don't actually know again how broadly free speech is protected. Don't actually know. These protesters belong in jail, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wrote on X. Police clashed with protesters as they attempted to clear campus at the University of Southern California. Long before the debacle of Columbia, instances of disruptive behavior put administrators on edge. In February, pro-Palestinian activists at the UC Berkeley shattered a glass door, leading to a lecture by an Israeli speaker. Weeks later, others interrupted an event at a home of Erwin Cherminsky, the dean of law school. Last year, Columbia suspended 2 pressure groups, Student for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voice for Peace, for organizing unauthorized demonstrations. The New York Civil Liberties Union has sued over the move. Equally controversial was USC's decision to cancel the graduation speech of its pro-Palestinian valedictorian, who is Muslim. The school cited safety threats. USC has since canceled all guest speakers at the commencement. Jesus Christ. Presiding over an American university was once a plum job. Now it's a minefield. On April 17th, Dr. Shafiq was the latest president to be grilled by the House Education Committee about anti-Semitism on campus. Unlike the presidents of Harvard University of Pennsylvania, who fumbled their appearances in December, Dr. Shafiq survived for now. When asked a question that both Claudine Gay, Harvard, and Elizabeth McGill at Pennsylvania had struggled with, whether calling for the genocide of Jews violated the university's code of conduct, she and her colleagues simply answered, yes, it does. Critics say, such a broad, we'll get to that later. Critics say she has not defended free speech adequately. The university's rules, wrote Mr. Jaffer, guaranteeing broad protections, even for speech that is objectifiable or offensive to some listeners. In a public letter, Dr. Sheaf exists. We cannot have one group dictate terms and attempt to disrupt important milestones like graduation to advance a point of view. Dr. Sheaf is not out of words. Donors are resistive and politicians are circling. On April 24th, House Speaker Mike Johnson visited Columbia and said calling in the National Guard would be an option. He told students who heckled him to enjoy your free speech. And described Dr. Shafiq as a very weak and impotent leader. For her part, Dr. Shafiq touted progress and talked with student protesters, raising the possibility of an internal solution. At Columbia, life is now disrupted for the majority of students not taking part in the protests. Classes have moved partially online. Helicopters circle above. The bullhorns from protesters outside the gates are so loud that students studying for the MCAT, an exam for medical school, cannot find a quiet spot for a practice test. Jesus Christ. I don't understand. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. Listen, I understand. Like there's the meme. Oh, if you're not a communist in school, what are you doing? But oh my God, how did we turn? How did we turn? Let me find a picture. The graph. Oh, I might not have it. Oh, I don't think I have it. I don't know. It's like overall, just like in the grand scheme of things. Listen, I understand like the actors. Obviously, this conflict's important because like the actors behind it, because it's the U.S. and Iran and Israel and Russia and to some extent as well. I understand that's part of what makes it important. But like overall, the number of dead in this conflict is like not that big compared to Sudan or compared to what else? I don't know, Iraq and shit. Yeah. Okay, this article didn't actually answer any of my questions. I don't know what to take notes on it. Then I don't actually answer. Didn't actually answer any of my questions. Okay. Maybe I should look into the lawsuit. There's so many tabs open now. Okay. I need to start organizing these. This can go in to targeting distinction, maybe. This is kind of turned into pretty broad stuff, so. Article heading 3. Sons of Palestine. Okay. Go to that. Okay. We just read that. Moss had. Okay. Just put some of these in the ceasefire timeline thing. Are you pro Ben Shapiro? I mean, I think Ben Shapiro's the most reasonable person at the Daily Wire, but that's not saying very much at this point. I'll put this in Dark Brandon 2024. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh, no, wait, I should put this in war crime, shouldn't I? Fuck. Nope, go back. Nope. Someone read my quote in Ben Shapiro's voice. Or someone read my quote in Ben Shapiro's voice. I can't really do a Ben Shapiro voice. I can... My voice for, like, everyone I disagree with is the exact same. And it's kind of a Ben Shapiro voice. The woke revolution is intolerant of differing beliefs of ideas, intellectual changes, or oppositions. It demands conformity, unity, and communality. Communality. I can't read that word in a Ben Shapiro voice. That's how. I don't know if you're new here. No, wait, you're not new here. Yeah. But you'll notice most of what anytime that it's Brazilian, I'll read it in kind of that voice. I'll say, what's this sentence agreement? The trigger for Lay's troubles was the clearing of police tents and protesters at Colombia on April 18th. Your voice is just not actually very Ben Shapiro. It's not fast enough. He speaks fast with pauses. I don't, yeah, I can't really. I'm really bad. I'm bad at, listen, I have a speech impediment on my own, okay? I can't speak in accents, and I can't speak in, I can't do impressions. I don't want him to take your breath away. Don't need that. Already have that. That's just a Google search. Put that here too. Put that here too. I think we already have that, yeah. And this is the specific evidence which we already have. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay. I don't actually know what's good to read on this. I need to. I'll Google after this. Okay. As anti-Semitism college campuses Semitism. I don't know how to spell it. I say potential. Okay, awesome. Google. Potential anti-Semitism on college campus has become more criticized. Colleges taking harsher approaches to the growing number of student protests. Dude, I want to avenge Shapiro said on the student protests. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I didn't even think of this. Oh, yeah, Ukraine also. Just because Bosch. Thanks, Bosch. I forgot. I haven't looked into Ukraine. Not Easter. Ukraine's army chief reports tactical retreat in the east, warns of frontline pressure. God damn it. Listen, but they should be getting irritated soon. They showed. Is this even? What is this? This is Israel stuff. Who cares? Okay. God, could you imagine? Could you imagine if Hamas never attacked Israel and I could just talk about Ukraine all day? That's where my sympathies really lie. They lie. They lie for Eastern Europe, man. I'm an Eastern European at heart. That's why I moved into Czechia. Czechia is like kind of Eastern European. It's Central Europe. I don't actually know like how much of the East. Can they show a map? From 3 villages in the embattled East. Okay, 3 villages. Most difficult situation is in Paroxo, and I don't know how to pronounce that direction. For fierce battles continue. 5 AU map. Where's the retreat? It doesn't. I don't think it has it yet. We need military seize control of an island. Let's go. I hate YouTube Shorts so much. Shoot, I need to look into that thing I bookmarked for that combines my YouTube Shorts chat and my regular YouTube chat. Because right now I don't really see the YouTube Shorts chat. Because I like being able to see my Twitch better. Because I need that. Because the Twitch alerts are more important. Because that's the only platform I'm like monetized on, right? But they could be in danger of over. Right. But it never actually. Is he the last real Democrat? Why is he doing it, dude? Oh, wait, this too. I don't understand how this guy.
How come?
How Argentina's president just has time to do so much stuff. He is the current president. He's not campaigning. He is their president.
Approval ratings have gone up, and the intention of people to vote for me has also increased. It means that the culture...
Like how many... I would understand this if Argentina was a country of like... If he was like... If he was like mayor, or if he was the president of a country the size of like a U.S. city, okay? But Argentina has what, 11 million people in it? Argentina... population 46 million. Way more than I thought, even. Jesus. How does he have so much time to interview Ben Shapiro? I don't get it. Can we get him on the Bridges podcast with Destiny? That would be awesome. These Coachella outfits are horrendous.
Well, folks, it is a Friday. You know what that means. It's time to deconstruct some culture. So, relevant. See, that's too normal. I mean, this looks like pretty much business attire, right? I think we can all guess. This one is a little bit more normal look. Your favorite.
Thanks, Ben. You're really on the front lines.
She reportedly has told Machine Gun Kelly she wants some space to rethink her decision.
Okay, I don't care enough. There's tons of Western media. Meanwhile, I don't think anything is actually proven for Argentina. And so, yeah, I don't listen. One day, maybe we'll get into the Argentina research. It's just I've seen way too many conflicting Twitter threads on it, man. I don't know what to believe. I don't know. It seems insane, though. Yeah, I don't get how he has so much time to do Western media. Country of 40. I would get it if he was campaigning, okay? Like, if you're campaigning, do media appearances, right? Like, if you're campaigning, I don't give a fuck if you do an interview with Ben Shapiro, okay? That could be, like, an actually interesting thing to see. But, like, you're the sitting president. Like, I don't get it, man. Bro, he should do, like, an interview with the BBC. It would be really funny to have a Falklands debate with him. Who is the rightful owner of the Falklands? That would be a killer thing. Can we get him on my podcast? Let's get him. Let's get, what's this? I don't remember his name. Mealy or something. Let's get him on my podcast and we'll have a Falklands debate. I'll get him on with my friend Andrew, who's British. Of course he wants the Falklands, yeah. He's like a nationalist, yeah. How do you spell his name? M-I-L-E-I. Falklands. He vows a roadmap towards Argentina's sovereignty over British-ruled Falkland Islands. I thought Argentina abandoned the idea. Listen. I mean, they kind of did once they lost, but he's like a natural nationalist. So of course he's gonna, of course he's gonna want the Falklands. Islands with Fraser own taxes rely on the United Kingdom for defense and foreign policy, are one of the 14 British overseas territories. More than 3,200 people live in the islands from more than 60 countries, according to the Falklands government website. 2013 referendum was held, asked the 1,600 residents who were eligible to vote whether they wanted to remain a British overseas territory. More than 99% of voters who cast ballots said yes. Jesus. From Reason Magazine. Let's chat. Blow me up so I can do it, so I can get him to do a Falklands debate. I don't actually hold a position on it, but I know British people who do, okay? So I mean, actually I do kind of hold a position on it. It's like, why, like, I don't think Argentina is entitled to them just because they owned it fucking 1800. It seems like 99% of people want to stay British overseas territory. I don't see that worth going to war over. Being crackdowns at protest at Colombia. Argentina does well in the, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Mealy, I think. It's really easy for liberals to say it's because of the power of markets. We just bad and liberals can say it's because of austerity. It's a perfect win. Exactly, bro. And I saw inflation was going down, but it wasn't like going down that much. Like it was, yeah. Also, I don't give a fuck about inflation. All I care about is time prices now. Okay? I've seen too many misleading graphs Is this year over a year? What is this? Increase it. Is this? It has to be year over year, right? And he doesn't even succeed in bringing down inflation. It's really joking. Yeah. Argentina's inflation is slow again as consumption weakens, analysis said. Yeah, see, look, it's fallen. Monthly inflation, Jesus. I'm so time price pilled now. Is that in my title? I think we're going to do more research on it later. Because the Cato Institute releases this really cool thing called the Simon Abundance Index. Hold on, let me go to Mark Union's Twitter. Okay, Twitter. It doesn't what? Why did it? Okay, Simon Abundance Index. 2024. It's so big. It actually saw its first growth since COVID this year, which is really big. Quantifies the measures and relationship between resources and population. The SAI converts the relative abundance of 50 basic commodities and the global population into a single value. The index started in 1980 with a base value of 100. In 2023, the SAI stood at 609.4, indicating resources have become 509.4% more abundant over the past 43 years. All commodities were more abundant in 2023. All 50 were more abundant in 2023 than in 1980. Saw its first growth since COVID. It had been going down, but we're back. We're back, baby. We're so fucking back. But yeah, I really like this because it measures percent change in time price, which is how much the average person has to work for good. Yeah, and the percentage change in abundance. Like this is, to me, so much more meaningful than just saying like the price of McDonald's went up 5% last month. Like, who gives a fuck? All I care about is time prices and change in abundance, man. They give 6 good reasons. Okay, cool, awesome. Well, let me zoom out. Do this. Percentage change in abundance. Oranges. Oh no, oranges. Okay, real quick. We're reading the time price supremacy part. First, time prices contain more information than money prices do. Since innovation lowers prices and increases in wages, time prices more fully capture the benefit of valuable new knowledge and the growth in human capital. To look at just prices without also looking at wages only tells half the story. Time prices make it easier to see the whole picture. Second, time prices transcends the complications associated with converting nominal prices to real prices. Time prices avoid subjective and disputed adjustments such as the consumer price index, the GDP deflator or implicit price deflator, the personal consumption expenditure index, and the purchasing power parity. Time prices just use a nominal price and a nominal hourly income at each point in time, so inflation adjustments are not necessary. Third, time prices can be calculated in any product with any currency, any time and place. This means you can compare the price of bread in France in 1850 to the price of bread in New York in 2023. Analysts are also free to select from a variety of hourly income rates to use as a denominator when calculating prices. Fourth, time is an objective and universal constant. As the American economist George Gilder noted, the International System of Units, SI, established 7 key metrics, 6 of which are bounded in one way or another by the passage of time. As the only irreversible element in the universe, with directionally imparted by the thermodynamic entropy, time is the ultimate frame of reference for almost all measurable values. Fifth, time cannot be inflated or counterfeited. It is both fixed and continuous. Sixth, we have perfect equality of time with exactly 24 hours in a day. As such, we should be comparing time inequality, not income inequality. When we measure differences in time inequality instead of income inequality, we get a more positive view of the global standards of living. Yeah. these 6 reasons make using time prices superior to money prices for measuring resource abundance. Time prices are elegant, intuitive, and simple. They are the true prices we pay for things we buy. It's so based. It's so based. I love it so much. Versus we compare that. Let me go to more. Oh, you guys have. Oh, this is. Yeah. I love Jeremy adjusted for inflation. Horpeedle. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. God. More Perfect Union, okay? Listen, I'm basically a sock dem, so I like a lot of what More Perfect Union stands for, but sometimes they just post misleading shit, and that makes me upset. Oh, you know what I found out? I think I talked about this earlier in stream, but this surprised me. Our housing crisis in the US, compared to other countries, isn't even that bad, which surprised me. Like, we're the lowest bar in here. Up until recently, where we barely beat out Italy. Like, we're the lowest bar, okay? Out of the G7 countries, house price to income ratio, we're the lowest. But housing is a big problem. Eventually, we might react. I don't know. Copeland, you're probably the only one here right now, I think. But there's this podcast that we've watched a little bit of them before called 3 Walks, and they're in economics. They just hosted a debate about what is the solution to housing crisis. Is it market liberalization or is it public subsidies for housing? Which I think it's a good discussion to have, but it's kind of stupid just because I hate this girl so much. I don't actually hate her. She's mostly good. I know too much about economics now. But they keep posting the same shit. Where is the Subway sandwiches? Oh, I can't even do my... God damn it. Oh wait, did ads just run? God damn it, I need to pee again. And ads just ran. Should have gone while they were actually running. Damn it. I'm not gonna make it fun. But they posted this graph that was fast food inflation, and it showed the price of McDonald's going up. It's I don't actually care. I don't actually care. All I care about is time prices, okay? That's all I care about. When Austrians try to tell me, Jesus, Cope the Knock, you'll appreciate this. I'm not gonna be able to find a video. But there was this YouTube short I saw that someone linked. You might have been here for it, where it was an Austrian talking. He's if you think about it, innovation puts downward pressures on prices. So the natural trend of prices is for things to go down. It's very unusual that things get more expensive. The only reason they get more expensive is because of central banks and they print money. Bitch, things have been getting less expensive because you're only looking at prices and not wages. Okay, the time prices of things have fallen dramatically. I only care about time prices. Why? I don't understand why they give a fuck about the nominal dollar. Well, I do understand, because if you tell people that, it makes it sound scary. You can go on a podcast and people don't know shit about economics, so you can just lie to them and say things have been getting more expensive, and the only reason they get more expensive is because of central banks. But if you look at time prices, they've been falling pretty dramatically. Okay. Anyways, that's my rant about Austrians. Actually, I posted one more thing. I posted on my Instagram story. Austrians be like, the market coordinates time with interest. How about you coordinate your interest into getting bitches? But nobody thinks about this stuff anyway. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that nobody thinks about it. I think this was a killer insult. I don't even know much about the Austrian interest theories, but I think this was good. But don't ask me how many. Don't ask me if I'm a virgin or not. I'm definitely not. I get so many bitches. You don't even know, bro. Don't even know. Yeah. Art really is the problem that nobody thinks about, but it's not like anybody ever. I mean, well, listen. God, me and my teacher used to talk a lot about a perfectly educated world. How good things would be in a perfectly educated world, okay? If everybody knew about the Phillips curve. A perfectly educated world. And like how good the decisions we could make then, you know, it's like so many things wouldn't be a problem in a perfectly educated world. I'm your favorite streamer? That's wild, dude. Dude, oh man, that's crazy. Wow. Is this your first time popping in on stream? I haven't seen you before. Well, that's the issue. Yeah. Listen, once we all get ChatGPT in our brains, I know every Frank Ocean link. Why are you watching here? Why aren't you watching on YouTube Shorts, man? Okay, I need to pee. Fuck. Nope. Hold on. We'll play that. You know, we'll put the Trump train on too. All right, I'll be back. Was at a band party last night and they... What? I love that song. I love that song so much. Anyways. Oh no. Oh, God damn it, he's back. What's the latest on the Rafah invasion? Israel, it looks like Israel's planning on doing it. They haven't done an actual ground invasion yet, but it looks like they're trying to negotiate more for potential hostage release with Hamas. B, looks like they're setting up encampments in like tent cities in con units for people in Rafah to go to once they start their ground invasion. And C, I think they started doing like some limited airstrikes in Rafah already. Yeah. Oh, they just did one. 13 killed, several wounded. Israel airstrikes Rafah. Yeah. That's what it looks like. That's what's going on in Rafah right now, looks like. Hamas media outlet puts a death count at 15. Oh wait, hold on. I want to check. Source said this included an agreement to accept the release of fewer than 40 hostages in exchange for releasing Palestinians held in jail into a second phase of truce and inclusive sustained calm. Yeah. I think previously Hamas wanted Israel to withdraw from northern Gaza for any ceasefire. It'll be interesting to see if they keep demanding that Israel demand if they demand that Israel withdraw from northern Gaza, which Israel previously drew like a red line at before, rightly so, because it would just mean Hamas would be able to reestablish itself in northern Gaza and cause a whole new shit show. Okay. I don't know. Okay. I just Google it. Okay. What free speech is protected on college campus? There's got to be like recent articles about this. Are encampment protests legal? Encampments violate school policies. Goldwater Institute. College student encampments are spreading and serve as a blatant illustration of the immaturity of entitled generation of college students. Okay. Might be starting off a little biased here. Wait, Carter, are you still here? Farther. Farther. Farther, knock knock, farther. I don't think Farther's here. Okay, listen, we might be starting off a little biased here, but you know, maybe they'll no, okay. Are there what you go to NC State, right? Are there any protests happening there? UNC students can't. Carter, can you do? You should join them, Carter. Yeah, that's one right now actually really big about Palestine. Why aren't you there with them, Carter? Why are you complicit in the genocide of Palestinian people, Carter? What the hell, Carter? What does your dad think about it? Central purpose of the campaign to meet the demands of the present moment in the center of Palestine and call attention to the university's participation in the genocide of Gaza. More than a dozen tents and 100 people fill the middle of Polk Place. Why aren't you there, Carter? Why are we camped out? We're standing solidarity with the people of Palestine. We want UNC to comply with our demands for justice. Acknowledge the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Full transparency of UNC investments. Divestment from companies complicit in genocide. And UNC study abroad programs to Israel. 6,000 followers. Carter, I don't see you in any of these Instagram posts. Intifada Revolution. Okay, awesome, dude. God, how, dude? End the occupation. I should go to them, guys. I should see if there's any close to me. Got homework? Have they have they done anything about it? Or are they just letting it happen for now? Like, have they are the other universities have called the cops and stuff? Whoa, 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 whoa. Tips and donations are highly encouraged. All proceeds will go towards the El Saudi family to safely evacuate Gaza. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we supporting the ethnic cleansing of Palestine now? Is that what we're doing? We're supporting the ethnic cleansing of the El Saudi family? What the hell? Can't believe we're doing that now, chat. What the freak? I don't want to dox myself, but I want to look up Palestine protests near me. I want to go to some, baby. And do some debate poetry. It wouldn't be debate poetry though, because realistically, I'm not that educated on it, right? I mean, surely the protesters have notes like this, right? Let's go to my YouTube channel. Not that much, man. But I don't know. I feel like it'd be because really, I still don't really know that much or anything. Surely they know more than all of us. I mean, they're protests. Yeah, exactly. That'd be if I could figure out how to do IRL streams decently. How far away is UNC from me? I think it's a 3-hour drive, which I wouldn't do. Also, I can't drive. Oh, it's only an hour, 13 minutes. Oh, damn. Am I allowed to go there from not a college? I mean, what are they going to do? It's campus is clearly already in chaos. What, they're going to fucking ID me? I want to show my solidarity with the Palestinian people, bro. I don't want to. I'm doxing myself right now. Get a driver's license. I need it. Listen, I'm too busy streaming, bro. I'm on the grind. Unfortunately, this is the grind I'm addicted to. Palestine protests near me. Find a protest. Okay, hold on. Well, I don't think there's any super close to me. Can't do my debate perfectly. Goddamn. What the freak? All right. Want to stay to protest on the sidewalk? Fine. Invite speakers to support your views? Carry on. Don't attend a speech you don't want to hear. Also, protected form of expression. One of my teachers told me about this. He went to. This might have been at Harvard. It might have been at somewhere else. They didn't allow like communist speakers on campus or something. So like what they would do here you would have the campus, right? And there's like a gate around the campus, and here you would have the protesters. These are the protesters, okay? And they would just get the speaker to speak on the other side of the wall. This is this speaker. And they would just have the protesters here. The crowd here. Well, the speaker was on this side of the wall. So it's all technically fine. Run over security. Jesus fucking Christ, what? Run over a security guard, stab another student in the eye. Was it like intentional or? Why doesn't bypass paywalls cleans get around this? I am a Jew. Was it because you're a Jew? Or is it because you're pro-Israel? There is a difference. Yells refuse to take action against students glorifying violence, chanting resistance is justified, celebrating the resistance success, fundraising for Palestinian anarchist fighters on the front lines of their resistance. In more recent days, the school has allowed students to run roughshod over the most basic policies against posturing. What do all these students illegally protesting accomplish exactly? Nothing, really. But I don't know. I mean, it kind of matters. It matters to a point, but not for literally, not for the amount of effort they're going through. Okay, like to some extent, okay, public support matters in these kind of things. So like colleges, putting pressure on colleges to like divest or to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Okay, that can have some effects. But are those like relatively minor effects worth an encampment that might get you arrested and that's illegal and that yeah, it's like almost it's like just not worth it. Wait, hold on a second. I think my YouTube Shorts chat. God, I hate YouTube Shorts. Please use a keyframe frequency 4 seconds or less. Current keyframes are not being sent enough, which can cause buffering. I don't know how to do that. Okay, but my YouTube short chat is showing up now. Is this still showing up or is this broken? I don't know, who knows? It might be broken. Whatever. Honestly, more people are probably coming from YouTube Shorts than YouTube anyway, so... Pitch tents on lawns and refuse to move. These are First Amendment violations and more warrant police action, even perhaps suspension and expulsion. Free speech is good. Free speech is good. Earlier this week, NPR asked Daniel Jeremiah, Chancellor of the Vanderbilt University, where he draws the line between free speech and legitimate protest. A group of Vanderbilt students recently ran over a security guard. I mean, but you can run over a security guard in a protest that is on the whole lawful and free speech, right? It's just that one action could be illegal, obviously. On their way to occupying an administrative building and refusing to leave, the students sent the guard to the hospital, and his injuries kept him out of work for 2 weeks. One student broke a window in the building. NVR called this a complex topic because protests have been central to history-making movements. Jeremiah was direct. Causing industry and property damage are not protected forms of speech. When it comes to protests, Jeremiah, I don't know how to pronounce this. Jeremiah, I'm assuming, Jeremiah, says universities will determine the time, manner, and way in which it's done. This is an important message for college officials today as the measures of the boundaries of the First Amendment. What started as an encampment at Columbia University last week has spread over a set of student riots across the U.S. By April 24, students were pitching tents on the ground at Harvard, University of Michigan, University of Texas, University of Southern California, and more. These are not peaceful protests. I hate that word peaceful, okay? Because they can be peaceful but still illegal, right? I don't necessarily consider an encampment a violent form of protest, but it is probably illegal, right? A Jewish student at Columbia was punched in the face. Well, obviously that's violent, but a Jewish student at Yale was stabbed in the eye. Many rioters were seen wearing masks and setting up tents despite warnings that at their camps violate university policies. At Emerson, students blocked the right-of-way near Boston, defying local ordinances. Police arrested more than 100 individuals. Protecting free expression on college campus is essential to helping students succeed. Jesus fucking Christ. Taking that one again, chat. Is essential to helping students succeed. Students should be allowed to speak and be heard in public areas of school grounds such as sidewalks and lawns. Expression should not be condoned off the so-called free speech zones. As the University of Chicago Committee on Free Speech Expression wrote in a statement adopted by more than 100 colleges and universities, it's not a school's job to protect individuals from ideas from which they disagree. But no one on campus should be allowed to shut down another individual school program, preventing them from delivering a lecture or teaching a class. Neither should individuals automatically be absolved from committing physical assaults or damaging property. College officials must maintain order. You generally should admire the confidence of protesters. You can imagine how much it takes to drop on a guy and yell about genocide while doing the absolute bare minimum research. I am jealous. I admire them the same way I admire reaction streamers. Okay, I'm so jealous of their ability to do that. To be fair, I do reaction content. Like I'm just I'm so jealous. Takes so much courage to be pro-Palestinian, man. And should individuals be automatically absolved from committing physical assaults or damaging property, college officials must maintain order inside school buildings and on any part of campus where individuals are breaking school codes or violating the law. They're working to enact a reform no state lawmakers protect expression. I don't know if I like First Amendment expression areas. That seems kind of dumb. I'm really curious where like a lot of these people will be even a year from now. Like, because I think a lot of them are just going to stop caring. And I wonder if a lot of them will just stop caring in a year. be like, oh, I wonder if they'll think it's cringe that they did that, or if they, thought it was, if they still think it's like right that they did that, and they just stopped caring as much. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. What listens are taxpayers paying for? I know I'm muted. Okay, I fixed it. Biden student loan point 60. Taxpayers will inherit this neglect. When was this written? Free speech on college campuses designated speakers, places for speakers and protesters, sometimes requiring advanced registration and permission to use. More than 2/3 of public colleges and universities surveyed maintain speech codes. So-called free speech zones on campuses have faced increasing and successful challenges in recent years, according to the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. Over the years, courts have held that such zones cannot be placed in far-off locations with the intention of hiding the speaker from most students. Some administrators argue that noise or congestion in central areas interferes with the education mission or student movement. Courts will determine if those reasons are legitimate or simply backdoor methods of preventing speech. Another legal challenge to free speech zones: if administrators do not treat all speakers equally in the rules for the use of the zone, they may violate free speech on campus. Student publication protected as free speech, I'd imagine. Tinker Des Moines established principle: student journalists and other student speakers, schoolhouse speakers, including faculty, have the first full amendment protections, except when the actions substantially disrupt the educational process or intrude on the rights of others, which these protests are absolutely doing. I had to do a school project on this. I can't goddamn it, I can't access it. Because the school fucking shut down my account. Which reminds me, I have to DM someone so I can get notes from them, because the school shut down my fucking account before I got my notes. But as a general principle that free speech, students and faculty are generally protected. Except for when they, what's the term, substantially disrupt the educational process or intrude on the rights of others. Probably not. I should say, nah. I don't know. Like, if you're literally going through the effort to set up a full as illegal encampment, why are you doing that in your college campus and telling your college to, like, call for a ceasefire? Why don't you do that, like, in Washington, D.C.? I feel like that would be more effective. I guess that would be the case. What the hell? Why? Death penalty. Why is this? Forgot I had this fucking extent. Thank you, Jay Schlatt. Why? That extension hasn't been working. I don't know why it just started working. I don't know if I trust democracy now. I need like a legal analysis. This seems unhinged.
Wait, what? What? Wait. What?
How do I get rid of this?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nurmi Sheikh.
Protests against Israel's assault on Gaza have rocked campuses from
I don't know. I totally forgot I even had that extension. It hasn't been working for the longest time. I don't know when it started working again.
coast to coast over the past week.
I don't even know where it is.
Intensifying police crackdown.
How do I disable it?
At the University of Texas in Austin, school officials called in local and state police, including some on horseback, who violently broke up a student encampment on campus. At least 50 people were arrested, including at least one journalist. Some faculty at UT Austin are going on strike today to protest the police crackdown. Meanwhile, the Gaza Solidarity encampment at Columbia University continues a week after over 100 students were arrested in a failed attempt by the university administration to clear the demonstration. University President Minouche Shafik had set on Tuesday a midnight deadline to reach an agreement on clearing an encampment, but the school extended negotiations for another 48 hours. On a visit to campus Wednesday, House Speaker Mike Johnson called on Shafik.
ChatGPT. Give me things to read about the legality of the recent student protest and encampments. Or also, I just want to see. I forgot. What's NRK Live doing? I'm just curious. Oh, he's just playing video games? What the hell? Open discussion. Killing zombies and talking about whatever you want. You may play other games. Oh, he's not even live. Gotta hate Twitch ads. Hold on. They don't even. It's playing if I don't leave the tab open.
Coral.
Oh, let's play another one. Yep, that's what I wanted. Thanks, man. Okay, ChatGPT is useless. Gemini. Look, Gemini's actually useful. U.S. University should respect right to protest from Human Rights Watch. And the crackdown on peaceful protests. I love that.
We're gonna re-download for who sort of went down like this MGTOW like incel arc, and there was a lot of data that was brought to my attention that was interpreted many different ways. And one of the major like sort of data points was that domestic violence, specifically towards women in the United States, was on a downward trend from the late 80s all the way up until 2006, in which there
What are
was
they
a
talking
spike,
about right now?
and then there was a downward trend again all the way up until about 2014. And in 2014, we've seen domestic violence towards women in the United States specifically increasing year on year. And the amount of domestic violence increasing towards women year on year has been an average at this point of about 7%, while the amount of domestic violence towards women in lesbian relationships or people who don't identify with gender binaries in those sort of relationships has increased by like almost 40%. So it seems like to me that women are
Where's the thing I was
becoming,
reading? I
like,
need
I
it.
think women are being socially conditioned to be more attracted to people with toxic personality traits that are more likely to be abusive in their relationship.
So I'm curious how like based on that data you're getting from like point A to point B. So you're saying that there's an increase in these.
I don't care about domestic violence. Not right now. I need to read some of this stuff too. Hamas kills aid workers to manufacture Gaza food crisis. Fatah charges. Hello, there we go. Fatah TV anchor reported that Hamas has attacked aid workers, stolen food and water, and caused food prices to skyrocket in the Gaza Strip. Guys, I will not. I'll only trust Fatah when they go against Hamas. This is when I will trust my Fatah propaganda. The Palestinian propaganda. The Palestinian political faction Fatah has charged on air that Hamas had deliberately killed aid workers, stolen aid, and manufactured a food crisis in Gaza, according to a Palestinian Media Watch PMW investigation published on Sunday. A Fatah TV anchor reported that Hamas attacked aid workers, stolen food. This is just the same thing, which Hamas said which PMW said constituted a triple crime. Hamas's persecution of any party who was the source of distributing the humanitarian aid or securing it began from the start of the war, as Hamas persecuted well-known figures of teams of volunteers on the ground in mid-October 2023. The anchor said it attacked and killed some of them for two reasons. Firstly, to prevent any activity by any other party in the Gaza Strip, and second, to ensure Hamas control over the aid and storage, which of course leads to crazy, unreal prices that no one can pay in the shadow of this destruction. After the occupation bombed storehouses controlled by Hamas, the accumulation of tons of various food and aid products that Hamas had taken exclusively over became clear at a time when the Gaza Strip is suffering from hunger. Following the anchor's comments, footage from an Al Jazeera interview played with such a woman in the enclave complaining that the aid isn't reaching all people because the aid is all to their own homes. Let Hamas catch me and shoot me and do whatever they want. What is this? Testimony of a Gazan civilian. Oh, I've seen this before. How do I... God, okay. I should include this too. Oh my. Gaza civilian says Hamas steals aid. IDF call. God damn it. Here we go. Okay. Wedge tape of Gazan telling IDF that Hamas steals aid. Why do they put this goofy ass filter on it? Okay, awesome. After the occupation bombed storehouses controlled by Hamas, the accumulation of tons of various foods and aid products that Hamas had taken exclusively over became clear at a time when the Gaza Strip was suffering from hunger. Oh, here's the actual video. Following Anchor's comments, footage from Al Jazeera interview was played, which showed a woman in the enclave complaining that the aid isn't reaching all people because the aid is all to their own homes. Let Hamas catch me and shoot me and do what they want. Despite a surplus of evidence indicating that Hamas is stealing, do we really count this as a surplus of evidence? The European Union's foreign policy chief claimed that last month that Israel is not doing enough to ensure sufficient humanitarian aid for Gaza, though both those things can be true. In April, the White House also claimed that Israel had not done enough to ensure that humanitarian aid was entering Gaza. Palestinian civilians claimed to the IDF, the Jerusalem Post reported in January, alongside the recording and civilian testimonies. No, this is just the article we already have. Okay. The one recorder. Okay, so we should say Baton News anchor recently claimed, and we'll link to this. Hamas had committed a triple crime of stealing food, killing aid workers, and something else. I forgot what it was. Aid workers, stolen food, and caused food. Okay. Triple crime of killing aid workers, stealing aid, causing the price of food to skyrocket. I guess I'll include this quote in here too. One reporter Gaza's civilian testified that Hamas murdered his cousin because he tried to seek help from UNRWA. In another conversation, civilian said he did not want to leave his home because he fears Hamas will seize it and use the property to fire towards Israel and Israel's house. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh has previously pushed for Islamic groups to make donations to Gaza as a form of financial jihad against Israel. Dear brothers and sisters, let us call this financial jihad. The Islamic nation does not make donations. Haniyeh told on a conference in Qatar. It's not just a humanitarian issue, despite the immense importance Gaza's need. For any aid it can get, this is financial jihad. We should revive this principle of Islamic jurisprudence in our Islamic nation, the notion of waging jihad in one's life and one's money. True. The IDF also alleges to have recorded phone calls. A Gazan civilian. Hamas tried to steal aid from World Central Kitchen. Hamas steals UNRWA food, kills civilians who ask for aid. I also allege another call with Gazans show civilians are worried Hamas will attack them for receiving aid and that Hamas could seize their home for military purposes. God, Hamas burn. What up, white flags on the way? No, those don't seem to work, do they, Israel? You shot your own hostages there, buddy. When will you get rid of them? Why should we get rid of them? Why don't you get rid of them yourselves? True. Good one, IDF officer. Because they kill us. They killed my cousin yesterday. Why? Because he went to UNRWA. Your cousin went to UNRWA yesterday. Yes. Where did it? This happened in Jabalia? No, they killed him in Rafah. In Rafah? Yes. Did Hamas kill him there? He just said so. Yeah. Yes. That's why we're eliminating them, Hamas and Jabalia. And that's why we ask you, the civilians, to evacuate to ensure nothing happens to you. Awesome. Gazan civilians were testified to other officers of the IDF Unit 504 how Hamas murdered Gazan civilians who tried to get help from UNRWA. And Hamas terrorists steal food. Okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Honestly, we just saw that one. Hamas will seize it. Okay, we haven't heard this one yet. God, I actually can't stand the stupid filters they put on this. It's not even in English anyway, so I'll always read the captions. But there's an issue that they say you need to leave, but I will talk to you in an hour. Man, explain it to them, everyone. Understood, understood. They, Hamas, want us to leave our home so they can take control of them in order to shoot at you. Yes, understood. Us, as long as we're in our homes, because our homes are on the front lines, you understand. We keep our homes so that no one takes over them. Understood. They want the houses to get through, to get out. Taking that one again, chat. They want the houses to get out through them, to break the walls, and to get through them. Where are these people? For October 7th, international donors aware how much their donations being stolen. Do they even care? You can run these extensive investigations. I mean, there's a... God. I actually had more evidence. More good evidence. The problem is no one... Like, what pro-Palestinian person is going to believe that? Like, literally. Like, I don't think that you could... Like, any pro-Palestinian would be convinced because they would just see it was released by the IDF and say, IDF propaganda? That's IDF propaganda. Why do you believe... That's fucking AI generated, dude. It's fucking AI... Didn't you see Israel's using AI in this war? It's AI generated, dude. That's what I'd be worried about. I might join these people. Because I don't know what they're talking about right now. But I don't really care about domestic violence, but... God, there was that one good article about the student protest. I was literally on it. I don't know where it went. I'm checking my history right now. I don't know, we might look at some of this. I swear, there was like an article that went through at least like some of the things that I wanted to learn. Okay. Oh, let me go to the YouTube VOD. Awesome. Cool. Woohoo. Awesome. I love YouTube. The best streaming platform. Biggest streaming platform right now. Woohoo. Awesome, dude. It's not that. It's not that. That was assignment abundance. Oh, Trump train. It wasn't a Goldwater thing. It was this. Freedom Form. There it is. There we go. Okay, we're gonna read this and then I'll probably maybe talk to that one guy or the people. Yeah. Hell yeah. And then I'm assuming they'll stop dreaming before I do, so then we'll go back to reading. How is free speech today on public university and college campuses, and how free should it be? Surveys report that social media's megaphone with students often focus on what should be or what should not be said in the name of fairness, diversity, and inclusion, the landscape for free speech on college campuses has changed. The First Amendment, well, it's going to be different now because I'm assuming this was written before with Palestinian stuff. First Amendment campus conflicts once entered on administration, limiting campus speech for the content of students' publication of speech codes and free speech zones. Now, new and urgent issues include so-called safe spaces, trigger warnings, advance alerts, or exclusion of material topics seen as offensive, disturbing, or insulting to some. Each semester also brings a flurry of protests over guest speakers invited to campus, ranging from a vocal protest to attempts to avert the speaker from delivering remarks or participating in a program. College universities are bound by the First Amendment. Okay, the First Amendment applies only to government entities, which include public colleges and universities. So I should probably write that down. Public universities are bound by the First Amendment, obviously. The rules around free speech in private universities are a little more complicated. If a private institution voluntarily declares free speech protected, it is bound by that promise. Some state laws provide free speech protection for students and at times for student press freedom, even at private colleges. And some states have laws extending protections to students in private colleges. I thought my browser wasn't muted, and I thought you guys were hearing my Midwest emo, but you're not, don't worry. God damn it. To what extent does the First Amendment protect free speech on college campuses? Let's take a look at several issues regarding free speech on college campus. Regulating free speech on college campuses. Can speech on college campuses be regulated by speech codes? I guess I'll targeting 3. Speech codes. Actually, how long is this? Nah, I won't do headings. I'll just do. Let's do bullet points. Speech codes are rules or policies to try to regulate free speech and free expression. They may often be found in student handbooks or university regulations or even state laws, and have gained ground in recent years, from banning obscene speech and threats to also address gender-based harassment and hateful speech directed at racial minorities and LGBT communities. In addition to punishing certain speech, they may require trigger warnings when sensitive or controversial topics are introduced in a classroom or in other campus conversations. Speech codes regulate free speech on college campuses by requiring trigger warnings for potentially offensive content and banning certain. When are you going to take notes on who has the biggest boobs? How many female prime ministers does Israel have? Has Israel had any female prime ministers? I feel like they have had, yeah. Oh, I just googled female. Hold on. Israel female prime minister. And only female. Okay. They've only had one female prime minister? I mean, I guess she wins by default, right? How many female prime ministers Israel. It's the only woman to serve as female woman to serve as Prime Minister of Israel. Okay. I mean, it's female. Can they just add like another column to this list? Cup size. Carter, you're still here? You should see the haircuts that my friend sent me. I need input, okay. It's funny because she sent me really attractive men. And I'm not that, is the thing. So I don't know. I don't know if these I don't know. Gee. I don't know, man. Okay. Legal backing for such courts often cites court decisions, including U.S. Supreme Court rulings, those ones that establish exceptions to free speech for things like obscenity, defamation, fighting words, and true threats, which neither contribute to the expression of ideas nor have any value for society. These can be generally protected by... What do you think of Joe Biden taxing the American people and giving it to climate change hoaxers? Well, I don't think he's giving it to climate change hoaxers. I think he's giving it. I mean, he's providing subsidies to green energy, but we should all be cool with that. I mean, I understand you think it's a hoax, but it seems like the evidence is pretty clear that it's not a hoax, right? In terms of taxing the American people, I mean, I would say there may be more efficient ways that he could go about tax policy. Like, I'm not a big fan of the capital gains tax. Like, he wants to increase the capital gains tax. I'm not a huge fan of capital gains tax. I think capital gains tax is at the end of the day, it's a double tax that disincentivizes saving. And like, it's not that great of a tax to do. I think we should try to do more efficient types of taxation. Yeah. Based. See, I can never tell if Kick viewers are trolling or not because there are so many legitimately insane people on Kick, and there aren't a ton of normal people, but there are a lot of trolls on Twitch or on Kick too. So like, it's possible to tell if people are trolling or not. But set limits on free speech for things like defamation, fighting words, and true threats. I just got fought. Did you actually, Carter? Best fucking decision of your life, bro. It's free with Twitch Prime? Oh. That makes sense then. I doesn't say you got it. Well, I guess it's probably not on Steam. It's on whatever fucking Twitch launch here bullshit. Whatever. Microsoft Store. Awesome. Hi, get fucked though. You don't have Fallout first. I pay for Fallout first. So I have the scrap box. It won't affect you too much in the early game. But you're going to be over encumbered a lot, bro. Fallout 76 is the best game ever made. You know what's funny, Carter? I'm level 100 something. I have most of the best power armor in the game. I just don't have the legs. Because the legs I have right now increase my carry weight. So if I get the better legs, they decrease my carry weight, and I need the carry weight. And I still haven't completed the main quest. I have literally the best melee weapon and the best power armor, and I have not completed the main storyline yet. And I have like the best perk cards too. You'll like it though, Carter. It has a lot of gay stuff in it. They gave everyone, actually you might not have it because you didn't play in June, but in June they gave everyone pride flag stuff. They gave everyone pride flag banner icons, and they gave everyone pride flag like actual flags that you can put down in your camp. There's a big trans flag outside of my camp because I'm an ally like that. Just like XQC. But speech code's opponents have had success. Oh wait, obscenity. That's the one I should add. Because you're a chaser. That is absolutely true. I think my kick viewer left. They never stick around. It's probably not worth it to stream to kick. Because I'm taking up more bandwidth of my YouTube short stream now. Carter, have you heard of Clapper? The app Clapper, and that's like a TikTok clone. I've been uploaded into Clapper. Clapper doesn't have a proper website. It just tells you to download the. It just tells you to download the. Yeah. The shit on Google Play. But I'm popping off on Clapper right now, bro. I actually think some of like my followers are probably bots because it doesn't. I don't even make that much sense that I've gotten so many followers and likes and not a single comment. And I don't think there's much of realistically, I don't think that's that big of an audience for the type of like reels I make. Like, who really gives a fuck about NGDP targeting? Are you really telling me that 800 people watched a reel about NGDP targeting? And then like 30 people liked, not a single person left a comment? Really? Please stop talking. Thanks, Carter. Have you heard of Clapper though? Is Clapper the new app, or is there? You're the in the know person when it comes to this stuff. Okay, you need to tell me what's the new app going to be if TikTok gets banned. But speech code opponents have always had success in asking courts to strike down such campus rules as vague or applied too widely, thus chilling free speech more than protecting a vulnerable group. Even opponents to such codes concede that the regulations are often adopted in pursuit of admirable goals, countering racism and discrimination, and combating sexual harassment. But critics say far too often such codes run afoul of First Amendment protections by attempting to regulate viewpoints or punish expression that, while offensive to some, represents disparate viewpoints. Courts continue to consider the question of free speech on college campus in conflict with new university speech policies. For example, biased teams investigate potentially biased speech on campus. Such teams usually usually administrators, but sometimes include campus police, track and investigate reports of bias according to each university's definition of term. And many teams have authority to recommend discipline. Although federal circuit courts have ruled that the teams operate within university authorities, well, two circuits say they chill. Have ruled that teams operate within university authority. Okay. Well, two circuits say they chill student speech. Okay. Fuck. There have been times, however, where these speech codes were found to have been too broad or too broad or wide selectively, and thus struck down in circuit courts. I will add, in a recent protest, it seems protections may actually be too broad, as we've seen an increasing amount of open anti-Semitism and at encampments by students with some colleges little to combat to combat it. Okay. Can college regulate free speech and social media? Man, thank God I'm out of school right now. Assad would be coming for me. Most college students today have grown up surrounded by social media, and an enormous amount of their speech takes place in digital platform. Freedom Fellow Lata noted in 2017 report, not found that courts across the nation have sometimes taken contradictory positions on a receive authority college administrators to discipline, punish, or expel students based on the content of other social media posts. Lacking U.S. Supreme Court decision discussing the regulation of college campus speech, scholars have raised concerns that lower courts deciding campus speech may look to cases involving public high schools. Okay. The lack of a Supreme Court ruling colleges' ability to punish students for social media speech circuit courts have given conflicting decisions. I know there's cases about high school, which I just mentioned. One outstanding case may come from a 2021 a high school's bogus social media post. The Supreme Court held that officials could not punish speech on social media that originated off campus, outside school hours, and well discussed at school, did not disrupt classes. Supreme Court has ruled that high schools cannot punish students for social media content that originated off campus, outside school hours, and did not disrupt classes. What's your favorite philosopher? I'm not like super into it. I don't. It'd be kind of hard to pick a favorite one. I would say. I don't know. I would say Sam Harris has definitely had the biggest impact on my life. And he's the philosopher who's like stuff I most read. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I haven't read that much, like, I guess, primary source philosophy. I don't know, maybe. I mean, I'm inclined to agree with John Locke on a lot of natural right stuff. So, there's that. But I haven't, like, actually, like, I haven't read that much, like, John Locke. I'm probably the only person who wouldn't roast you for saying Sam Harris. Well, thank you, man. If Carter's still here, he'll roast me. But like, I don't know. Like I haven't like I'm trying to think of what primary source John Locke stuff I have read. It's just been like the only like actual primary John Locke I read would have been like fucking school assignments that had like DBQs, document based questions that have John Locke as a source in there. But I should. I don't even remember. Yeah. What did I should read Wealth of Nations at some point. Wealth of Nations is a really long book though, but yeah, I don't know. What John Locke natural rights? What did he Where did he actually write down? Like, what book is natural rights from? The Two Treasuries of Government. How long is this? 401 pages. God damn it. I don't know. But I'm generally inclined like I don't know, Enlightenment philosophers are gonna be pretty close to mine. Don't read primary source philosophy. It just sucks. I just finished an essay on metaphysics for class and it was horrible. I would imagine. I don't know. That I would say, and John Locke, and maybe Adam Smith. I mean, Adam Smith is also kind of considered an economist, obviously, but he was kind of sort of the first economist, right? You like Karl Popper? I've heard of him before. I feel like if I see something he's wrote, I probably recognize him. I don't recognize him. I'm lying. Scientific method, empirical. Oh, true, based. Oh, this one gets something to read. It's probably too long to actually read the full thing of, but Open Society, I've heard of that one. And its enemies is a good book, although parts of it of Plato and Hegel are highly criticized. But the critiques of Marxism, yeah. I should read that one. This would definitely be the one I'm most likely to read. Hold on, let me just write it down there. I don't really have philosophy. What did Dark Brand in 2024? Why are you voting for Joe Biden? Oh, well, Karl Popper in his famous book, Open Society Has Enemies. I think there's another... I gotta go all the way up in this message thread. Okay, awesome. Yep, I definitely want to download it. Pretty long, but I was reading it during quarantine in high school, so I had a little time in the world, yeah. We'll read this at some point. Only 23 pages. George Soros is a big fan of Karl Popper. That's why his foundation is called Open Society or whatever, yeah. Fun fact. All the colleges and universities are now required. Oh, wait, hold on. The court did leave the door open to extend the range of public school officials and social media. Nothing technology is changing rapidly. Applying such decisions to college level faces challenges, not the least of which is that most college students are over 18, no longer minors. Are controversial speakers protected as free speech on campus? Oh, it's longer than I thought it was. We gotta speed this up, bro. I don't know if I care about controversial speakers. Can free speech be subject to free speech zones? So free speech zones. Okay, speedrun. Free speech zones are designated areas in which students are allowed to express views freely, although advanced notice is sometimes required. So-called free speech zones on campus have faced increasing and successful challenges in recent years, according to the foundation. Okay. Free speech zones have faced increasing. You always just take notes when you read something? Not always, no. But for stuff like this, like I just forget it too easily if I don't. Like it's just a good habit to have. Just trying to build. Like it helps me remember it better if I just don't just read it, but I like reword it and take my notes. And later I can go back to it and see what I took away from it and stuff. Plus it helps other people. Like recently, like we went over like that a little bit of that debate that like sample text had with Minar. It was like useful for me. Do you think you'll debate someone on this? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure I'll debate more people in Israel soon. So the student protest is likely going to be part of it, right? And I just want to know because like I don't actually know for right now. Yeah. Okay. What was I gonna say? Facing legal challenges. Oh yeah, it's also helpful for when like other people do debates that are like similar to mine. Like it was like during that like sample text debate, right? Sample text Minar. Prior to that debate happening, sample text told me he was going to do it. And I was like, oh well, from my conversations with Minar, you know, these are the notes that helped me with it. And I'm able to share with him, and then he can have access to it too. Student protest is small subset of larger Israel-Palestine. Yeah, obviously. So we probably just debate that. Well, yeah, but like I imagine at some point someone's gonna be like, evil imperialist U.S. is cracking down on student protests. Like again, I just don't know. Like I don't want to be caught off guard more than anything. Like I don't want them to say like they're cracking down on student protests, First Amendment violation. Because if I didn't like read stuff like this, I'd be like, well, I don't know if it's a First Amendment violation. But like after like reading things like this, I can say, oh well. See, yeah. We're like, oh well, I don't agree that these certain things are First Amendment violations. In recent years, I think the stuff in Texas, at least, are pretty hideous. Yeah, a lot of it's bad. It's like, but I don't know. Like I don't know where. Like I literally don't know where to draw the line. Like when should we send in the National Guard to get rid of protesters who are like genuinely, let's say genuinely are anti-Semitic, and let's say genuinely are disrupting like classes. Like they genuinely have parts of the colleges shut down. Like I don't know where to draw the line when we send the National Guard. I don't know. The courts have held they can be allowed so long as they are not intentionally placed far off places. Why send them in when they are physical risk? What do you mean? Why send them in when they are a physical risk? Or sorry, you send them. Jesus, I can't read them. I don't know if I'd ever send a National Guard to the room. Nonviolent protesters school requested it. Physical safety too. Well, I would always want the school to request it first. I don't think I'd ever want to do it without the school permission. Physical safety takes priority over free speech. Yeah, but like, the problem is, a lot of these protests are peaceful in the sense of like they're not actually like committing violent acts against anybody, but they are like on property without permission, right? It's like I don't know where to draw the line there. Because I would say even if they're not like physically harming anybody, at some point if they are literally disrupting college courses of other people, like at some point you're actually limiting other people's free speech by doing that. I think most protests were really violent. It's the thing, though, and if anything was provoked unusually, it's trespassing, so that's illegal, yeah. Or was committed by the other side first. But I don't know if I'd ever support the National Guard is just a little wild. Like they have local police forces, right? Like I don't know if the National Guard's really necessary. They pay tuition money, live in campus when they use campuses. They pay money to live. It's well, I mean, they're like setting up encampments in public areas of the campus. Like they don't have a right to just set up tents, and they don't have a legal right to just set up tents and take over an entire college like plaza. Student publications don't care. Sexual blah blah blah. Sports blah blah blah. Whatever. Chicago statement hard. Okay. Okay, I mean, that's that. I don't really need, like, the other stuff. I might come back to it later, depending if it's relevant. That's not how it works. The tuition money for a service the campus provides. Setting up tents is not included. I mean, so long, like it's a literal contract that you like abide by when you go to the tuition, right? When you like accept, like you pay the tuition. Talking about legal rights, though, but I don't think you have a legal right to do it. I don't think encampments are legal. Liberated zone. All right, I don't know. I might talk to these people. We'll go back to reading soon, but I think I'm gonna. Well, I'm sure I'll actually read some when I talk to these people.
I do lose my train of thought sometimes. So I apologize.
That's all right. I lose my train of thought, and I don't even take mushrooms.
It's more of the words. I can't think of the word for like the God damn, I still can't think of it. Crazy. I know exactly what the concept is, but yeah, I just want to get that one word out of my head. What's it called when the AI would take over everything and be,
like singularity?
One.
That's
Singularity.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember
like
I remember in school like someone talking about the singularity.
Yeah.
And it
But
really
that's what
it intrigued me at the time.
Like AI is just us creating what, like you're saying,
Tell them to stop.
the singularity.
Basically like that, like the like back then, like
Tell them to
AI
stop and
wasn't
they don't
really
use
like a
escalate
thing.
call security, but if the mob is too large.
So basically, it was
what do you
like
mean by mob though?
like that. Basically, like it was the guy was talking about like the advancement of computers, like computers getting so advanced that there'll be a singularity event, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, when it knows everything,
Literally, yeah.
And I mean that's what pantheism is. I mean it's not necessarily
Mob
aware,
equals
but
a group of
what I was trying to say earlier was just sorry, I said I lose me, and I'm not trying to cut anyone off. I apologize if I am. So, but yeah, the singularity. Oh fuck, I lost my train of thought. God damn, fucking mushrooms. Oh well, doesn't matter. Wasn't that important? I promise. It was just something I was thinking. So
it'll come back one
I'm
day.
not watching.
Yeah.
No, it's there. It's there. I just didn't have to say it that bad. You guys already knew it. That's the thing. Wasting your time.
Not wasting our time. Any time
Well, just
spent
whatever
in
that
good.
concept was.
Oh. Wait, give me a second. 1 second.
Whatever that concept was, I was losing. That I can't remember. That's because you guys already know it. So that's what the universe is telling me. Stop fucking wasting it.
There you go.
There we go. I got some free advertisement. Dude, I thought this dude was one of you guys because they joined in like right as I started streaming this. He's like, "What's your stream, big dog?" It's like, "Yo, what the heck? I didn't know that they were not one of you." Oh, damn.
The Scarfield guy.
What? What about me?
Just hello, Starfield guy. What?
Hello, Garfield. That's me.
Yo,
I'm
it's
Garfield.
non-fun. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, non-fun?
I'm doing good.
How was your stream?
I mean, I'm still streaming.
Did you solve the world's problems yet?
No, not quite. I still need to know some more stuff about where exactly the line is on like encampments, because I don't know.
Oh shit!
Did you figure out what the problems were?
What do you mean what the problems are with what? With the student encampments I'm reading about, or with Gaza in general?
No, just our problems. If you're trying to solve all our problems, I'm just curious if you have a list of the problems.
Yeah, no, I got a whole list in my notes, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anfon's actually like really good at like getting like all the information together and kind of like reading it through. I honestly don't hear him give as many opinions as much as he just like reads off facts and lets other people around him like give opinions.
Control me, yes. My IDF
He
shields.
goes political. We get a little political in here. When I get shouted out by other people and they say I do politics, I just try to pretend like I've never done it before. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Like politics. Like, how would I do
Politics?
that?
Why, yeah, what? Oh shit, the whatever happened there did not go through.
Listen, I think I'm gonna call it here. You have a good one.
All right, man. You rest. Get some rest, bro.
Good, then get the hell out of my life. Who needs you? Beat it. Leave me alone.
Bro.
But I am gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive and world turning inside out. Yeah. Is this a song? Seems like it would be a song.
Yes, it's a Queen song.
Okay. I like Queen, but I don't think I could probably go just based off of lyrics alone. Didn't Queen have like a movie come out?
Yeah.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, I used to be a really big Queen fan. I was a big fan of that movie.
Used to be? Did that change? Or
I don't listen to Queen like at all anymore. Yeah, I was like 12. Listen, I just went through a phase where like I thought I was really cool for listening to old music, unlike all my friends who listen to Taylor Swift or whatever. So that was the motivation behind that.
Why is Taylor Swift so like big? I mean, her music's good,
I don't
but
know.
like, I don't understand what makes her different.
I think her music's kind of average.
Because she's a
Isn't she like a
liberal
billionaire
warrior,
now?
dude. She is a billionaire,
really
yeah.
transcend anything.
That's fucking insane.
I think she does have a message. I don't think it was all about the money for her. So, you know what I mean? Like some people, it's all about the money. I will at least give her, she actually had something to say. That's my take, but, you know, maybe not. I don't know her personally.
I mean, what is there?
Turkey burgers over beef burger? Whoa. We gotta flame the person.
I don't really see much of what she has to say other than like clapping back at like haters and talking about her breakups. That's like all I really take from her music is that. That's about it.
Guys, the person in my game said that they prefer turkey burgers.
I'm just saying that's all I see from her music is clapping back at haters and
I guess this is the
songs
way I can
about
put it.
ex-boyfriends. That's about it.
I think if she made zero money, if she never made a cent, I think she would still be doing the music. That's the best way I can put it.
I guess.
So she happened to get rich, but it's not.
I'm just saying
it wasn't about the money.
I'm just saying she doesn't. I was more going on that she doesn't really have like something to say. Like she enjoys making music, obviously.
Yeah. Well, she does have something to say. It may not be my message or your message, but she's obviously saying what she wants to say through her music. It's her way of expressing herself.
Well, she hasn't even endorsed Biden yet.
I'm more take like having something to say as like having an actual like message.
Oh, may
Some
not
of
be
her songs actually have messages.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like it's just clapping back and talking about breakups. That's all.
May not be important.
That's not really a message though.
All right, guys, join in to golf with your friends. I'm inviting people. You can come in. There's Stack gets an invite. Sleepy gets an invite.
Sorry, I love questions. So if anyone asks questions, I'm dying to answer. I don't know why. Just something I do. So you ask why people like Joe Quip, so I answered.
Let's get a little economical, just real quick. I'm curious because I don't run into too many communists anymore. What brought you to communism?
Well, I know capitalism's broken. I actually, to me, this is my take, and you know, I've, like I said, read a lot of books. I like David Graeber a lot. I like his, take on stuff, and I think that the indigenous society is obviously the
conservatives do hate leftist protests. It's wild.
All of
like with Greg Abbott, it's especially like over like he went from signing laws protecting free speech to criticizing the stuff on college campuses right now. It's wild.
This book, The Dawn of Everything. It was a book that Wahan wrote, where it introduced these concepts to European society before the Enlightenment, and the idea of women's suffrage, the idea of equality, the idea that the leader is not even ordained by God. Back then, before then, people just comprehended the king was God. That's just how they saw it. So this idea of egalitarian society, and it all came from this book.
JDX, I have no clue what that is, and we're not talking about it right now.
Wahan's conversations with I can't remember what they call it. His name was Kandiarak, but they called him something different in the book, and it's a French book. But that basically introduced all these concepts, and it became these concepts. Like it was so popular that it was pirated. It was like the #1 book at the time, and everyone talked about it. And then eventually, these concepts, became like the ideas, and then that's where the noble savage came from. Was once it became indoctrinated, people would say, "Oh, well, these came from this." And they were like, "Oh yeah, no, these fucking noble savages taught us these ideas. We always do these." And so it's this whole train of events where it became the Age of Enlightenment, and Marxism basically came from our perceptions of what indigenous society was. And if you look at it, they'd be like to say it was primitive communism. Well, it's just communism without the fucking luxuries. You don't have to have, if it had more luxuries, it was more capitalistic, then it would be communism. Like they just didn't have, they intentionally didn't have money. They wasn't that they were ignorant. And if you listen to these dialogues and stuff of how they were great philosophers, they were not ignorant of what they were doing. These people had conversations. We based our whole government off the Iroquois Confederacy, and it's not, we call it the Iroquois Confederacy, but it's whatever they were called themselves, the Shoshone, I think, or whatever they were. But yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions about where information came from and where inventions came from, where concepts. It's not Western society is real good at indoctrinating things from other people's cultures and then using it as a weapon. That's what they do. That's what Western society is. And like these concepts, it's not necessarily Western society, because a lot of it's pre that, like Greek philosophy and that, was pantheism. Like Plato was a pantheist. Pantheism is an umbrella. It's a way to see the universe, and many things are pantheistic. Buddhism is pantheistic. Lots of religions and philosophies are pantheistic in their essence. They just believe the fucking parables. They hear the stories and they believe, oh yeah, this wasn't about the lesson I learned. They believe it was the fucking donkey was talking. Holy shit. It wasn't the lesson the donkey learned. They missed that. They get caught up in the bullshit, not the fucking lesson. So that's my take on where I started, how I ended up here.
Who specifically
why
are you claiming intentionally didn't invent money? Because we also have examples of like early societies using like seashells as like mediums of exchange, right?
Yeah. Yes, they were not a homogenous society, and some of them had slaves and some didn't. But overall, they were the people who didn't have money, the ones like the Iroquois. They knew that the other people had money. And that's what I'm saying. They chose not to have that. They knew other people did, but they decided we're not going to follow that. If you listen to like I can send you a link. It's it looks funny and shit, but it's basically a marionette of a conversation that Tandy Aronk had with these English people, and it shows, like his logic, where he'd be like, oh, wouldn't you want to come see Paris and all this money? And it's like, oh yeah, no, why would I want to go there and be a fucking slave to money? Like, to spend my whole life, wake up in the morning and
I accidentally canceled the lobby. Oh no.
Dude.
Uh-oh. Did I do something?
No, you didn't do anything. I accidentally canceled the lobby that everybody was in. No, we had people.
Oh no.
Dude, I'm actually fucking pissed. I can't believe I did that. I hope they come back. Well.
So when you say communism, what would that look like today? Like, do you think like the USSR was like a communist society, or do you think it was a socialist society
like
striving for communism?
It was horizontal structure. People weren't leaders because they were, they had wealth. Wealth was fucking not like, if hoarded wealth had no political power. It's just because you had wealth didn't mean you had any say in what the leadership was. In fact, you might have been the fucking biggest asshole and no one listened to you. So that would be communism. Yeah, you can have a hoard shit, but that doesn't give you political power. And then if you look, I guess to me, communism, the best way I can explain it, and you guys may or may not know, I've recently learned a lot more just with like the Zapatista movement, and like where that came from, indigenous views of the world, and
sure. So like we talk about
just all that shit with the Aztecs and Mayans. We look at we know about the Aztecs because they were basically the best capitalists or whatever, at the time. But there were so many cultures around that area that were not the Aztecs, that were more communistic and socialistic, and their leaders were delegates. No one was elected leader. They were just the people who people listened to at the time. They started saying stupid shit, people quit listening to them.
So that could be one aspect of it, like, and that's probably an aspect that I would agree with. Like, just because you have wealth doesn't necessarily mean that you should have political power. But like, I think another aspect of it usually is some type of state ownership, or by other means collective ownership of either the means of production or factors of production. So can you lay out like what would that look like today?
Well, I mean, obviously today it's a much more complex system because we have fucking technologies and we're dependent on petroleum to even just feed us so we can have the nitrogen we need to grow the plants we need to feed everyone. You know what I mean? It's a much more complex system. And
Not right now,
obviously when we say communism,
maybe next time.
we're
But like
looking
legitimately,
at,
you're going to make me look bad. Like unironically, someone from my community expressing your views would make me look bad. Unironically, to
they achieved, but they did it by not having all this fucking wealth and opulence and bullshit that we have to have in order to exist. We don't really have to have, but we think we do. So how would we do that? We have to fucking make a lot of sacrifices and give up shit that we think we need that we really don't need, like yachts and fucking bullshit.
So what are these sacrifices going to include? They're going to include yachts. What else would they include? Would they?
I don't know. Like, do we all have to have everything we have? Yeah, I think you would agree with that, right? We are very opulent.
No,
we don't
but like
have all the luxuries we have.
There are a lot of things that seem to increase our quality of life, right? That people like having.
Absolutely. But we've taken that and blown it up to, oh my God, I can't ever have any discomfort. You know what I mean? Like, would you agree? Like, we leave our lights on. You know what I mean? Like, it's great to have light, but we're so fucking lazy that we don't value the fact that we have this light. Like, they say in America, so many people are fucking dehydrated just because now water is no longer scarce.
I'm sorry.
So you don't fucking think about it. You know what I mean? You just water's there, and because it's always there,
and I have ADHD, and I just literally.
And it's getting better. People are aware of that, but for a long time, people had to really fucking go find water. It was scarce. So it was something you thought about constantly. So that's the type of stuff I'm saying. Like, it's not necessarily we have to give it up. I think we just have to appreciate it and then stop being lazy and figure out how to like for example,
it's a radar dish.
Hemp would be a much better alternative for a lot of the products we use to package things, right? Biodegradable plastic instead of being lazy.
Maybe, but like it's so like we could imagine examples though where like we don't have to give up like the substantial quality of life improvements that we've seen to do that, right? Like the government could right now subsidize hemp packaging, and we wouldn't have to give up the quality of life features that you're proposing we give up.
That? Why do we not do that? Because
political
people
reasons.
Who have capital are exactly, because we've allowed their wealth to influence our decisions, and we've tied capital to political power. There's no reason that capital or wealth or hordes or whatever you want to call it is actually tied to political power. That's a false attachment.
I mean, that could be part of the reason, but it seems like there are societies even today that are capitalist societies that don't necessarily have the same type of problems. We can talk about like the social democracies in like European states that it doesn't seem like wealth influences politics as much over there as it does over here. So couldn't we make those types of changes here and not have to? So why are you proposing then that we like accept these substantial decreases in quality of life just to allow hemp packaging or whatever?
Is it a decrease in the quality of life to have better packages and turn your fucking lights off and to, you know what I mean?
To turn
not necessarily have to have strawberry all the time.
I mean, that's not you're talking about decreases in quality of life. I mean, the hemp packaging might not necessarily be decreasing quality of life because of the negative externalities.
How is it a decrease in the quality of life to have a light on in a room that you're not in? How is that actually making your life
people
better?
Prefer to have their lights on, right?
Okay.
Their life is better if their lights on. That's why they keep the lights on.
It's a false perception. It's not actually making your life better to have a light on in a room that you're not in.
Don't you think there's a revealed preference there? That the fact that people do leave their lights on, don't you think that kind of reveals that they prefer to leave their lights on?
Yeah, that's great. I prefer to have enough power for everyone and then not have people starve because they want to have their lights on.
You're talking about negative externalities again.
At a certain point, their decision to leave their lights on is like we would talk about, you can swing your arms around, but eventually when your arm hits my face, that's when your right to stop happens. So yes, if you leaving your light on is what is the reason why we don't have the resources we need, because your preference is to swing your arms around wildly, then at some point we have to say, stop swinging your arms around wildly.
I mean, I would agree with that, which is why I'm in favor of certain
swinging your arms around wildly.
Yeah. Wait, guys.
I would agree with that, which is why I'm in favor of externality taxes. Yeah, sure. Go.
All right. Why are you guys talking about just like straight up the lights, though? I think wouldn't the better thing be that it doesn't make sense for us to like yeah, it's nice that we can have yachts and boats and extra like vacation homes and stuff, but wouldn't it be like better because like energy is close to possibly to be unlimited, right? With nuclear energy, I think it's a bad example.
Awesome.
Sure.
I think we should talk about things that like are really needed. Like it doesn't make sense.
Why do we choose not to distribute the food to the people that need? We create enough food on this planet. We throw so much away. Why do we choose not to get that food to the people that need it? That's a choice.
Well, I don't even think the food is the best one either. I think we're actually close to ending, world hunger. I mean, we could do it right now without capitalism. Yeah, we could
do it right now, but we choose to use our resources to do other things because the capitalists would rather have what they want. I mean, I'm not saying like there's a certain point where it's you should be able to do things. But at a certain point when your decisions are causing millions of people to go hungry. I agree with, I think, I don't know everyone's name, and I don't, I apologize again, but I agree with whoever I was talking to there that, I think we should do things to limit that, and that's because we should use delegate power, not elected power. People should be going to discuss what our problem, how to fix our problems, and they shouldn't necessarily be deciding at that discussion any solutions that weren't already approved on by the people at the local level.
My God.
Yep. These ones are always hard.
I got a hole in one.
Yes. What? You got a hole in one on that one?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
but I think the number one like example of wealth inequality and like how we're absolutely fucking people. Or actually, there's 3 examples I would point to that I think are like really good to like get across the non-fawn would be with food. When it comes to profit, like they fucking shove junk like artificial preservatives and all this shit down canned food down our throat because it's cheaper. But guess what? Long term, it's not cheaper because we get fucking cancer, we get like stomach ulcers, we have health issues.
Also externalized.
We only get cancer in California.
I actually think California is I used to make fun of California for like putting all the cancer labels on, but the thing is like the more I look into it, the more they're actually right. Like so
I just think it's funny. The label's funny that known to the state of California. Like
yeah.
like it's
yeah. But that's the point is that our food is fucking cheap.
You're right there.
The food is cheap at the price that we fucking get cancer, and then a bunch of people like housing. We keep housing expensive.
Damn it!
Because not just for the corporate like landlords, but for the everyday person that they want to keep their fucking equity in a house, and they want to be able to get like their house to like go up and build equity and stuff. But that's fucking greed because honestly, we should just be building house and not using it as an investment vehicle. Your needs should be met before you fucking start talking about building equity and start building shit. We have so many homeless people, and it's not even better to like have this capitalist system. You can make like the argument of like, oh well, eventually it'll get there and stuff, but it literally isn't better because we're not getting there. It's actually getting worse, and it leads to more problems because the more homeless people we have, the more money we have to spend to take care of the homeless people, and then the more like people that are in poverty and not doing well, the more money we have to spend to get them up to par or to deal with them. So now we spend more on police, more on jails, more on response, more on like graffiti, treatment. Like so, it just fucking builds up, and it becomes like this. What do you call it? The fucking snake that eats its tail. That's what capitalism ends up when you like start talking about necessity and capitalizing necessity.
Communism is efficiency. That's what that is.
I don't 100% disagree with those, but those those 2 things you listed would be negative externalities under my view.
There's a hole anyways.
And we can tax negative externalities, and that actually makes the market more efficient if we tax negative externalities. Like I would agree that like if we have like evidence that like I think we should tax sugar. I think sugar is a negative externality. I think it's leading people to get obese. Therefore, we should tax sugar, and that makes the market more efficient. But I like that's the way
Nope. Damn it.
The best way I view dealing with these problems.
Taxing it because we have to have money. Do we really have to have money? Can't we just have healthcare that takes care of people and help prevent that? Like it's all like we intentionally make it this way. We really do because certain people it makes them be able to have more. They manipulate the markets on purpose to make this happen.
I don't necessarily I don't know if I buy that conspiracy of people are manipulating the market so people eat
Not
more sugar
intentionally,
so people can.
but by their choices.
Okay, well,
I think the problem
Robert Kraft isn't saying I want people to get cancer, but by his decisions of saying it's cheaper for me to fucking put sawdust in my product than it is for me to, you know,
Hey, don't attack Taco Bell.
Oh, I love Taco
That's
Bell.
just one example. It is inherent in everything. It is in.
Well, yeah, it's a mixture of profit incentive.
The choices we make.
Yeah, but I would say, like, don't you think it's good that we incentivize food to be cheap?
Petroleum overhead. Petroleum is just ancient plants. It's ancient sunlight and ancient plants. We can get the same fucking resources.
I mean, I'm going through a difficult time.
But that would allow that, you know, like Ralph Nader said, they could put a meter on the sun. We'd all be using solar power.
True.
I think
so.
with
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to talk about taxing, right? You're saying that we need to tax, things that are negative, we tax. Things that are positive, we give incentives. This is how capitalism could, self-correct, right? But in order to do this, you need a separation of the state and corporations, which is becoming more and more impossible in the United States. So I think at first, okay, I agree that might work. I don't know if that's a Band-Aid or if that's a poor, fix, right?
We have to end generational wealth.
But like corporations and government are in bed. That's the main problem, is that you have super PACs that pretty much fucking legalize bribery. And the person that has the most amount of money thrown into their campaign is typically almost always the person that ends up winning. You have rare cases like AOC, right? Where that isn't what happens, but that is an exception to the rule, right? So the first thing you would have to do
Democrats were opposed to her. They love her now, but they didn't want her. You know what I mean? Like if you
because Democrats
hated her, and then she won, and now they love her.
Yeah, so you would have to decouple government and economics, and corporations, which becomes almost impossible when you allow the mass amount of wealth in the hands of a few individuals.
Yes.
I mean, for that reason, I think.
Good old days. I'm a conservative. Sorry.
I think wealth tax, or I think
go ahead.
like large amounts of income inequality is a negative externality in that sense because it has negative effects on our political system. But like, I don't know exactly what type of systems you guys are proposing, but I would say like the good thing about our system right now is that like we can change, like we can vote in AOC, we can vote in Bernie Sanders, like these people can run, they have the freedom to run.
Put a 90% tax bracket at the highest level, like the good old days.
I mean, we could do that, yeah.
Tax bracket at the highest level.
What was that? What?
Whereas, like in the socialist systems, historically, we haven't seen that same type of like capacity for change. Yeah.
To be fair, the systems that you would probably call socialist and communist aren't actually ones that live up to the socialist and communist ideals. Let's be honest.
I mean,
when people are talking about like the USSR and Cuba, what you are talking about is a centralized economic, centralized power and authoritarianism coupled with a pre-planned market. But never have we seen in. Never have we seen
what we're talking
these
about is a bunch of man-made concepts that we can redefine a million times, but the ideas are the same. Not fucking hoarding shit, sharing, equality. You know what I mean? Making sure people are provided for instead of, do you want to live in a society where some people can have all they want, or where some people, where everyone has
or we're getting 666 levels now.
Yeah. The devil is with us, the boys.
But that's the choices. Like that's.
So I will say like I'm much more like sympathetic to a view of like, let's say like what I call like co-op socialism, where like we still have like a relatively market economy, but we just mandate that companies be a worker co-op. I'm definitely more sympathetic to that type of view. I think there are problems with that view.
We can call it whatever we want, but we know what we're looking for. It's the goals are there, and we can rename it a million times. It wasn't communism before it was done, but now it's called communism. It's been done. Like I said, it's Native Americans didn't call themselves communists; they just called themselves the people, like everyone else does.
I mean, sure. Again, I don't like these word games either. Okay, people call me socialist just because I'm relatively left leaning, right?
Yeah, socialist.
You
I'm
are?
not trying to
I would never have seen
discount
that.
anything anyone's saying. I'm putting this out there to the to the discussion in general. I'm not saying anyone's doing this or whatever. I'm just saying in
Okay, sure.
reality, communism is a word we made. So like, does it exist in nature? Does communism actually exist? No. We say it does. So, you know what I mean? There are certain things that do exist, like I would say goodness exists, you know, back to the Platonic forms. So being good, and the opposite of good to me is greed. You know, good is sharing and greed is hoarding. That's bad.
I mean, so yeah, this kind of goes back to our earlier point, but I guess like I think one thing the market does relatively well is, for the most part, not talking about negative externalities here for a second, but it sets up good incentives for people. Like, it is good that companies are incentivized to make food cheap. We can talk about negative externalities that result from that, because it's, you know, the incentives there to use things like sugar, which end up making people obese. But I think if we tax sugar, we can effectively control those incentives, right? But I think on the whole, it's a good thing that companies are incentivized to make food cheap. Because, I mean, that's good for poor people.
The problem is we've allowed individuals to corrupt that goodness for their own profit, right? Like trying to do good. Fascists will always try to corrupt anything that's successful. That's what they do. It's in their fucking nature. That's what fascists do.
I mean, that's why I would advocate for something like, you know, democracy. I think democracy is like an effective sort of control on the market system, where we can say, hey, these people have too much wealth, right? we can tax their wealth. You know, there's some distorting incentives.
But what is democracy? What is democracy?
I mean, you're going to say it's a corporatocracy, but
no, I just no. You know what I mean? It's like true democracy would be every single person has a vote on every single decision we make. We're not going to do that, right? So then we have to limit democracy. So how do we limit that? And the most important thing is there's a million ways to do it. Right now, we have a hierarchy of control where people on the top, a few people on the top, have all the power, as opposed to a system which does exist and it has existed in the past. We just pretend it doesn't because, you know, like, again, how does America treat communists? We say it's fucking evil and all those concepts. That's what we do. Capitalism is the only thing that can exist, and it's the only thing that can save us. Everything else is bad, right? But these things have existed where people actually have control from the bottom. And the people on top, anyone who tries to fucking assert power and act like they're in charge, everyone would just laugh at them and say, you're a fucking fool. You're crazy. How can one person be in charge of all of us?
I mean,
okay, let me throw out a big.
Okay, sure, go.
Oh, sorry. No. You go, and then I'll go right after you.
Okay. I mean, I think a lot of that's true during the Red Scare, but I think like today we're seeing like more and more socialists, especially young people, start like openly embracing socialism. And like the reality is, like, I mean, we do have the capacity for change, which I like.
More.
Like,
you guys are awesome.
True.
I'm 48. I didn't learn this shit until I became like, 30, and what I tried, but I mean, it's available, and you guys are sucking it up, and it's awesome. You understand that was all bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like,
they're panicking. That's why Trump exists, because they're fucking panicking because they're losing control. That's why Biden's doing everything he can to act like he's helping, but still keeping the power. But he's still, obviously a better decision. I'd rather have the good cop than the bad cop, right? No one wants the cop that's beating them. They want the cop that's bringing them coffee. Even though they're both on the same side, I'd rather have the coffee than the fucking beating.
That's bullshit.
Okay, so non-fun. Do you acknowledge that there is no no pure economic system? Like,
absolutely, yeah.
There is no,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could you agree that maybe we need socialism in some cases, communism in some cases, and capitalism, or at least core concepts of these ideologies mixed together, and that we shouldn't the conversation shouldn't be, should the economy be entirely communist, socialist, blah, blah, blah. It's what aspects need to change and be what. Right?
Absolutely.
And what policies. Yeah. Okay.
No, so I've had these conversations before. I think we should only be focusing on what parts of the economy need to be more socialist and what parts of the economy need to be more capitalist. Yeah.
So let me throw out a few examples here. All right. So let me throw together a mixed market economy here. So let's start with the capitalist aspect. So everything that is non-important to life, up to capitalism, free market, right? Fidget spinners, video game consoles, TVs, right? all cars, scooters, whatever the fuck it is, like the nice, good things that we want that's non-essential to life, cakes and shit like that.
That's
all right. Cool. Capitalism, right?
Yep.
Free open market. The things that are core pillars to our life, right? We can try to redefine what that will be, but generally, I would say food, shelter,
Housing,
education, healthcare. I would throw internet on there, like an access to the internet, like some type of form of communication and some form of transport. So
you
like,
cannot survive as a human being without the internet. It's an
also-
absolute right.
Yeah.
Anarchy Life and a few of his
yes.
If you guys haven't said that yet.
We'll do the forest next, and I'll wait to see if
I
Cosmo.
don't know if you know what that
Cosmo,
is.
if you want to join, I'm gonna leave it open for 4 minutes. At 55, I'll start it. All right. So back to it. So 6 Glock work. You can get in and argue Glock if you. Oh wait, no, you're banned. I forgot. Wait, no, I think I unbanned him. I think he is unbanned.
Wait, why do I not have access to my customizable like things on my ball?
It should say
I think
customize at the
do
bottom.
you only know Anarchy Life? I think the rest of the people are just fans. I don't think any of the other people are streamers.
Well, hop out and then go do it, and then hop back in. I'll be here.
Modification of core necessities is fucking violent.
All right, so let me finish this like breakdown of like the economy though. So then those core necessities, you don't even have to make 100% of the market socialized, but we socialize as in we pay taxes. That taxes goes through representatives who organize and pull this money together to provide a basic level of service for housing. Think like or for necessity. So for housing, that would be like micro apartments, right? Like $200 a month, like micro apartments, or like whatever. A basic single payer healthcare system, and like things that meet the bare necessity. And let's just say that makes up 20 to 25% of the market. So 20 to 25% of the market is maybe up to 30% is this public option that meets the necessity and gets you a stable platform of where you should be, and that the public has a say and can vote into changes of how to run this. It is not ran on profit, it is run off of necessity, because you want to plan, like you don't want to leave the important things in life up to choice. This is where a planned economy could be good, is in these specific routes, right? And then the private market can add luxury, can compete, but at least they have to compete with a set standard from the public option. So the people that win out are the customers. And then you have communism in the sense of co-ops and communes that can be created on a local level.
Here's a question I have for your concept. What about absentee landlordism? Can you own land that you're not actually using?
My general belief on owning land that you don't use is that if you own a piece of land, do not use it, do not do anything, or for 10 years, you will get a note from the government that says do something with it, or you're going to lose it. Like use it or lose it.
Does going there once a year for a vacation count as using it?
No. Unless if it's like a property, like as in like a vacation home. But if it's like if you buy agricultural land and you don't use it for 10 years, right? You'll lose it, right? I think that's fair.
What if you're immediately leasing it out? Is that using it?
That's using it. That's using it.
So then you can have absentee landlordism, because there's no way they would never not be leasing it out for someone to use it. It's never going to sit there and not be used. Someone's going to be using it for something.
Yeah, but you can mix in, like, I think you could have economic zones, right? Like you can have economic zones for like more free laissez-faire capitalism. You can have more private owned like areas. You have public owned.
You could group together as a co-op and own property that you're using as that co-op, because you have 100 people in this co-op or corporation, so you're using this building. But someone else who wouldn't, you wouldn't have to go purchase the right to use a building from someone else just because they owned it and you were using it. You know what I mean? Like the only land they would own would be land they were actually using.
Okay, before we get into the nitty-gritty like
land
that,
value tax.
Oh, this is called Georgism, isn't it?
Yeah, land value tax. Yeah,
I am interested. I'm interested.
Yeah, I think basically all land rent should be taxed because no one who owns land is responsible for its value or created it. So I think everyone has a moral claim to economic rents on land, and they should basically be be taxed and redistributed.
Where's that?
So earlier,
okay, but what do you think about everything else I said, though?
Yeah, so you were kind of talking about needs guarantees. So
I think it's great. I just asked that question.
Mostly agree, right? So I think there should be some type of needs guarantee from the government. But I think how we guarantee those needs is going to depend on what specific type of good the good is. I don't know if you've ever taken like economics class, but there's this like quadrant you can draw of like types of goods. Based on whether they're arrival and consumption and based on whether they're excludable. Excludable just means like whether or not you can charge someone for it. Rival and consumption means if your consumption like devalues someone else's consumption. So like the sun would be like a public good. It's non-rival in consumption. You can consume the sun and it doesn't mean someone else can consume the sun less. And it's not excludable. You can't really block out the sun. Like you can't charge people for sunlight. And then we have club goods, which are high excludability and low rivalry in consumption. So like a streaming service would be this. Like you can exclude people from a streaming service, but I mean, you watching a stream on a streaming service does not diminish someone else's stream necessarily. And then we have common resources, which have high
people doing it. It does.
Oh shit!
I mean, sure. So this is on the margin, but that gets a little more complicated. Okay, and then we have things that are rivalry in consumption but low excludability. Think of like a fishing pond. These are things that are common resources. So you can't. It's hard to exclude people from fishing in a pond without government regulation, at least. But your consumption of fish does diminish someone else's consumption of fish. And then we have private goods. Private goods are high excludability and high rival in consumption. To think of like most everyday goods, like an apple. An apple is excludable. You can charge people for an apple, and it's rival in consumption. You eating an apple means someone else can eat an apple. So I think certain things. I think there should be a needs guarantee for basically all needs. But how we guarantee those needs depends on what type of good the good is. So, for example, common resources. We need government regulation to ensure that common resources aren't depleted. We need like fishing licenses and stuff. For private goods, however, I think something like a UBI would work better because the market is really good at providing private goods. That's what the market is good at. But people need some basic income to be able to afford things like food. So I don't think the government should necessarily be producing food, but I do think we should have some type of universal basic income or something like a negative income tax to provide people with goods. And then there are things like natural monopolies, which could be even nationalized, because natural monopolies are things like railways and power, which they can be nationalized. Natural monopolies and club goods are the same.
I get the classification. I understand like exactly all the things, how you broke it down and all that. But in reality, it's all bullshit because there's plenty of all that. It's all the sun. There's not just one apple. There's a billion apples, and apples continue to grow, and they will continue to grow whether we exist or not. We're just saying that there's only one apple because I want that particular apple. I'll just go eat another apple. You can have that apple.
Yeah, but apples are like they're still excludable in rival in consumption. You eating an apple means someone else can't eat an apple. Like, yeah.
But they don't have to have that apple because there's lots of apples.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple apples, but you eating an apple still means someone else can't eat that apple. Whereas, like, you standing in sunlight doesn't mean someone else can't stand in sunlight. Like,
but they can't have that sunlight. The sunlight I'm standing in, they can't have.
Okay,
sunlight
but apples
solar
are
panel. They can't have. It's all just it's still a resource. It's still there's only so much sunlight. There may be a lot of it. You know what I mean? But
they are economically illiterate.
It's all this one way or another. It's all the same.
But obviously, an apple is higher, and
there's only one.
Obviously, an apple.
What if you're blocking someone's sunlight? Then they can't cast sunlight.
Oh my god, bro!
But I can go stand
What
somewhere
if you
else.
live in the Pacific Northwest and sunlight is
Bro,
just
you
not
guys have to
available?
learn how to think on the. You got to think on the margin, okay? Obviously, on the margin.
No, I totally understand what you're saying.
It's lower rival in consumption than an apple is.
But just because we can break, that's the whole Western belief. You know, we break things into smaller things to understand. The whole,
I don't think marginalism is a Western belief. I think marginalism is basically a universal belief. It's
Okay,
like
but
every.
non-fauna monkey.
It's a way to view the world.
I feel like we keep on getting off. we're deviating here to fucking nitty gritty about. Yeah, let's get off, maybe. All right, but we're getting on some nitty
Like
gritty.
7 times already. You guys are great.
We haven't even gotten to like the what I would consider the core like tenets. We haven't even agreed on like what percentage and what like points should be socialized and not. Like that's why I was trying to bring up. Yeah. Okay, what should be socialized? And we kind of just kind of went off, and now we're fucking talking about apples. There's no need to socialize apples.
Well, I mean,
how you like them apples?
I like apples.
I mean,
No, but I
like
get where he
butter
was going.
muffins.
Because we can
Do
say,
you like apples?
I mean,
I agree. You know,
How you
just
like
told
them
you.
we
apples?
have to have healthcare. Healthcare is a right for everyone, but there's a bunch of products that have to get done for everyone to have healthcare. So I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but,
different ways to do it.
Oh,
That's why we got
no.
that tangent.
No.
Healthcare, I would
Healthcare
say.
should only be a right for certain people, not everyone. Fuck off with that
Okay,
shit.
true.
As long as I'm one of those people, I guess. Right?
Well, depends on what you are.
Stop. You can't.
I'm one of the living.
We're on Twitch right now, man. Save it for. Listen, if we were on Kick, I'd love to have this conversation.
What do you mean? I didn't
I'm
say
one of
anything.
the human people that's alive.
I am Hispanic. Are you kidding me? You don't
Corp
care about
says
immigrants?
healthcare only for the gays. There we go. That's one thing
True.
Twitch will accept. You know, fuck them straighties. Right?
Only for woke people.
Well, Stack's in there. Stack, fucking, you got
What?
all your insulin shots, baby.
What?
Yeah.
Healthcare is complicated,
my
but I would say
God.
healthcare
I
is
know
a
what he's
credence
talking
good.
about. You
which
know
is
what
it.
he's talking about. Stack.
What?
A certain heritage of yours that would make your right to return more likely than not.
Okay, I got it. Would they accept that percentage? I don't know.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Like it's like the tribes that only accept like 25%, 50%. You know.
And it's also
I assume we're
adverse
talking about the
selection
Mongol
insurance.
hordes and our relation to Genghis Khan.
Dude,
We all
right?
can,
Trust
we
me.
can all go back and be
Mulan
part of
is
the
my
Mongol
favorite
hordes. Is that
Disney
what we're
movie.
talking about? Yes.
Dude, Mulan's
I feel,
fucking
yeah, and now we're getting way off. But the thing I want to say that like we can have an open market for the things that don't matter. Like I mean the things that like nobody needs a fidget spinner. We can compete and we can work for a fidget. Everybody needs shelter,
I mean,
and
nobody
it
needs
doesn't
a
even
fidget
have to
spinner.
be have to be guaranteed shelter. But if you fucking have a job and if you work, which it should be fucking, there should be some job programs out there to make sure you get into a job. Like at the very least, you know, so at least 100% of the economy can be working. You know, or like 100% as in 100% of able bodies, because obviously if you're fucking disabled and or retired, you're not going to be working,
it'll be
right?
nice.
But
They'll be working. Your gameplay.
What's forceful?
But,
That'd be nice.
but you don't need to offer the services even for free. You could do what Japan does, where the socialized services are 70% paid for taxpayer money, and then you pay the 30%. And since it's public and subsidized, it's fucking way cheaper. Like without even being on
Japan based off of. That only works in one
Where's
homogenous.
Japan based off of?
Oh
The
my
Chinese
God.
people that came over.
No, it's
Oh my
The
God,
Chinese
bro.
people that came over.
You know,
But it's all
educating everyone
homogenous
is
now.
very expensive.
Do you think
Right?
universal healthcare
Educating
relies on a
everyone is very expensive,
homogenous
like you were saying
population?
earlier.
Yes, Japan is very homogenous.
I know Japan
Every
is very
country
homogenous,
minus
but
the
you're
U.S. is
claiming-
pretty much homogenous.
To an extent.
Writing healthcare is very expensive. Feeding everyone's very
Yes.
expensive. You know what's more expensive? Not doing it. Like supporting the uneducated, supporting the sick people. That's much more
When
expensive.
people are fucking
the way it is.
uneducated and people are sick, like the if you just want to be a douchebag
Wait,
about
why
like,
would you pay for that?
if you don't want to be a
Sorry.
douche, if you
You
want to
can
be
learn
like just
literally
a
anything
complete
online and
douche
nobody does.
about
If
like
you
how
want
the
to
economy works, you could just
are
even make
debunked,
that
learn
everybody
anything
should get
true.
education,
The credence
so
stuff is
that way
based on
they're
knowledge of the
forced into
consumer.
fucking more
But
educated jobs. And
where the
we
market
don't have
failure
dumbasses.
comes
That everybody should get
no.
healthcare,
From-
so that way
Why
they're
should
working
everyone
able
get
bodies.
healthcare food?
Why should everybody
everyone-
get?
Hold on. Where the market failure comes from in credence goods is that it's impossible for consumers to like have that type of knowledge. And consumers can't properly evaluate stuff when they don't have that knowledge. That's it. I mean, it is a failure in consumer knowledge, but like it's unreasonable to expect everyone to have that knowledge. That's where the credence goods failure comes from. But I mean, healthcare is still mostly a private good, I would say. Yeah, especially like drugs. Yeah. But they have inelastic demand. You also have to consider that the demand is like almost perfectly inelastic for healthcare. Unfortunately, it's not perfectly inelastic though, because people will not go to healthcare if it's too expensive.
It's gonna be a 6.
Wow.
How do I kick people? How do I kick people from the game? Where's Admiral? It's not letting me.
Look at those ones up there.
Oh, I love this
Look at
hole.
those, yeah.
I forgot about this map. This map is so good.
Anyway,
oh no!
what do you
I
guys
take it
been,
back.
discussing
Nope,
tonight,
no.
I guess?
Oh,
Fuck now. I hate this.
birdie, boys.
Bitch.
I probably better start relaxing.
Oh, yeah,
and getting
I'm
ready
about
to
to
sleep. I gotta work in the morning.
All right.
Okay,
I appreciate
okay,
you
okay,
hopping
okay.
in, Ponder.
Stop.
I hope we
Absolutely.
could do it again sometime.
There we go.
Anytime. I'm sorry if I talk too much and ramble. You know what I mean? It's just it's hard for me.
Ponder, I
got
actually
so much
want
to
to
say
talk
about
to you
all of this.
more.
Cool. I would like to talk to all of you more. To be honest with you, I wish
It's
I
a
had
trap,
more time
Ponder.
to
Be
talk to
careful.
everyone. Okay.
Oh,
It's a
no.
trap.
It's a trap.
Oh no.
I'm not afraid. I'm tough to trap. I promise.
No,
What the
Ponder
fuck is-
was in what's his face's
Yeah.
stream. I was just in, so I kind
No,
of want to talk to Ponder more.
Ponder's in
No.
every stream. Ponder's kind of like me, where like, while he has leftist views, he's just everywhere. Like, and he doesn't like care who the.
Ponder, who's the guy with homework
I'll take a
in it?
boogie.
Do you understand yet? Do you
Yeah.
understand yet? Kane's series represented a revolution
What?
against the
Sorry,
idea
one
that
more
only
time?
bipartisan markets with negative
The guy with
externalities. I mean, yeah, because of sticky prices and stuff,
possibly.
right?
It was
I feel like the
homework.
description
It
of Freedom's
was
Code sounds like fact
salty.
is private good.
Going at
Yeah,
it there
Freedom's
for a
Code doesn't
minute.
necessarily mean it's not a private good. It's just
Did you hear
another.
your
It's just
question? Who's the guy
it's just an
that-
example of a market failure in healthcare.
Oh, Goobers is fucked.
Kind of like
It's
descriptive.
fucked.
Yeah, it
Yes.
doesn't necessarily mean it's
No,
not
He
private
got it.
good.
He got out. He
You
got
fucking
out.
cunt. You cunt. No, I want you guys to get
Kane's
stuck
revolution
on
wasn't
one
just
thing
sticky
for
prices.
once.
I mean, I know it wasn't
I
just
mean, he
that.
was
That was
stuck
just
there
another
pretty good
example.
for a
I
while.
was
there.
fucking pretty good, yeah.
Listen, I love
researched
Keynes.
it.
He was the savior of
Cosmo,
I still
capitalism.
please
won
get in
by a
this.
lot.
Savior
We
of
need more
capitalism.
people. All right.
What
we're
was your
gonna do
question?
Sleepy,
Sorry, who were
get
you
in
asking
here.
me?
I'll just DM you, my guy.
I just ordered 2 books in Keynesianism, actually. 2 like almost like textbooks.
All right, I have to.
It's
at least
actually
mute
I took an
myself.
economics
Pete.
course, and the
No one
same
wants to hear
person
me
who
pee.
wrote the textbook for our economics course wrote
speak
a
for
textbook
yourself.
about
Maybe
new
I do.
Keynesianism.
Maybe
So I
Sleepy would be
ordered his
more,
books on new Keynesianism.
inclined
maybe
to
it's
play if we
painful.
were,
Animal- yeah,
if we
animal
were
spirits
like
and the
throwing
change in
out
investment.
homeless people or something like that.
I love the Keynesian cross, bro.
That should be a game.
So
I love the rap.
Throwing out homeless
Business
people
is
in
driven by the
simulator.
animal spirits, the bull
play
and the
that.
bear, and there's reasons to fear it.
What?
And then
Who ranked you someone, or
Stack,
just
how you
no?
been doing, my man?
Yeah,
How you
all
doing,
right.
Stack?
Yeah, doing all right.
Doing all right. Hey,
Yeah.
I will say I do want to apologize to you, Stack. That I get too drunk sometimes, man.
Yeah.
You know.
I get drunk sometimes, man.
No, dude, it's more than.
It says
drunk.
Sleepy is playing golf with friends, but it doesn't
Bro,
say
Freeman
he is
will
on
make good
Steam.
points
It just says so
sometimes.
on
Then I'll
Discord.
also see
What's
clips
going
of Freeman saying,
Oh, no,
50% of the economy is socialist because their government taxes a lot. It's like,
Maybe they have.
come on, man.
They
Oh,
don't
and
have
monetarism's dumb too. I hate
what do you call
monetarism.
it, Steam.
No, he's not playing. Steam was just being weird
Steam
for a
is lying
second.
to you.
Yeah. It is lying.
Says
That's for
chilling. He's playing chilling.
Bing chilling.
Bing
Angel, do you have this game, Angel?
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oasis time.
Map. It's this map.
I like this map.
I do.
We have
This
jumping
map-
too. So
I love jumping. Oh, I almost went into the hole.
Aww.
I think my satellite dish is fucking my gameplay.
Your satellite dish?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh shit, get in the ball. Get in the ball, get in the hole.
Get in the ball.
No, I'm gonna be like Stack.
I'm winning again, boys. You suck.
I mean, at least I don't
And-
suck as much as K. You know.
I swallow.
Bro.
Wait, what's the point of this? Oh, okay. I see.
No.
NRK Life. Well, first of all, is there a shorter thing people call you than NRK Life?
K. They call me K.
K.
Ah.
Okay. K.
Yeah.
Like
the
Bro,
name. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Have you ever
Nice
All
do
the
you-
jumping around. Satan.
do you know what
Have I ever
crowding
read
out
that?
is?
Crowding out. I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Okay. Crowding out, easiest way to think of it, if you imagine the economy at like full employment, everyone has a job,
damn it.
all resources are being used efficiently, and the government increases spending, well, necessarily, whatever project they do with the increased spending is going to have to take like employment and resources away from the private sector.
Eddie,
And-
chill. Thank you for the
Oh,
follow.
I hate this whole.
And yeah, continue.
Yeah, so like
Come on, damn it.
specifically with housing, there's a concern that if the government builds housing, not just subsidizes private housing, but like actually builds its own housing, it could essentially be taking away resources from
what species you
private
go to?
housing.
There.
I don't
So, like-
think this is the case.
I'm going half
because,
right now.
like I said,
Okay,
the
that's
public
too much.
housing would be
That's too
something
much.
like think a like a
A little bit
250
above
square
half.
foot micro apartment
I
like
should have just
Japan
gone
does.
half.
Sure,
Right?
yeah.
Nobody
Like-
wants to live in
like
that. So
maybe
the
like
private
1.5,
sector would be
I
building
think.
like luxury
Oh, for
housing,
fuck's sake.
right? And again, this is why
Nope,
you have it be a
less.
certain percentage of the economy. So yes, you maybe like
Yes.
cheap housing.
I want
or, like, as
just
in
above
like,
a quarter.
like you're not going to get micro
Okay,
apartments
okay.
from the private economy, but the private
Anno,
economy
what the hell?
would most likely like go up, up, right? They'll okay, like let's just say this you have to pay $200 a month for these micro apartments, and everything else is subsidized. The private market would then focus on, well, we can get you 500 square feet for like $400.
The private market
or
would have to
$300.
compete with the government, yeah.
Well, no. Like, I'm saying the government might, in your case, like you might be right that they might get like priced out in the sense of they might not do micro apartments anymore. But since the government is only doing a certain percentage of the economy and it's only doing micro apartments, like the bare necessity, that's not a sustainable living situation forever. So you're talking about like private corporations would build houses and they would build condos, and it would be bigger, like 500 square feet, 1,500 square feet, right? And since people aren't necessarily instantly going into those houses and are able to build capital, there's still like a incentive to build those houses because they'll eventually get into them. You're not going to be so comfortable in a 250 square foot micro apartment from the government that you're going to stay in it for the rest of your life. You're going to want to, but it allows you to build equity and allows you to build like some type of stable footing.
Oh my god, that was a Kobe.
So that way you can then purchase straight into like maybe a
Zach, did you see that?
first home, right? And maybe even a vacation home. Because if people have more money because they weren't spent their whole time renting, they'll have enough money to buy a home. So now, the private corporations are selling you 2 homes. Right?
I mean, it's
So,
sure,
here's my
but the
question real
concern
quick,
is basically the resources used to build even those micro apartments would have otherwise gone to building private developments. And basically, in the most extreme scenario, the government building housing would actually reduce the supply of housing because it was using resources more inefficiently than the private market. Now, I'm actually not too concerned about that because the effect doesn't seem to be that large. There was one study that came out of France that said that social dwellings can crowd out private dwellings by a ratio of like 1 to 2, which is bad. But that was because of sort of the weird way they did it. Like they didn't like. Well, you're suggesting it's like apartments denser than the current norm, whereas in France, like public developments were less dense than private dwellings, which is part of the reason they crowded out private developments.
Fuck.
That makes sense. Yeah. I would.
You said the private.
You should look at
private,
Austria. Sorry, go ahead.
I just have one real quick question. You said that the private interest is going to compete with the government. What are they competing for?
For tenants.
Are you asking me or non-fun?
Yeah, I don't know.
Your specs.
That sucked.
You know what I mean? Like, what are they competing? It's so they can profit more, right? So they're competing to hoard more wealth instead of it go to the public. That's what the competition is.
Right.
I want to make more wealth off this distribution of goods to people. That's what they're competing with.
No.
They're competing for the right
I'm
to
so
make
glad
more
I got
money.
to the point where there's MMT versus
They're like
monetarism
three-quarters
arguments in my chat right now. This is so awesome, guys.
I mean, that's what the private corporations would be competing for, I guess, is to make.
We do target 2% in the US, and it's
because that's what you're
bullshit.
competing for. Is like
And the
market share,
Kiwi
and then
tyranny.
You try to increase profit.
I hate the
margins from
2%
there.
target.
As
I love
opposed to
that
the
article.
government, whose job is to just get the goods. Like the government's job is to spend money, not make money.
And
if it's
the whole
Kiwi.
I mean, if it's a good government, it would probably
far.
if it's a good government, it would want to provide a service, right? And try to make that service sustainable, right? So that way, and cheaper as time goes on, which I think does happen. Like
sustainable.
The whole thing
necessary,
is
you know
that
what I mean?
the closer, the more technology we have, and the more technological advances we have, the more possible socialization of resources and general
that's bullshit.
communism becomes.
But like Thomas Paine said, really simply, the government at best, the government is a necessary evil. At worst, it's a tyrant, right? So if it's a necessary evil, then we have to have it. But how do we? So what is its purpose? It's to spend money. It's to allocate resources, whatever. The whole question is, what do we spend this money on, and how much? You know what I mean? What are we spending it on?
That's where it becomes all subjective, Ponder. That's where it becomes all subjective and objective. Kind of my main point. Always has been. Fucking A, Ponder. I love you, bro.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just, it's all bullshit because it's all just a breaking down the all into individual parts to understand it. But it's chaos. Exactly. It's a huge concept that we cannot
this
comprehend.
landscape just be beautiful if this game wasn't a piece of dog shit.
We can't fucking comprehend it because we're just a part of the balance that's going back and forth.
Oh, dude, we're pendulum swinging, baby. That's all we are.
My game is on like pretty high settings too.
Yeah, you guys are all great. Like I like talking to every single one of you, and I need to learn your names and all that. You know what I mean? I just like Kay was saying. I got the ADHD. I like to throw around.
Oh, not fun. I'm fine.
No, yeah, you're
nice
good,
to
man.
actually fucking talk to you, bud.
Yeah.
I was in your chat earlier. Shit, I didn't realize
who are
you were
you?
in here. Nice to meet you.
No.
Awkward.
Nice to meet you. Who?
Oh, damn. Fucking feels bad, man. Feels bad.
Jump ball. You guys are having a bad time. I got out of the water up there.
How the fuck did that happen?
I don't know.
You know, my name for people who are asking, just because someone asked, nonfon420 on Twitch, I mean, that's just just because people are asking my name, that's
Non-fon 420.
Do that self
what do you go by, like just 420 or non or
non-fon usually.
420.
Non-fon, okay.
I'm just non-fon 420
There
on
you
Twitch.
go. There's his shout out, boys. He's also streaming. He does political streams.
Political streams.
He does political streams.
I'll try to remember that. It's easy to remember these names than real names.
Hey, look, it's at the bottom now.
How did you squander that lead, dude?
Name.
Well, Ponder, you can always find me.
In this economy, it's easy to end up at the bottom, guys. That's all I'm saying. It could be you next, Admiral.
It will be me at some point.
Stack, I really like your trail. I wish I got that trail.
Yeah.
Balls.
Oh, yes.
Fuck.
Oh, I made it.
That was fucking bullshit.
But I got a boogie.
Yes.
Yes, dude.
I'm not getting a boogie, but it's a double boogie.
I got double
boogie.
Yeah, double boogie.
Do either of you play golf in real life? Out of curiosity.
Only mini golf, because hear me out. Like,
I
who's
like
on a
mini
real
golf,
golf?
it's fun.
Who's on a real golf course? It's old white men talking about how to fuck over their employees by cutting their 401k plan. Who is at mini golf? It's fucking 20-year-old drunk college girls with fucking glowy shit all over their titties. All right, and
then maybe some families with the kids, That's it. There's not a bunch of rich assholes, a bunch of assholes that in fucking wearing polos and
I'm here for the fucking titties.
Do you guys not like actual golf?
That's why I play disc golf,
I don't think
not
actual
ball
golf is bad. I just think like the company you're in is not good.
Yeah, mini golf was just more fun.
So much resources keeping that fucking grass clean so no one else can use it except for golf. Whereas like disc golf, everyone can use.
I'm really offended. I'm sorry.
I mean, golf is pretty fucking base. Disc golf is better.
It's fun.
Generally because it takes
I've
place
never
in
played
woods.
disc golf before.
Disc golf is actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, I played it in high school. In middle school, we had some parent like donated.
Not in a high school or middle school aspect. Disc golf, it can be great fun. depending if your state park has it. Fuck, we got one. It's just a bunch of people drinking, hanging out, playing fucking disc golf.
Great people. It's usually really good people. They're
There
just
we go,
really
got
giving
in.
and kind, and want to have
Anna,
fun.
what level did you put your thing at?
Great people. I just made
what?
friends. And,
How much power did you give your ball?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't look. Sorry.
I think I did like
Ball golf is
three
fun, too.
bars.
I don't mean to
something
say
like
ball golf isn't fun. It's just such a fucking.
Got it.
There's
Nice.
so many resources, so much fertilizer put on the grass, so we can mow it at the right level, and that shit has a big effect on our environment.
I think there's bigger.
fuck
I
the
think you're
environment.
I think you're overweighing how much that affects the environment. I think like if we're gonna talk about environment, the things we need to talk about is factory farming. We got to talk about the nonstop oil spills and oil fracking. We need to talk about
I feel like
collecting.
if anything, we need
collecting
to talk about India and China.
Motherfucker, I am speaking. All right,
Hey,
fuck you.
motherfucker, cocksucker, two-ball bitch. Everything.
All right, muted. All right, so.
We need to talk about Mexico. We need to talk about Russia. We need to talk about.
We gotta talk about fucking oil. We gotta talk about fucking lithium. We gotta talk about fucking coal plants, and we gotta talk about the fact that we're dumping a bunch of shit in the ocean constantly. All right, I yield my
if we're gonna
time.
fix everything,
Fuck everybody.
we gotta talk about everything.
I mean, India and China, definitely. They got to be wiped off the map when it comes
Okay,
to
well, here we go. Okay, back to the back to the fucking gulag. He goes.
The gulag.
Goddamn,
I mean, he said when it comes to, I don't know,
All
he was
right,
trying to finish something.
when
I
it
do
comes
think
to
we should.
climate
Oh
change,
no.
like, right?
Oh, nice save.
Do we care about the environment?
No.
I mean, either do
We
I.
need it
I'm
to
gonna
survive.
Yeah, I got yelled
We
at
need
by
to
a
be conducive to
earlier
our
today.
They don't
environment's
even
gonna
know.
exist.
Oh,
We just like it to
MMT's
be in
gonna
our
be
range.
hard to- Listen, we'll get there.
I got
Oh,
called a
man.
bigot and a xenophobe for criticizing
I don't know if I'm
China.
be good at
and
explaining
CCP.
MMT yet.
What about the
I
oil
only
sitting
read
at
that
the
one
bottom
book.
of the ocean from deep
That's
BP
so
spill?
ironic on so many levels.
Maybe the U.S. should go clean up the oil spill so that way we could get more oil, right?
dude, fucking
Here's one of those concepts.
Oh
I
my
know
God, I
is
saved it.
dangerous. But when are we going to start mining our waste pits, like all of our trash dumps and everything? How many resources have gone in the trash?
I didn't get
They're
the
sitting at the
cheaty
bottom of the
thing where you bounce
landfill.
off that pot. That sucks.
How do you? Where are we? We're going over here? Okay. I don't even know where we're going, so I'm following Admiral.
Because I'm good at the game apparently.
Oh, we're going over here. Okay. I
See,
didn't even know.
there is a cheat when you go up that ramp. If you do hit it just right, you can bounce off a pot and get all the way over.
That's not a cheat. That's called literal skill. Bro, it's just like, yo, if you
it's not a cheat, but it's like
if you figure out opening moves in chest, that's a cheat.
True.
Aiming better in Counter-Strike, cheat. Guys, did you know there's a cheat in Counter-Strike that if you throw a grenade properly, you can
how did
smoke off.
how did I get in the first place? The fuck?
Because we all suck.
Okay. I mean that makes sense.
Oh, no. Oh,
you lucky bastard,
bro.
Holy shit, I can't believe.
Yes!
Fuck everybody.
That was did you see that? That shot?
Like, I don't play golf in polos, like a t-shirt and shorts maybe, based. So you say you take your grill outfit out to golf? That's a grilling outfit
Fuck
right
yeah,
there.
man.
Polo and shorts.
You gotta wear your ascot, right? Is that a thing?
Yeah. But with the climate change talk, I just hate like how everybody focuses on like stupid stuff. They're like, oh, fuck the straws. I'm fucking drinking with the plastic goddamn straw or a metal straw.
You're goddamn right we are. You're goddamn right we are.
Are you vegetarian or anything?
You know what's funny is the paper straws are like 4 times more damaging. So
I don't think most people here know what Utarian means. If you want to explain for them.
Vegetarian.
Oh. Okay, I thought you were talking about Utarianism for a second.
No.
Who are you asking if I'm? Who are you asking?
I was asking Kay because he mentioned factory farming in the environment. I was just curious.
Am I a vegetarian? No,
Yeah.
not yet. Though that is going to
Damn.
be the goal.
I
think
I'm never gonna be a vegetarian.
vegans. Fuck vegans, but vegetarian.
True.
Now that I can get on. Vegans don't make
Dude,
sense. And
I'm
here's
not gonna
why.
lie. If you know how to fucking marinate a good tofu, it fucking tastes amazing.
What am I
I'm not
supposed to
gonna lie.
even do here, guys? The fuck.
I don't know.
Where are you?
I don't know. Where are you?
Where are you?
I don't know where I am.
Oh,
I saw Admiral go up this way.
Yeah, you have to go up, and then you have to go over. Yeah, like
there
up,
you go.
yeah,
There you go.
There you go.
There we
Did you put a max choco amount on this?
Yeah. I think
What
it's
is it?
15.
12 or 15? Okay.
What the fuck is down here? Where did you go from here?
You jump onto that.
I forgot
You jump
to
onto
tell
the
you.
marble stuff, and then you get into the hole.
Oh, I see where I'm
Yes.
supposed to go. Okay.
You
Fuck
forgot
it.
to tell me what?
Yes.
Nice shot.
What?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes.
Chicken butt.
To what you asked me before. Yes.
I have no idea.
Don't miss it. Nice
Only
shot.
questions I know he's asked you.
Thanks for second place, Anna.
No problem.
Anna, thanks for second place.
Yeah,
Let's
fuck
go.
you.
First place. Let's fucking go. Thanks for sucking, guys.
We
Thanks, thing.
let's see. Oh, double cheeseburger. What?
Double cheeseburger, hold the lid. All right, so here's like my thing with vegans and why it doesn't make sense. All right, my first shit to go to is honey. All right, so they say that honey because it's a byproduct of an animal, but how do we get honey? All right, so we fucking give the bees a piece of
honey.
Fuck him. All right, so I swear to God, if I am interrupted one fucking time, I'll fucking.
Whoa,
All right.
Station.
Pirate next? No, we're doing space station. So fucking
Okay,
vegans
so,
don't make sense
but-
because honey byproduct. They're like, oh, you don't eat what's like byproducts of animals. But here's the thing: how do you get honey? All right, you give them a piece of land, right? And can we all acknowledge that nature is metal and kind of fucked up, right? Right, that your chances in nature is pretty fucking low, like of like having a really good existence. All right, so we give them a nice, secure piece of land. We protect them. We fucking give them homes. We get them high with smoke, and then we give them bitches. Right, we give them queens. All right, this sounds like a natural exchange. Would you pay honey for this? Of course, I would pay fucking honey if that was the price. That's just rent. That's what the honey is. That's their rent. So it doesn't make sense. And then with the eggs aren't fertilized eggs most of the time, so that doesn't make sense. And then when it comes to other things like if you're using like dead animal parts for stuff like that, it doesn't make sense why you wouldn't use that. Like if an animal dies, wouldn't you want to use its bones and stuff just to make shit? I don't fucking understand vegans.
Like use all the parts of the animal, like if it's dead, like dies naturally, whatever. Like we're gonna bury it, and then like and it goes to waste. Like that
I also
doesn't seem,
like when we
like a
get to
thing.
bees, like a lot of the moral arguments start kind of failing because like it's very easy to sort of like intuition pump. Oh, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? Well, a pig is just as smart as a dog. But then when you get to a bee, it's like, bro, you're really telling me a bee can really suffer that badly, bro?
I guess I would mow down on a dog. I tried cat too. Fuck it. Meat's meat.
Meat's meat. Yeah, that's the other thing is that like then I do question people. I got Gorp really like fuck it. I pinned him in a conversation on veganism and vegetarianism.
He does have a base cat.
No, he fucking isn't. But like, he got mad because he showed his cat on stream, and I like started copying and pasting cat recipes from Vietnam, and he was all of a sudden he got like very butthurt, and then we were starting to go like, all right, why can't I eat the fucking cat? Well, if I can't eat a cat, what's your criteria? Oh, look, pigs literally meet the criteria and actually exceed it, but you eat pork, don't you? So then,
I'm not gonna lie, his cat would throw you in a fucking boxcar. Have you seen the mustache on that motherfucker?
Fucking Kittler. Catler.
Also, quit fucking muting me, bruv. What the fuck? Ugh,
actually, just for that.
Boys, I got a birdie.
Fuck.
That one was a joke.
Fuck.
You suck, Stack. Can I?
I will say,
okay.
I will say, NOK, just because of you, I have been going down a dark rabbit hole. Holy fuck, it's insane.
Have fun with that.
How far down of the rabbit hole would you go?
So you hit the G spot.
Let's just say to BitChute, where shit is wacky tobacco.
Ooh, that was no. Why did I have to land here?
I don't know if I can show us the Twitch.
My game broke again where I don't get my customization. I literally get rid of them all.
Please,
This is
please.
Closest Cat.
Nice.
I've never actually seen
It's
Closest
shit
Cat.
like this. It's shit like this that could just really drive a man fucking crazy.
All it takes is
Listen,
one
the woke mob is
bad
looking
day.
after me, bro.
one
The
bad
woke mob.
course. All it takes is one bad course.
We live in a
That's Jack. All it takes is one bad course. I'm like a golf ball chasing holes. I wouldn't know what to do if I got in one. Respect the animal sacrifice, yeah. No, I don't even shit. Like Stack knows that I've been fucking going towards a vegetarian route. But Stack, have I ever like talked shit about you eating meat?
No.
Exactly. Like I don't fucking give a shit. Like if people eat meat, I just want people to realize some stuff like that. Like, you know, factory farming is pretty fucked. Like just like small things like that is like if you
meat
like,
still tastes good though.
And okay, if I am able to get you in a debate with Vegan Gains, would you accept it?
Yeah, of course.
I fucking hate that dude. God, that dude's fucking.
Dude,
like,
he's
psychotic.
actually on the list of people I've actually wanted to debate.
The dude is psychotic.
I will see if I can get that.
Do you actually know Vegan Gains? There's no fucking way.
I know a couple DGGers, but we can see what happens.
Yeah. Somebody threw out my name to Destiny too, and I want to see what happens with that.
Destiny will destroy you.
He probably
Destiny
would. He's been doing it for
everyone.
He's been doing it for like 12 years.
I don't care. Like, yeah, I fucking doubt that.
Well, he wouldn't destroy anybody. Alex O'Connor fucking basically bent him over in their discussion, but that's because Alex O'Connor is just kind of next level. But
I mean, it depends on the topic. If I agree with him, I wouldn't debate him. You know what I mean?
I don't think
If
there's
he's
much
wrong,
I would
I'll
agree
call
with
him where he's
Destiny
wrong.
on, to be honest.
I don't agree with Destiny on anything. Just like I don't agree with Stack or NOK. But Destiny could fuck. Destiny is such a good debater. I don't care what anyone says. He easily can persuade people.
I don't know if he's a good debater, as in like he can prove his points good. I think he's a good gaslighter.
Yeah.
I don't think about gaslighting. I don't think so. Because he generally disagrees, proves a point, and then shows an example against the opponent's point. And then
But there's always
generally,
a counterexample if you know it.
if you know it. And it seems so far, Destiny has not come across that.
But knowing that it
I
exists,
don't
knowing there's a counterexample, then you open your mind to the void and you'll find the counterexample because you know it exists. It has to exist.
I'll debate Destiny on cuckoldry. I think we'll have an interesting conversation on that. He's good at debating, not good at being right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Unfortunately. Oh, yeah, he definitely is. Like a literal cuck, not a cuck as in like his political opinions suck.
No. I know what you mean. I just don't know if he's a cuck, per se.
I don't know if he liked it, but he definitely dealt with it.
Well, I think he was fucking more women than she was fucking men, so I think she would be the cuck in that example.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
He had an open relationship, but I don't think. Like when I think,
And
cuck,
then got
I think
mad
someone
that
who's
she was
actually
sleeping around and decided to stay with her fucking partner over him because he fucking sucked.
the 5'4" Swedish twink. It was awesome.
I don't know if that makes him a cuck, though, right?
When I think cuck, I think someone who like actually like enjoys it.
He literally got mad that she was sleeping around with other people.
Well, they were also married. It was an open relationship. I don't know.
Exactly,
If I would call that cuck.
Yeah, you got pretty fucking cucked on that one. He was like, "Hey, let's sleep around," thinking that it was gonna be good, and then she was like, "All right," and then she goes out more, gets fucked more, and then he goes,
No,
"Wait, I don't like that
that's
you're getting, I don't like that you're getting fucked," and then she.
That's
fucking,
what I'm saying. He was fucking more than her,
No,
and I think that's where that.
That's
came
not what
up
he
from.
said though in fucking conversations of
He
why they've
has
broken up.
literally said it. He has.
Unless if he's changed his fucking stance.
Nope. This
Yeah.
is from watching him. He has always fucked more than Milena did.
I didn't
Why,
realize that was on the next
why,
part.
why are you making me defend Destiny? Jesus Christ.
Why are you
fucking
defending
don't
him?
agree with him. Because he's never said the things you said.
But he has. He said that he didn't appreciate that she was going out and having sex with these men. I guess you could say he didn't say a number, but that implies that if he doesn't appreciate it, that he's.
What do you mean? He said he was always fine with it.
Usually when I
No,
think
That's the
cucked,
point of
he-
an open relationship.
Exactly.
I think someone
That's
who like
why he got
actually
cucked is that
like
he thought
enjoys
he
it
was
for like
fine
a
with the
fetish
fucking
thing,
open
not just like an
relationship.
open
But who got
relationship.
cucked first? He was fucking more.
Even if it was true that he was fucking
she
more,
got cucked.
she got exactly what she wanted and left him, and he was the
Everyone
one that
got
complained.
cucked equally.
No, they were. Don't. I don't want this cuck communism.
I think fucking he cucked.
We're gonna redistribute the cucking.
I think she got cucked more, but to each their own. You know what?
to your
I'm calling in
ability.
Hassan. Hassan, where you at?
Isn't
Fucking
a
A.
isn't it
Where's
isn't
the
a
co-op
cuck
on cucking?
isn't it a cuck someone likes to watch?
No,
Technically,
I think that's the
I mean,
that was the initial
Technically,
definition
yes.
of a
That's
cuck.
cuckold.
Like that's like cuckold started as like a fetish, but it sort of expanded just to being like a
Yeah.
lame guy who lets you girl fuck other guys. Yeah.
Yeah. And we don't mean like three-way, right? We mean like she goes out and she's like, "All right, honey." Tyrone says he's coming over, and it's like, "Yes, honey."
I mean that's just a
I'll just
open
play
relationship.
legal.
I mean that's
I'll
just
play
an open
League of
relationship.
Legends.
Holy
Send me
shit, that
pictures.
just proves how little you know of Destiny. Sorry, I can't take you serious on this subject.
Send me
All right, then
pictures.
go.
I fucking hate Destiny, politically wise, but goddamn, you can't say that. Like, watch any of his content, my guy.
I have.
Do you know who's worse than Destiny?
Who?
Vosh.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess.
Oh,
Vosh.
Vosh is
Yeah.
terrible. Hassan is too. We
I don't
need
think I've
I think
ever
more.
I think
actually
Hassan's
watched Destiny.
okay. Vosh is terrible.
No,
I think
Hassan
Hassan is as
fucking
bad as Vosh.
horrendous.
No, Vosh
I don't
is
think
the
so.
definition of
Hassan is Mr. Girl tier.
Unless
level
if you
at this point.
unless if you mean that Hassan is bad in the sense of like his political opinions, fine. You could say that his political opinions are bad, but like his debate strategies are way better than Vosh. I think he's typically more right than Vosh has been, and
Hassan has not been right in probably.
and his
3 or 4
controversials are
years.
fucking hilarious. Like the whole like his Dan Crenshaw line, that shit fucking golden forever. Some brave Mujahid fighter fucked his eye hole. That's so good. That's some shit Trump would say, bro. I fucking love it.
If you
The
can insult
9/11.
with compliments, that's the best.
Also, like his 9/11 like controversy stuff. That shit was funny as well. And every
Well, did you-
September 11.
Vosh is stupid.
Yeah, Vosh is stupid.
Vosh is stupid. Hassan is stupid.
He's only had one good take that I've ever heard come out of Vosh, and it was his take on Attack on Titan and whether it was anti-Semitic or not. And surprisingly, he was like, "No, it's not. Of course not." And it's like, "Oh, okay."
I don't think I've ever watched any of like the popular like Vosh. I've never watched.
Don't watch
Destiny.
Vosh.
I've
He's
Don't watch
fucking
Vosh.
disgusting.
seen Hassan
Yeah.
like maybe 30 seconds. You know what I mean? It's like,
Hassan's
fuck, I
a
don't like
fucking
this
dumb
shit.
cunt too.
Too busy. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them on other people's streams. You know what I mean? Like smaller streamers when they show
Most
content. So
RedTube
I've
isn't-
seen them, but I've never actually watched any of their shit. So I
See,
wouldn't
well,
even
you
know
need
what
to
their
watch
takes
Panda
on it.
Monkey.
Yeah, Stack.
Fuck you.
Ponder. Ponder.
Okay,
Are
one foot
you
behind you.
religious?
Panda monkey, ponder monkey, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, are you
I'm gonna do
religious?
something stupid. Oh, I gave it too much. Shit.
What do I need to
Ponder,
watch?
if you
Oh, fuck yeah.
Ponder, if you aren't
That was
religious,
fucking bullshit. I
or
saw
if you
that
are,
shit.
what you need to do, What you need to do, Ponder, is you need to watch Nick Fuentes.
Oh boy.
Oh God.
Ignore his religious
I
shit.
know of him, but yeah, okay.
No, you don't want to watch him.
Why would I
don't.
enjoy that?
Because he's based. You want to watch Nick.
I know
but a
of them.
base
I don't.
retard is
The
still a
takes I've
retard.
heard, the hearsay I have heard does not speak well of him.
I mean, it depends on who you ask. I don't know.
No, it's all hearsay. I have not watched it directly.
I wonder what opinions that Glock likes from Nick Fuentes. I wonder what it could possibly fucking be.
Oh yeah, I can tell you right now, not the religious ones.
Oh,
okay.
Religion is disgusting.
Religious ones. Yeah, I don't think it's the religious one.
Yeah,
One might
is
say it
disgusting.
overlaps with religion, but
I don't really see that.
I love this level.
Why? Because we're sucking. We both suck.
Yeah, I got 3. I got it in like 3 or 4 years.
I should have had unlimited strokes because like it's not fair that some people get saved after 15.
That's
Come
called
on,
edging.
Goofus. Yes, get that number up, Daddy. Actually, it's 16.
It's I've given up. I've given up.
Look at this cocky bastard.
I gave up.
I mean,
I think that was it. Yep.
I give up.
Yes.
Still not
Oh, it counts
last.
as 18? Oh my god.
yeah, it always adds 2.
That's fucked.
And you were doing so poorly that I'm only tied for last.
I appreciate all of you guys. Just putting that out there.
Hey, I appreciate you too, man.
Fuck, I suck.
No, fucking and okay, I said it first. Fuck you. Ponder Monkey, I appreciate you.
I've been here from
It's
the
good to be
beginning of Ponder
appreciated.
Monkey's arc. I was there when he was a Ponder Chimp.
Thunder
I
Chimp.
was Goku at first.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
But then it was just like,
Damn it.
yeah, I need to not be someone else. I need to be
I'm having
me.
a bad level.
Yes. Let's fucking
I've learned a lot. I have absolutely learned a
I'm gonna
lot by
lose.
joining.
I'm
the
gonna
club.
watch Admiral here. Yeah. Come on, Admiral.
Fuck.
Oh.
No.
Fuck.
Well, I still didn't. Oh. All right, let's see Stack. Let's see Stack fall from grace. There is a chance that Stack fucks. No, damn it. Oh, no. Please. Fuck him. Damn it.
Okay.
Okay, where does this lead us?
I suck.
Damn.
I'm still
you were
ahead.
so close.
Still
You're so
ahead.
close.
Still
So close.
ahead.
Dude, this game is any man's game right now.
No, it's not mine.
Oh,
Definitely not mine.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeet the ball. Or not. Yeet the ball.
I guess.
Oh my god, I got
don't know.
both at once. Nice.
No. Fuck.
Yet.
Damn.
I do not like
why
this.
does Gorp hate me so much?
I wonder why, dude.
I mean, I wonder.
What did Gorp do?
I don't know what I have done. Gorp,
don't know what I've
No.
done to Gorp.
What did Gorp do this time? Nice.
I know I'm getting canceled for having Glock on, to be honest.
No. Fuck.
I've already had to mute him a few times. Some of it out of just being funny, but a lot of it out of necessity.
You're not doing too hot, are you, Stack?
No, I'm not.
Wait, did you get in already? Oh fuck, man.
Yeah, I got a
how
4.
much? No, you didn't. You got 10. Shut up.
I got a 4.
No, you didn't. It says 10.
That's the last
I
call.
keep getting fucked right there.
You can't liberal mind me here. Fucking lie
know,
to me
that
about
was
fucking
last
numbers.
call.
Let me
No.
guess.
Last one.
The COVID vaccine had no side effects next. It fucking was natural. Actually, not fun. How do you feel about the vaccine?
I would imagine you could guess how I feel. I think it was a pretty amazing achievement. I think vaccine mandates are probably a good thing. I don't think it had side effects warrant not taking it.
So you think that the government should be able to fast track a vaccine, speed through the testing, and then force people in order to take it?
I mean, when you
After
say
not
force
going through
people,
yes,
in
force
order to take it, I don't think you should necessarily be able to. When you say force, there has to be some level of consequence for not taking it, because you can't risk harming other people because you're
lose
also
your
a
entire
vector.
livelihood.
Here, boys. Good night.
When you say, I mean, I would always be in favor of government aid programs, right? So I don't think you should lose your entire livelihood, but I think, like, when you don't get vaccinated, you present a big risk to other people and society as a whole because of herd immunity, right?
Except we found out that it didn't stop you from transmitting or any of that shit. So.
Okay, but we already knew that.
It didn't, it didn't completely stop you from transmitting.
That was already something that should have been established. There was just bad messaging because people are retarded when it comes to vaccines. There's no vaccine ever that fucking completely 100% stops it. This is just not a thing.
Yeah.
And I am mad at anybody that like said that through the Democrats, because there were people, I did look it up, there were people that did say it, and it's like, why would you say that if you're not a fucking medical professional? Makes me so fucking mad.
I'm so confused. Where am I supposed to go from here?
I don't know where I'm supposed to go from.
I know I'm there already.
Where did you go? Did you take the
ramp
up?
I don't know. I just followed. Went someplace. I don't know.
Oh, it's up here. Okay.
I don't know.
This might be another 15 track.
Magic hole in one on this map. Am I right? Or am I right? Hell yeah. How much did this map fucking sucked? Okay, yours was. Mine was 6. Yours was 12. Okay, cool. I'm just.
Where's the hole? Oh, so
that's what she said. Or he said.
That's what he said.
You don't want to do that. You want to
wants
get
a
on
mandate,
ramp.
but then says not forced. It says suicide Sasquatch.
What am I
do you
supposed
have
to do?
non-fun? You want to defend yourself? You need to
I'm
go
gonna say
up.
mandate. Okay,
Go
I
up
mean,
on that one. Oh.
Fuck. Listen, I was a baby boy during COVID. I don't even remember. I don't remember what the fucking mandate was. Okay, I know the ocean mandate got shot down.
You couldn't. I mean, there was you couldn't leave your house, go to like shopping and stuff. Possible arrests for being out without a mask. Then jobs would fire you if you didn't fucking have the vaccine. So there goes your livelihood.
But the ocean mandate got shot down. Like, we couldn't actually mandate it, right? It was just up to companies individually.
No, not if you worked for the government or any job that has a contract with the government. It was mandated then.
Well, I mean, to work for that's a decision of the government. It's the same. It's like, it's not a man. Like, obviously, there's some level of force there, but not a totalitarian level of force, I would say, considering the public health emergency that COVID was.
Didn't Australia put people in COVID camps?
Yep.
I'm a medical professional, or used to be, I should say. I don't do it as much anymore. But I was more on like the
blanket with COVID.
Oh my god.
And I just gotta say that it was a disgusting fucking procedures we went through with the whole COVID shit. And like the first off, the way that information got out was really fucking terrible and was very unclear. But also, it's just like the whole idea. This is the president. Not fun. I don't like. This is what we basically said because of COVID. We have now basically made it okay that if there's a public emergency with health, that we can speed out a vaccine. We can forego the laws and regulations set up to make sure that vaccines are safe, and then basically require that vaccine for you to be a part of society. If you refuse this vaccine, you're basically fucked because we live in a capitalist society, and you have to constantly be doing shit, right?
I mean, so again, I was a baby boy during COVID. Okay, I was 14 during COVID.
Oh,
so what was the like specific health requirements that we had to forego during COVID? Because my understanding is the reason we were able to quote unquote rush out the vaccine was because I think the government put funding into it, and I think we did the like level 1 and 3 trials concurrently, right? Like we did concurrent human
didn't we have new
trials.
technology too? We wouldn't have been able to do that
Yeah, we had
previously
the
because we didn't
like
have the
mRNA,
technology.
mRNA stuff.
RNA.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was somewhat new. I mean, RNA has been around for a while, but yeah, this was like our first like super like critical testing of it.
Yeah.
I don't know every single exact regulation because I'm not on that side of the testing, but I know that they sought approval to speed through testing, to cut down testing times, specifically to cut down the number of trials and speed through being able to push like the vaccine on through the trials and not have the settling stage of, I think it takes typically 2 to 3 years of watching out for like symptoms of and different. Oh fuck! I closed the lobby. I'm sorry.
The thing that I found out is with the all that the approval process with that the FDA approval, like that's been like I think like the thing about like them basically just pushing like be able to get stuff through faster in that way long before COVID. Like it's been pretty fucked.
It is pretty
I
fucked.
mean, I agree totally with your concerns. I guess the problem is there's no right answer. You know what I mean? We're all just guessing. Like we can look back afterwards and say, okay, did we make the right choice or how could we do better? But there is no fucking right answer. I agree because it's like, how do you, if you're trying to avoid a possible situation, how do you predict all outcomes at once? You know, I mean, we just have to do our best. And from what at least I understand, they wouldn't have approved those measures and that speeding up if it wasn't reasonably safe. You know what I mean? There's obviously no way to eliminate all risk, but some of those restrictions were a product of they weren't necessary anymore. You know what I mean? They were a product of prior limitations we used to have, and we didn't necessarily have those. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, but yeah, I guess again we're doing the best, and I agree with your concern. I wasn't necessarily eager to go get the vaccine because I knew it was not necessarily tested long term, but I had agreed that it was worth the risk because I didn't want to like infect. I wanted to reduce the risk of infecting my mother or someone else I cared about getting sick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Even if it meant long term effects where maybe I don't live to be 100, I die at 95, or whatever. I don't live to be 60, I die at 55. I'd much rather have my mom for that 5 years than not have her.
I get that.
And maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wouldn't have saved her. To be honest with you, I'm pretty sure my mom is the one who brought COVID to America because she was visiting my brother in China. And
we got someone to blame.
I'm pretty sure she's fucking patient zero.
See, when I had COVID, my dad's the one that gave it to me. So
yeah, I mean, my daughter,
and it wasn't even that bad for us. So like
3 months before it was like even known what
okay.
was going on. She was super sick and complaining about she couldn't taste anything. You know what I mean? That was before. She fucking knew what COVID was.
I don't like this one, Stack.
I
This
remember
one particularly.
So I'm pretty sure it was somewhere along the lines. We got it early. I never actually tested positive. I've never tested positive. So, like I said, I was willing to take the risk, and I get it, but I was also concerned. But I listened to my daughters who were like, "Don't be a dumbass." You know what I mean? Listen to the ones that are actually saying they're not going to take it.
For me, because I was in the age range that there were concerns with like heart issues.
Yeah.
Like young men, like in their like 20s, early 30s, like that whole thing. And like I did have a friend that he got it, and with his second shot, he started having heart issues, and his doctor told him, "Do not get any more boosters." Basically, because it obviously caused you issues.
I will say that the COVID vaccine did end up a lot better than like what I was expecting with how rushed it was. But I will say that the precedent set just really fucks things up because it turned out good this time, but what about next time? And the time after, and the time after.
I sent some images in general. You can see like the typical vaccine development path, and you can see during COVID, we still went through all the normal safety steps. We just ran them concurrently. Yeah.
Yes, and there's reasons why you're not supposed to do that.
That's exactly why we need good leaders in office to decide when it's time to not follow the rules. You know what I mean? It's easy to follow the rules, but that's when you make those decisions of like, you know what, this is what all the rules say, this is what we should do, but something tells me we need to break the rule this time. And I'm not saying I know what that is, that's why we allegedly elect good leaders to decide, you know what, this is the time, yes, we shouldn't do that ever except now.
Bro, like Donald J. Trump, my favorite effective leader.
Not like Donald J. Trump.
You know what the funny thing that I saw is like the people that ended up like really being advocates for the vaccine didn't like it because originally it was Trump, and then once Biden, is put, saying whatever, now it's like, okay, we gotta do it. It's like, wait a minute, you didn't like it when Trump was in charge and saying to get it, but now that Biden is, that now you're all for it. It's like it's still the same thing. It's not like it's a new formula. It's like
agreed. My concerns were the same concerns whether it was Trump mandated or Biden mandated. You know what I mean? It was like, yeah, do we really know what the long-term effects are? But
what are
I guess,
are you guys at all concerned for possible second Trump term?
I'm fucking not excited for anybody that wins this. I think if Biden wins, he's going after our gun rights in a way that like he has never gone after them before, and that fucking sucks because I convinced so many people that would have otherwise voted for Trump to vote third party through discussions, but as soon as the new fucking ATF shit came out, they're like, sorry, I gotta vote Trump on this because like you don't have rights if you don't have gun rights. I'm sorry, you don't. You have privileges, right? The only right that really matters is a gun right, because then that's where your property right comes from. That's where your freedom of speech comes from. Life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, all that fucking shit only comes if you're able to defend yourself. And Biden's coming after that shit.
You have the right to have a gun, but there's a limit to what type of gun and you can't have a nuclear weapon.
Of course. This isn't
a Gatling gun.
Yet. I still own my pocket nuke,
God damn it, we don't have jumping.
I agree. You have the right to defend yourself.
I want my pocket nuke, and I want my F-16. Because that's the only way we can go against the federal government is if we have F-16s and pocket nukes.
The Afghanis and Vietnamese would like to discuss that.
You have the right to defend yourself, right? Shouldn't you really only have to defend yourself from a certain amount of people? If literally everyone is coming after you, then probably you're wrong, and you probably shouldn't have the ability to kill everyone.
I think
there should be a limit to your ability to defend yourself, because at a certain point, you're probably the one who's wrong, and there's a reason they're coming after you.
I think Biden passed the Safer Communities Act, which was the gun control stuff he did. I haven't read the whole thing or anything, but I thought most of the stuff in there is pretty reasonable last time I looked at it.
They're making it where if you've ever traded a firearm before, that they can fucking no-knock warrant you if you're unable to provide fucking receipts. Retroactively, by the way, which the law was not always that you needed these receipts. That's fucking ridiculous. And basically they've made it so you're essentially at this point you don't even need a license because they've tracked you with everything else. So now when you buy a weapon, they have to track you buying the weapon. Now when you sell the weapon, they have to track you selling the weapon. And when you get rid of the weapon in any form, you're supposed to report it in this. And if you don't, guess what? No knock warrant raid. You're liable for any crimes that happen with that gun if you can't produce a bill of sale and all this other fucking bullshit. It's just
don't they have to have footage now too?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like anybody that sells guns has to have
Was that in the Safer
like
Communities
20
Act?
like yeah, it's like 24/7
I have to
footage,
see.
basically.
It was from the I don't know if it's from the Safer Communities Act. It's from whatever the ATF was saying recently. I watched it on stream with Ranger Rogue. I'll have to. I can find it and I can put it into the political Discord. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, I don't really
tomorrow.
think we should be doing no-knock warrants at all. I don't think no-knock warrants are. I think no-knock warrants are rarely justified, especially for like drug offenses. I think that's probably stupid. But I don't know, like the actual like legislation Biden's passed, like the Safer Communities Act, like that was a bipartisan bill. For the most part, it seems like it had reasonable restrictions. I'm way more concerned about Trump installing loyalists in the government than I am with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying why I wanted to start with Biden because my statement was going to be that Biden is still the more stable choice technically.
Yeah.
Like, but that's only because he's already in power and like his cronies already fucking built the system around their corruption. Trump's corruption is more disrupting the corruption that's already there. He wants to replace the current corruption with his corruption, which would destabilize everything. Also, typically Republicans are worse when it comes to economics. If you just look at any like study and graph about this, they spend more inefficiently. The regulations that they do place usually only put the wealth in the hands of the few and not the many. And overall, like the spending power of the people go down, and the fiscal spending and the debt keeps on going up, right?
I think we have one option, like one feasible way to get our hands around the situation, and that is obviously we cannot afford Donald Trump to be elected president. Obviously, there's more elections and there's senatorials and all that, but we cannot afford 2 more Donald Trump Supreme Court justices, and that's what will happen. If we have 5 Supreme Court justices under Donald Trump, we are fucked. We are a theocracy and we're done. So we can't afford that. But what we have to do, which is what we always fail to do, is we elect Obama. We win. We think we win, and we get fucking lazy and we just get complacent. We have to, as soon as we win, the day after Joe Biden wins, we have to nonstop demand that bribery is illegal again. Because as long as bribery is legal, nothing is fucking solid. Any accomplishments we make, any progress we make, it's for sale because it's fucking bribery. So we have to get rid of Citizens United, and that means it's going to be tough and it's going to be real hard, but we have to get a fucking constitutional amendment done. I know that sounds impossible, but it has to be done. They happen in groups, typically happen either after a fucking war or a crisis, or if we're really lucky, we can get them done to avert the crisis. And they happen in groups, and we have to find an easy one first. And the easiest one is most people don't realize we do not have the right to vote in this country. It's not a right. I think it's a very simple constitutional amendment. We have to have the right language, and we need people who are smart to craft it better than I am. But it's essentially the same like all the other rights. The government does not have the right or the ability to infringe on your right to vote. It's not a right we have. It's the government's restriction to take that right away, barring being a criminal or whatever we determine. We have to get that written so they cannot disenfranchise us constitutionally. And once we get one, then people will realize we can do this, and then we can get Citizens United removed and make that whatever. And all the other ones we need to get done, we got to start with one, and then it can happen again and again and again.
Okay, but none of that's happening with this election, and we all know that. So,
not this election, but it has to happen as soon as this election's over. We have to start and not be like, sweet, we won, we beat Donald Trump, ha ha, you guys suck. We have to just immediately be like, fuck you, we voted you in. Now if you don't do this, we will fucking figure out a way to get rid of you. Whatever that means, because we can't fuck around anymore. We elected you. We bought your bullshit. We believed you. Now fucking do it or you're done.
I think.
Right? Am I wrong?
I think what's going to be important is how much third party we get this time, because I think that's going to be the decider on who wins or loses this, is who lost more of their base, which I think right now is Joe Biden. But Joe Biden is losing more of his base than Trump is losing his base. But I think it could go either way.
And the election's not right now. That's what they're saying in the polls. But when it comes down to it and the pressure hits, everyone fucking knows that Kennedy is there because he wants to take votes away from Biden. He's said so much. Everyone knows who, they're doing, like myself. I voted, non-committed or whatever, right? Because I'm trying to send the message. But when it comes down to it, and Joe Biden is going to wipe the floor with Donald Trump this time. He's fucked. He's done.
I don't think so.
Not even going to be close.
I don't think it's not going to be.
I get that.
Yeah, I think that
Not
it could
100%,
seriously
but
go either way on this one. I think that Biden is clearly the better option, like gun to my dog's head, right? If I had to like choose one, right? But it's only better because the system is built around him being the better option, right? Like both of them still are not going to solve the core issues, and we're going to slowly degrade as a country under both of them, right? And both of them are going to ruin very specific things for the country. And we just lose no matter what. But I think the best case scenario is that a third party vote that makes it where Biden barely wins scares the Democratic Party into giving up more concessions. I mean, look at the nice wins that we've been getting. Do you think it's a fucking coincidence that as soon as
I hope he runs for Speaker of the House.
Polling numbers came out, that all of a sudden the FTC bans fucking non-compete contracts, the FCC reinstates net neutrality, that airlines are required to give you a refund, and all these like nice things right after Biden's polling numbers show him losing? Maybe.
But like he is responsive to us. That's one of the things that Trump isn't. You know what I mean? Like he is responsive. He's responsive to his base, and what do they want? Right?
They don't know what they want.
Well, no, they do know what they want. They want it to be like they used to be, where only the rich white people had fucking power in this country. Straight rich white men had power. They love that shit. They just won't say it out loud.
I honestly don't think that's what most conservatives want, to be honest.
I don't think that's what they think they want, but what they don't realize is what they want only existed because that's the way the system was. Because certain people had less, that's why they were able to build the life they had. Like the old adage I always like to say, I don't know if I made it myself, but if you want to build your
that was fucking
if you want to have a good retirement, start your fucking retirement fund 7 generations ago. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's the whole critical race theory and all that. Like, I'm not saying it's one person specifically took advantage of someone, but that's how the whole system works. We're always taking advantage of someone in capitalism. Someone is always losing.
What do you think, Nonfon? We've been talking a lot. What do you think?
I think I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. I think I'm way more worried about Trump's installing loyalists in the government and then potentially trying to ignore Supreme Court orders. I think that's a way bigger threat than anything Joe Biden's going to do. And I think Joe Biden, I mean, you said because a lot of it may be because the polls showed him losing, but I think he's done some pretty good things generally. I think a lot of the COVID stimulus is probably necessary. I think a lot of the recent like FCC regulations are probably good. Yeah.
To me, Democrat corruption, like when you say Democrats get corrupted, what are they corrupted? It's because they become like Republicans, right? They want to take bribe. They want to have the trickle down shit. They become neoliberals. That's what Democrats being corrupted is.
Bro, I'm trying to fucking give you shit. Come here, both of you.
I mean, that's
what the hell? I'm trying to give you shit, bro.
I know I'm biased, and I know it shouldn't be that way. I look at all their policies.
Is the corruption? It's all of it.
Yeah, but the Republican, like, what do the Republicans say? Government's the problem, right? Well, how the fucking government be the problem if like what's the answer then? If we just individualism? No, you're the problem because your attitude is what do I get out of this, not what can I do. Motivation is everything, and most people run for office because they want to get something.
Split that.
Not because they
split what's in the paper bag.
Very few people
split it however you want.
Run for office because they do want to get something. What they want to get is helping people. Like you have to pick your motivation. You know what I mean? It's all poison. Like we're all greedy motherfuckers. What do you want to be greedy for?
I mean, you guys have heard me talk. I'm pretty capitalist leaning. I'm relatively moderate on stuff. So I think Biden's a pretty good candidate for me. I mean, I would prefer if he was gay.
I've already chosen to abstain from voting. until
I mean, to be honest, like,
there's a
how are we
reason
going
for
to
me to
get third
vote.
party? I do agree we need third parties, right? That's imperative. We have to have more parties. We're not going to get that with Republicans. We
I
have a
want ranked
chance,
choice
a way to
voting
get
so
there.
fucking bad.
Exactly. That's it. Ranked choice voting, and Democrats will actually vote for ranked. They're reluctant because they know taking away. Republicans will never allow that. So, ranked choice voting is the key to third parties, and that we're only going to get there through Democrats.
And then no parties. Get rid of the parties. Have 0 parties.
Or what's likely to happen, the way I see things possibly happening, is, like I was talking about saying, Democrats kick the Republicans' asses. I see that happening. It's just how I see the cards happening. And what's going to happen is then, as the Republicans always do, just like they did with W when they were done with him, or anyone they're done with, actually, Trump was a fucking liberal, and he was the problem. And we need real Republicans again. And they're going to flip the script on the Democrats because Trump is going to leave them bankrupt and powerless. So now they're the underdogs, and they're going to flip the script and be like, we need to have election reform. We need to get rid of this bribery system. And they're going to leave the Democrats holding the bag with the system they created, which was listen to the corporations, and they're going to act like the Democrats are the ones that are taking all the money from the, you know what I mean? Like, Democrats became the Republicans, like we always say, you know what I mean? That they used to have whatever, the Republicans are now fucking Nazis. They moved to the right, and the Democrats became them. And they're going to end up pretending that they're back on left. That's what fucking fascists do, is they take any advantage and do what they can to get power, because all they want is power. They don't want to help people. And they're going to pretend that they're going to try to find a new candidate that's not going to be the new Trump, but they'll be promising they're going to fix the system and get rid of corruption, but all they're going to do is set the corruption up so they have control, not the Democrats.
Well, the Republican
Whatever that is.
Party, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, don't get me wrong, they're the fucking same party and they're on the same team, but they're playing two different bases. All right. So the Democratic Party is there, so you feel like you're winning every once in a while, but it's like fucking pulling teeth, right? The Republican Party is there to push you further and further and push the goalpost there. But guess what? They're funded by the same people. Like the amount of overlap of campaign funds when you compare Democrats and Republicans is fucking insane. It's just ridiculous. And same with like media, right? If you look at like the media and who funds the media, it's the same people that fund both fucking biased like news journals. They're just playing
That's
it
how
to
capital works.
When you play both sides, you win.
If the bull market, yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it works. Just like
it's literally betting red and black at a roulette table, right? There's fucking they win on both sides.
But occasionally, that's the thing. We can call the system out, and eventually, like at some points, we can point out, and yes, they fucking stole. They, like Epstein proves that they fucking stole. Just, well, fuck you. It doesn't matter. We know we're fucking. Everyone knows we're corrupt, and all the bullshit, the conspiracy through it. It doesn't matter because we still. And they do that, but occasionally, every fucking success we've ever gotten in this country has been because of Democrats. Whether it's civil rights, whether, you know what I mean? The Republicans or I shouldn't say Republicans, because a certain way, it's conservatives versus, whatever. It's progressive versus regressive. When it's that side, and right now the Democrats are pushing for the progressive measures. So, but that's what at all those progressive people, like everything, whatever it is, right? It's unions or not unions or whatever it is, like that's the populist shit. The Republicans sometimes, like Trump did, pretends that they're that way. I'm going to drain the swamp. Yeah, he fucking drained the shit out of the swamp, didn't he?
Yep.
He made it all clean, right?
My only problem with like people
and fashion.
Voting for the the greater of the two evils is that like one, you're still voting for the evils rather than just uprooting the system, and we still lose either way. Like it's still slipping into a worse situation no matter who is in. But also is that fucking liberals, I'm fucking the worst. Like I'm more friends with fucking. They're not even fucking scared. They're fucking retarded is what they are. They fucking sit there and they go they see a Band-Aid and they think they they think they cured the wound, right? Like it's like getting shot and then putting a fucking band-aid over it is what a liberal does. They go, minimum wage, now the issue is fixed. It's like, well, how about we fucking fix the actual issue, which is that we have a centralized banking system that absolutely is fucking us, and it responds to nobody. They have nobody that is over them, making sure that the central bank is actually fucking doing what's right for the economy. We don't have a fucking fixed.
Oh, you think the problem is, the central bank does have some amount of oversight. Congress oversees it, right? Like Jay Powell has had to testify in front of. What do you mean? Jay Powell has literally had to testify in front of Congress before.
So you mean the people that all are funded by the same people are checking each other? Yeah. That works, right?
I mean, you can say that, but these people have different motivations and things. Like, I don't. You think the problem is the central banking system? Would you rather us be free banking so the government doesn't have a monopoly on currency anymore? Is that what you're arguing for?
No, you can have a national bank that's different from what our central banking system is.
What would you have a central bank do?
Okay, fucking two things, right? The two fucking major things would be to make sure that we are all on the same currency, right? And make sure that we have a national bank that can basically hold both domestic currency, foreign currency, which is important when we're doing foreign trade. And then the last thing would be to, if you think inflation is necessary, like at the fucking minimum, or just have it be a fixed inflation rate of 1%. No, it's not necessary. What do you mean it's necessary? I'm just saying if you think it's necessary, why wouldn't you fix it at 1%?
Because there's trade-offs that
the
come with
money,
it.
in exchange and all that.
How much
important.
unemployment do you think we would have if we targeted 1% inflation right now? Don't you think unemployment would be way higher if we targeted 1% inflation?
What? No, absolutely not.
You don't think that? You think the entire Phillips curve is a lie?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Like Marx alluded to, isn't the problem really how we decide who gets the money, not the even the interest?
So I mean, like, why does this seem to be like
worth so much? Why is the janitor paid so little? When don't we all fucking need janitors? Like, what would happen if no one cleans shit up? Isn't that like the most important job that they make the least? That's the issue, is how we allocate what the labor is. How do these people get this money? Whatever we allocate.
Well, a job is not paid on how important it is. A job is paid on how easily you're replaced. Like, so the importance of a job is not what pays you. If that was the case, then fucking CNA and nurses would be like some of the highest paying people in the fucking country, but they're not. So it's about how easy you are to be replaced.
Teachers? Can you really just replace teachers?
Apparently you can. I mean, I don't think you can, but they found ways.
Pretend you can. You know what I mean? And then how do we set the system up when we make laws intentionally complex so that we have to have lawyers? We make the IRS system intentionally complex so we have to have all this shit. Whereas other countries just fucking, you sign your postcard because guess what? The government knows how much you owe them and how much you pay. We just set the shit up so that, you know what I mean? Like that's the issue with America, is everything is a fucking grift. There's nothing done for the sake of helping people. Everything is done for profit. Every facet of every little thing is someone's trying to be the middleman, one more middleman, right?
I mean, I just want to go back to the Phillips curve for a second. Why do you think we have so much empirical evidence for the Phillips curve? You think it's all bullcrap? Like, I think there are problems with what the central bank does. Okay, I'm an GDP targeting build. I don't think we should target inflation. I think we should target nominal GDP, because nominal GDP is a better indicator of aggregate demand. But I mean, it's just weird to hear like a socialist argue that the central bank is a issue.
Because what our central bank does, not that you can't have a national bank that holds currency. It's about being able to fucking set the rates, be able to freaking nonstop print money, which, like, we didn't fucking vote to print more money, all right?
Okay, wait, why does the Fed print money?
Friend. Why did they print money?
Why did they print money? Yeah.
The reason they printed money, I mean, if you want the real fucking answer, the reason they printed the money was to fucking try to fix the shithole that we were in during COVID, and they thought that, well, actually, maybe that isn't even fucking
because let's go the rich are too big to fail.
I think it was
a well. That's why we printed money.
I think the reason we really printed money, if we're going to like even conspiracy theory land here, but I don't think it's that much of a conspiracy theory, is to do a wealth swap. The reason they fucking printed all this money is to basically fuck us over, because who does inflation hurt more? The fucking landowners or companies that have all their money is tied up into finite assets, typically fucking land and apartments that are going to go up no matter what and hedge against the inflation. The person that hurts the most and loses and has to give up their assets are the everyday person. When inflation goes up, we can't bite the bullet and we lose at the end because wages will not catch up with it and a bunch of other things. But they already have, they've already divested their assets into things that hedge against the inflation.
Well, right now it's not even the value. The assets themselves don't have the value. It's the commodity. It's the futures on those. It's the projections on whether or not those things are going to go up or down. You know what I mean? Whether or not you have property doesn't matter. It's whether or not you're right on projecting whether the property is going to go up or down. Which guess what? Either way, they win.
So
so you're right. Wait. You're right about inflation hurting poor people more, but who do you think unemployment hurts more? Unemployment obviously hurts poor people more. Who do you think a recession hurts more? A recession obviously also hurts poor people more. Do you think the only reason they printed money was to do with a wealth transfer? You don't think it had anything to do with the paradox of thrift?
I think that's a big reason was wealth transfer, especially in the times that we've printed the most amount of money, such as COVID. I don't think that's the only reason they've done it. What happens when you don't print money?
Are you familiar?
Money is worth more over time.
Okay, first of all, I don't care about the nominal value of the dollar. What I care about is time prices, and time prices have consistently fallen. The average time a worker has to work to afford an average basket of goods has fallen. Okay. That's just a fact. Secondly, are you familiar with what the paradox of thrift is?
No, throw it my way.
Okay. This is the real reason the Fed prints money, buddy. Okay. Basically, you got to understand, we're, for the most part, a closed system, right? I mean, obviously, we trade with other countries, but we'll assume a closed system for this. The paradox of thrift, you got to understand, your money is just somebody else's income. The paradox of thrift is just this idea that an increase in individual savings, we'll say, like, by a recession, actually ends up decreasing total savings because it decreases aggregate demand, which then decreases output, and it ends up reducing total savings. The reason the Fed prints more money is to try to stabilize aggregate demand, which ends up avoiding recessions. That's the reason the Fed prints more money. I mean, like, we can go and have you ever heard of Capitol Hill babysitting co-op?
No.
Okay, I mean, it's just an example that's happening. It's just a model economy where this happened. But the reason the Fed prints money is to stabilize demand. That way, aggregate demand doesn't fall. That way, a recession doesn't happen. That's the reason the Fed prints money.
Okay, but if the Fed didn't print money, right? Again, the amount of money that you have acquired goes up, like the value of it goes up instead of it being.
Didn't we stop the Fed printing money when we started loaning money to banks at zero interest, and then basically allowing them to loan that money out and get money back that they did? You know what I mean? It's all on paper, so they got free money because there was no interest, and then by then getting more than they actually, because they didn't pay anything.
The Fed has various ways they can increase the money supply, but. I mean, like, if you just look at the picture in general, you can keep talking about this, like, nominal value of the dollar. I don't know why we give a fuck about the nominal value of the dollar, okay? I don't give a fuck about the nominal buying power of the dollar.
It's important because most people trade and hold their money in. No, it is important because most people aren't able to divest their assets into things to hedge against the fucking inflation. And when their wages do not go up, when their wages do not go fucking up, and inflation goes up, and the price of making goods goes up, then the price of goods and services also go up. And since you weren't able to hedge against it, your money is worthless. And this means that you cannot build any equity to afford fucking anything ever. This is why the housing fucking prices are insane right now, is because the only way to hedge against inflation for the middle class, or what is left of the middle class, and some of the upper class that wants to be a little bit lazier, is to invest in property, right? And that's why the regulation. Okay.
Why do you think time prices for so many goods have been going down then? Like, the average time a worker has to work. Exactly.
And that's only for fucking some goods. That's not for the shit that, like, matters. I don't
for the vast majority of goods.
I don't give a shit if like what it costs to fucking get a Snickers bar is less, or a chair, or a table, or a computer. I care about housing. I care about fucking having a stable roof under your head. I care about education. I care about property, the ability to start a business.
I mean, tiny regulation. Like, for example, we allow front-loading interest on mortgages, right? Like, yeah, everyone has to have a mortgage. Why is America the only country that allows that you have to pay off all your interest? You know what I mean? Like, you pay more interest at the beginning of your payments. So that a 30-year mortgage, because the way we do it, you end up, it's not just the interest. They fuck you every way possible. It's every little way they can fuck you. That's about, like, if we could regulate those systems so that it wasn't just about taking profit out of then we wouldn't, you know what I mean, all these things you're talking about, these measures we do to fucking fix these things and regulate these things wouldn't be necessary as much. But because it's all a grift and just milking the little man out of everything, we have to find ways to fucking
loans are fucking ridiculous in this country as well.
But I mean, housing is one area where I'll probably mostly agree with you on. But like the reality is, in a fixed basket of goods, the average hours workers work to afford goods fell over 72% between 1979 and 2019. From the 70s to the 2010s, the share of spending on necessities dropped from 25% to just 13.5%. Like, these are both really good indicators that like the quality of life has gotten better.
But we also went
like,
from single working income, you know, where now we literally have to have
everybody in the house is working.
Everybody work. Yes, everyone's working.
But this is this is the time price of goods. It doesn't have anything to do with household income. This is just the time price of goods.
Real quick, do you mind if I establish a baseline?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
So, like, the current economic condition we're in is a product of exorbitant government spending, and that's like the major cause of inflation as of the moment. Yes, to offset, offset the cost of all that money we gave out during COVID and foreign aid we've provided, as well as our ridiculous budgets for government agencies. Yeah, it's like the baseline is that's what's causing inflation right now.
Some of it has to be supply side, though, right? Because we did a ton of stimulus after 2008, and there was not that much inflation.
What do you mean there wasn't that much inflation? Like, have you seen the price
in 2008? Inflation never reached above 4%. In fact, some goods saw deflation.
Like a fucking economic recession, like immediately after that for like 4 years.
Yeah, but the inflation was low. Even though we did a ton of stimulus, we did over $1.7 trillion in quantitative easing. We did $700 billion to bail out the banks, and interest rates were zero. But we saw very little inflation. Obviously, some of the COVID inflation does have to do with stimulus, but obviously a lot of it is supply side too. Obviously, a lot of it is cost push inflation from supply chains that were disrupted during COVID.
I agree with that. Actually, I think he's right on that.
You think it's more a product of not exorbitant government spending, but supply side issues?
I don't. It's hard to put a number on it, but a significant amount is, yes, a significant amount.
Like a significant, like you couldn't quantify it.
I mean, it's obviously hard to quantify it, but I would say obviously a lot of it is supply side.
Like for the current economic.
That's why inflation was able to go down so much while unemployment stayed low. Because it was mostly supply side, not demand side.
Are you talking about now or 2008?
Talking about now. Right now, inflation
talking about COVID
has more or less been going down, and unemployment has stayed pretty low. That's because most of it wasn't demand side inflation. A lot of it was supply side inflation.
I think he's right on this.
I have no idea. I'm learning a lot.
There was not much demand when we were all fucking locked in our houses, and the thing that was being stifled was the supply. You know, a lot of ships being held up at ports, the not being able to get enough things manufactured because shutdowns, shit like that.
Money wasn't going anywhere; it was just sitting there.
I don't think that stimulus really caused inflation.
Money that's not in motion is worthless. to society.
I typically agree with that, but I don't 100%. I think that the more money in motion, typically the better. But I do believe, and I think anybody that is like a capitalist shouldn't have a problem with this, is that you should be able to park some money in order to build equity into something and be able to then use that to hedge against, you know, inflation in economic times and build some type of capital.
Yes.
Right.
Wait, were the what was it called? You literally just said the word.
For what? For which
Hedging?
word?
Equity?
For the subsidies we gave out, like the fucking cash payments we give out to people.
Bailout, stimulus.
Yeah, the stimulus, wasn't it like supposed to kickstart demand or something like that?
Of course, yeah, it was meant to stabilize demand.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Wait,
because
if it's supposed
to prevent the
stabilize
paradox of
demand,
thrift.
how is it supposed to, like, if the stimulus's intention was to stabilize demand, how is it a supply side issue?
Well, some of it was supply side, some of it was demand side. But like theoretically, in a perfect world, we only stabilized demand and didn't overshoot demand, because it's possible to overshoot demand and cause there to be more demand than there was before, which does cause inflation. In a like perfect world, if we only stabilize demand, then there wouldn't be any demand pull inflation necessarily. It would all come through cost push inflation from supply chains.
Non-fond, I really need you to fucking argue against, you know, Casey, who is economically aligned with you, who also hates the central government and believes the same thing I believe, and then Ranger Rogue, another capitalist libertarian who also hates the Fed. Because like, I want to see you guys go at it, like, on this now.
Okay. I gotta read more. I gotta read my shit about free banking.
Yeah.
I've been stuck on Israel-Palestine stuff, but I gotta read my.
The only problem I have with Ranger's economic system is of like printing no money, because he thinks fixed fiat, like as in no more fucking printing, which is, I think, okay, yeah, your money is going to become more valuable. That's good, and that you'll be able to use the wealth that you have acquired over time to grow wealth, right? Without having to park it into things like real estate, and that will free up a lot of things just naturally in the market, because you won't have to over invest in things to hedge against inflation, which is nice and blah, blah, blah. But the one thing he doesn't acknowledge with that is that it still gives a huge benefit to the rich, right? Where if the rich have more capital, now they'll be able to hoard the wealth even easier under a system where like no money is printed at all.
Yeah,
Which will make it even harder.
Originally, sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm listening.
No. Go ahead. Ask a question.
Wasn't our system originally set up to not to allow for someone to pass on enough wealth that their offspring didn't have to do anything to be successful? It was set up so that their offspring, they could pass on enough that they would have a good start, so that they could have an ability to then build something. But if you set up a system where you can pass on enough wealth that your offspring don't have to work to achieve anything, then we get the system we have now, which is, you know, for example, rich kids go to the schools, right? I see my kids see the same thing happen. You know, my kids have had to work really hard to go to college to get an education so they can have, you know, whatever. Maybe they don't have to do that, but that's what
Holy
they've
shit.
chosen to do. But a lot of these
Oh
kids
wait, this
go to
is
fucking these schools and
the
their
reach of
parents
it.
pay
Hold
for
on.
it because it doesn't matter. Then when he's
Share
fake,
total
and they don't really
estates
go into
holding
learning,
owing
and they
federal.
don't go
Okay,
to class.
this is the
They go
share
to
estates. I
party,
thought our
and then
estate
when they
tax
get out
was
of
like
college, it
less
doesn't
than
matter what they did
1%.
because
I
they're
was like,
already
holy
set.
shit, that's
So then you
unhinged.
end
But
up
no,
being
this is
led
we're
by
actually at
people
like 40%.
who really didn't get educated. They're ignorant, and that's what
But
happens.
this,
When
they
you
found
have,
a ways.
you know, that's
This
why
is like tax
generational
avoidance. Like
wealth
they
is
found the
toxic
ways
to
to
society.
avoid.
You
I
have to
don't.
only give the next generation enough that they can have a good start.
We
They
used to have
can't
higher estate
guarantee
taxes,
that.
and I'm
On the
all
point
for
of
high estate taxes.
education, like on
Higher
the point of
state
the cost of
taxes and
education,
higher ultimate tax bracket, highest tax bracket. Like it used to be 90% for a reason. Once you get to the point where whatever it is, I don't know what the number is, but how much is enough? 3 million a year, 10 million a year, whatever it is. After that, it's 90% of what you make goes to everyone else because that's enough. And you can't hide it in corporations either. You can't pretend you didn't make the money because it's under a corporation, because that's the whole Citizens United shit. Corporations aren't people, because you know why? Corporations can't die. That's the number one thing that people do, is die.
I don't know if the cost of education is really symptomatic of that. I believe it's more symptomatic of the subsidies we provided to these educational institutions, and how the money that the government provided, like the money that the government shills out to these educational organizations.
Haven't we been
There's no
reducing public funding for education? Hasn't that been a general trend?
All that money is not for the education. That's the problem. It's become a fucking grift, because it's not about teaching kids. It's about the parking and the housing and the fucking food, and making as much money as possible while we pretend to educate people. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that we don't. Some people don't get an education, but it's all the bullshit around is why we spend so much in education. Not because it costs a lot to educate people. Educating people is actually really fucking cheap. We're doing it right now. I'm spending zero money. I mean, I'm learning a lot. It's not that expensive to educate people.
I have a question for Non-Fun. Non-Fun, do you think that our loans are too high for people?
Our loans are too high? What do you mean? Interest rates? Or
No, not interest rates. That the loan, that we approve loans at too high of a rate compared to your monthly/yearly income.
For what? For homes? Probably not for homes.
For homes, yes.
Specifically
Specifically homes.
The problem with homes, I don't know. I understand why we got worried after 2008 with subprime mortgage stuff, but I don't know. It seems like banks are having a hard time lending to relatively low income people when it comes to mortgages.
I mean, housing is fucked for so many reasons. It's not just one, but something that I fucking hate about the American culture, like outside of like business. I understand why you would do like a high loan towards income for like a business idea, right? But it doesn't make sense for something like a fucking car or a home. And the reason it doesn't make sense for a home is because if you are able to, like, I remember making $30,000 fucking dollars, and like Chase Bank telling me, "Hey, you pre-qualified for $550,000 like loan for a house." Fuck no. That no. Crunch the math. There's no fucking way that would work whatsoever at all, right? And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, if we, assuming that the market was, untampered with, right? That we had a free market and little regulations on housing to prevent mass building of houses and stuff, it would make no sense to have loans be higher than I don't know the right amount, but I'll quote something that I saw about France, where France only does, I think it's 3 times your yearly income that you can get a mortgage out for. And what this has done has made the housing that has to be built with that in mind, because if you didn't build that in mind, who are you fucking selling to, right? So it naturally moved the market into a place of where you can only buy what you can afford, and houses are built to be then affordable. So that's why I kind of wanted and I've been thinking about it a lot, and it's been fucking with me. I think that our loans are too high.
Part of the issue too, though, is also people are buying houses not to live in them. Not even.
Well,
just
that's part of. I said there's multiple problems.
Corporations
this is just
are
one
buying
problem.
them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done a ton of research on homes. We should just. I think part of it is our strict zoning requirements.
I think that's almost all of it.
Yeah. And then a lot of it is people use homes for equity rather than just to live in.
Yep.
We've used our equity in our house to put our kids through college.
Yeah.
I think that
I'm totally happy with that.
I think
we still have a lot more equity.
We can easily fix this housing crisis, without having to do too many major things, even getting rid of this, a socialist, funding some type of public housing option. You could just fix it by getting rid of the regulations that prevents economically viable housing from being pretty much built in almost every major city. Get that high density mixed housing, viable, and then prevent corporations from buying out a shit ton of housing in order to turn it into investment properties. And then lower the fucking lower the loans that banks give for housing, and you will naturally come out of this with the most affordable housing America has ever had.
Yeah, I also think we need land value tax, man. We should be taxing land rents. That incentivizes building affordable housing. Yeah.
Here, have you heard of Georgism by any chance? I put it in the server. Let me tag you in it because it was something I was reading up on. Or where is it? Did I put it in economics? I think I put it in economics.
I mean,
we were to
yeah.
the point of clarification. I'm full of shit. I don't know anything. So everything that
add non-fun. There you go, non-fun. There's something to like read up on.
I mean, I've read a little bit into Georgism. Yeah, I think land value tax is based. I love taxing land rents and resource rents, natural resource rents.
Both of your options sound very viable to me.
I think that you shouldn't tax land on people that are retired.
I mean, the problem is it'd be hard to. It just administratively would be hard to exempt those people. Like, we just add a lot of administrative.
A lot of what
costs.
we do is they only exempt. What do they call it? They put it off until it's not an exemption. But I forget what it's called. But it's, yeah, you basically, as long when you hit a certain point, you can have your tax where you don't pay it until you sell your house.
Yeah. I also believe in fucking abolishing the welfare system and just replacing it with a UBS system.
You know, UBS, Universal Basic
Services.
Okay.
Because if you do universal basic income, the implications on the economy and inflation are just fucking disastrous. If you do services, I think in most cases it seems that a UBS system would actually be a boost to the economy. I mean, people say UBI is as well, but there's so many ways that UBI would fuck the economy.
I mean, it might cause some demand pull inflation, but I mean, so would
absolutely goes back to what you were talking about earlier,
like,
of what is important to take out of private hands and what's important.
I mean, yeah, again, like
what has to be taken out of private hands, like education, healthcare, incarceration, all these things. No matter how much people want to argue for privatization, all privatization does is seek to put profits in the needs, in the middle of needs for these particular things. Obviously, no one needs a fucking Game Boy or a, color TV, but you have to have food and you have to have shelter. Everything.
I mean, I feel like, again, it's just for private goods that are high excludable, high rival. UBI makes more sense than universal basic services, just because the market seems to be decent at providing private goods. But then for common resources, natural monopolies, and public goods, there might be some nationalization of those needed.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I see that makes happen.
These nationalists, socialists are fucking evil. Oh no.
So, I do want to say something. I'm still stuck on the idea that the inflation being symptomatic of a lack of supply, especially in the real estate market. I don't see how that is fucking possible at all. Like, we see cities with entire buildings empty without anyone renting them out. We see plenty of open houses on the market. There's plenty of supply here, and it's obvious when you look at the implementation of these subsidies that we provided to the American public to stabilize demand, that although there's obviously a wealth of goods to be bought, but not a demand for it, especially when COVID's first struck. I'm stuck on the idea. I'm trying to understand where this lack of supply is coming from. I mean, we live in a post-scarcity society, and any shortage of supply is entirely artificial.
Any shortage
We
of
do
supply
put
is
limitations
artificial,
on
really? You don't think that, when, for example, steel factories closed in China, you don't think that would affect the production of steel that was used to build homes?
No, I think but you have to understand that there is a wealth of homes and a wealth of real estate available And whenever I go to a gas station, the price of gas isn't like fucking crazy because due to a lack of supply of gas. It's because of the demand and also the inflation caused by like exorbitant government spending.
I do want Casey to get in here, by the way, guys. So on this because he's been patiently waiting.
I'll throw out to them that I believe in 2022 in Texas was a 30%. I think it was the Canada or Texas. One of them is 25. One was 30% of single family homes are purchased by corporations.
I'm pretty sure. I remember that got fucking community note on Twitter. I'm pretty sure the actual statistic was that 44% of flipped homes
properties, or percentage of properties bought.
I'm
the
pretty sure
percentage of bought properties bought.
I'm pretty sure the actual statistic is 44% of flipped homes were bought by large or small investors. That was the actual statistic, and it got telephoned its way down to 44% of homes were bought by investors, when really it's 44% of flipped homes were bought by large or small investors.
I'll double check. I think I'm right, but I didn't say 44, but I said 25 or 30.
Is that not accounting like for the available real estate purchases that were not purchased, like the all across the market? Because in New York, there's fucking office buildings, fucking 40 stories high, entirely empty in these large cities, especially.
Well, that's office space, but it takes time and money to convert them to actually housing.
Actually, apparently, it's not a viable option to convert a lot of those into housing. Fucking, I went down this deep dive with Legate on it, and the reason that we're kind of fucked when it comes to the work from home and all this real estate property in the cities is that it is a lot more it's a lot cheaper and more viable just to completely tear these places down and then start from scratch than it is to try to convert them, because of how piping and some other shit is done that would have to be throughout the entire building.
Even if we considered that, tearing them down entirely and starting all over, I'm just saying the lot remains vacant, and nothing is being done with it. It's entirely available supply, and with money you can invest money in that, and it's entirely profitable. It's not a lack of supply. The plot is still there, the land is still there, and not even 100% of these properties are entirely non-convertible. It's
no,
not even
I totally understand what's your question, because I've been questioning the same thing. I wonder, it's not that the property actually never loses value, it's just the person who gets the value changes. So if you can't afford to make your payments, it's not that your property ever loses value, it's just now the bank gets it. Or even if you let your property decline to the point where it has to be torn down, you lose your money, but someone comes along and gets that property, and eventually someone gets that value that was there. It may take work, but the property never really loses value. It just, the value changes hands somehow.
That's ridiculous.
Someone gets fucked out of their value.
Sense, but well, let me read this out. 2021, according to the National Association of Realtors, 28% of all homes sold that year went to an institutional investor in Texas.
Okay, what constitutes a institutional investor?
What do you want? What do you want from me? What do you think it means?
Well,
they were purchased for an investment by some entity or corporate. The people who bought it are not living there, not just landlord bros, but what?
I'm not asking to be stupid. I'm asking because I genuinely want to know what that means. I'm not asking to be a dickhead. I'm asking because I'm genuinely.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it would be, I would say that landlord bros who own more than one homes wouldn't have qualified. But if you incorporated your multiple homes into some sort of business or something, you bought a home and for that investment purposes, then you would qualify, despite even if you weren't that big or whatever. Just some sort of a company entity, probably. Yeah, that's probably without digging too much into it.
20%.
28% in Texas.
Okay. Now, run me through this. What does this mean for the supply?
Supply would be the same, but there's more demand.
Constrained.
There's more purchasers.
There is more demand than there is what?
Well, isn't the argument is the investors are artificially constraining supply because they want to
basically,
make their investments go up.
I mean, there's more. They're buying all the things. There's more buyer. They're buying. They weren't buying before, and now they're buyers. So there's the normal buyers, and then there's the corporate buyers.
Okay.
So therefore, it's more of the demand side than supply side. You could say that they're, yeah.
Wait, that's the idea I was trying to establish, though, that the current economic conditions, if it is symptomatic of anything, that's not symptomatic.
I don't think vaping should be banned. I think it should be taxed. I think it's a negative externality.
The flow of money being demand, and also government spending.
Government spending?
Yeah, yes.
He claimed the stimulus is what caused inflation.
Not just the stimulus, but fucking the
you
money.
You put a high value on how much the stimulus and the government spending played.
Also, investment in like government organizations like the fucking ATF and the IRS and shit like that. Like,
okay, but that's a different conversation. You didn't even throw that in the original statement.
Huh?
Isn't that over a certain amount of years? That's just people having jobs that didn't have the jobs before.
Yeah, it was over like let me see how many years it was over the course of, but it's $80 billion to the fucking IRS. Through the what was it act? What did they call it? It was
how does that cause inflation?
By Raphael Warnock. What's that act called?
I don't know what.
I don't know what act. His first one or before that? I'm not sure.
It was. Let me see what act it was. It was the Inflation Reduction Act, championed by Raphael Warnock. Like that, the fucking Democrat fucking agenda push with like a bunch of secret fucking undercover shit that they didn't want the public. It's not undercover shit, but it's like shit they covered under the guise of wanting to lower the price of insulin and shit.
So just be clear that government spending doesn't when we're talking about fiscal spending, it might have a degree of influence on very short term inflation as far as the velocity of money, but because the fiscal policy cannot create money, the money in the market is always the same. For every dollar that the Congress spends, it either raises in taxes or it borrows.
No, it doesn't. There's a fucking wait. There's what do you mean? The fucking deficit. The deficit is fucking massive.
The deficit. That means that's money that's borrowed. Right. So it spends $1 trillion more than it raised in taxes. So then it issues $1 trillion worth of bonds. So it takes $1 trillion out of the economy and gives those people bonds. But that $1 trillion goes right back out, right? Because they spent that much. But that means that the deficit went up $1 trillion, and that's why.
So you're saying there's a net zero. It's a net zero.
Also, the Inflation Reduction Act was designed to be deficit neutral. There's sort of a debate over whether or not it'll actually end up being deficit neutral. Okay, but it was designed to be deficit neutral. It probably won't end up being completely deficit neutral, but it was designed to raise more taxes as well. It was designed to be deficit neutral.
It was designed to fund the IRS and to like fucking push the Democratic agenda.
Wait. You understand? Fund the IRS makes it more deficit neutral, right? Funding the IRS raises more taxes.
That's true.
I have a question. Could you, Casey, he was talking about how now that it takes less working time in order to purchase goods. Would you consider this a true statement? And if so, why do you think that's the case?
To purchase goods. Well, not talking about houses.
You said general
cell
goods.
Phones?
We weren't talking about houses in that conversation.
What are we comparing it to? Not 5 years ago.
I mean, it's just a general trend over time.
General trend over time in the U.S. Wait.
I mean, I can send you some stuff if you want. I mean,
I think that it's been sort of, from my understanding, it's been sort of level as far as inflation versus like median. Things might get cheaper. I don't know. It's sort of a complex sort of statement. A lot of things sort of.
I think
it might
automation
be
and
true.
then
It might be true.
moving stuff abroad accounts for that. But I think that it would have been the case anyway if we had a fixed fiat, because that's what it all came down to me basically saying that the central bank system basically having little oversight and being able to fucking print all this money is fucking our economy more than anything else. And that having a fixed fiat would have been better. Or, we could have kept the gold standard, but I don't think that would have lasted forever.
What do you mean by fixed
cost
fiat?
of
Sorry, go ahead.
even if the cost of goods, like say, for food has gone or whatever, the amount of hours you have to work to buy, say, food has gone down, aren't we required to buy like more things now, whether it's, I guess not required to, but to benefit from society, you kind of have to like have car insurance, like you're saying, internet, and all this shit, licensing fees and all this stuff. So maybe the cost is gone. You have to work less to buy that particular good, but in order to buy all the shit you need, you have to work a lot more. That's just a question. I don't know. I'm just asking.
I mean, it seems like the percentage of disposable income spent on necessities has fallen, and that I would assume that
Versus what? Versus when?
from the 70s to the 2010s is the figure I have.
70s.
So it fell from 25% to just 13.5% from the 70s to 2010s. That's the number I have available. I'm sure. But I sent the more recent thing. Income spent on necessities. Disposable income spent on necessities.
But you didn't talk about one
I sent
thing
the
that
more
somebody
recent
brought up.
thing. And okay, what else?
You didn't, the fact that back then it was one person who was literally paying for everybody else, right? So the husband paid for the groceries of everybody in the house, right? Now it's the wife and the husband that pays for the grocery, and sometimes even the kid.
I mean, so I know where I'm drawing this from, the Cato Institute. I know they do adjustments for household size, but that wouldn't apply to, number one, time prices, how much the average worker has to work to afford a basket of goods. That wouldn't apply to time prices, but it could, in theory, apply to the percentage of income spent on necessities. But also, average household size has actually decreased since the 70s. Although, to be fair, again, we might see a higher proportion of double income households. That could be true.
I hate to bring us back to it, but I'm failing to see how $80 billion to the IRS is impacting the inflation as of the moment. I'm definitely not feeling it. I'm just wondering.
I mean, the argument is it'll raise revenue, right? Because I think the problem was the IRS knew that they were, like, for instance, rich people doing tax avoidance, but they didn't have enough manpower to go after them.
I'm just wondering when they're gonna. I'm just wondering when I'm gonna feel the impact of this bill.
I mean, I don't know when
at
you're
the
gonna.
moment, it feels like a negative investment, as I'm definitely not feeling it.
I mean, have you heard of the Vibe session?
No, I haven't. What is the Vibe session?
Oh, the Vibe session. Has anyone heard of the Vibe session here?
Nope.
Oh, goddamn, guys. Okay, there was a bunch of articles that came out, like, sort of early January mostly, about the Vibe session, okay? So there were a bunch of, like, empirical metrics about how well the economy is doing versus how consumers feel the economy doing. And what they found was that consumers still felt like the economy was doing really bad, when in actuality, most of the empirical metrics had gone up quite a bit.
What metrics? Don't say GDP.
I mean, I can... Well...
I'm saying... what
is wrong with GDP?
Well, it's fucking garbage. The GDP, it's like, I don't know what it's probably like tripled over the last 20 years or something. But like, is the average American doing 3 times as good over the last 20 years? Well, what does it even fucking mean? What is it? What is it related to? Like when fucking.
Do you know they calculate it? Consumption plus investment.
No. I'm saying that the correlation between GDP and the median American income or their quality of life is probably negative correlation, actually.
You think it's a negative correlation?
Absolutely.
Really? What about GDP per capita? Do you think that's a negative correlation between quality of life?
Yes.
So what would be a good index to check that? You think that, like, countries with a lower GDP per capita, you think are doing better in terms of like HDI, Human Development Index?
No, it's different when you're comparing country to country. I'm saying that comparing GDP from 10 years ago to like GDP to now in a singular country. Of course, that you could say that generally country to country, the higher the GDP, the better the quality of life. But that is certainly true. But that's not the comparison we're making in your little study here, are we?
I mean, no, the study doesn't look at GDP, but
okay. I'm just saying it. Yeah, you didn't really give it a statistic. You just just generally like you could fill a lot of the void in the thing that you said. You could do a lot of statistical footwork to make it work out. However, the fuck you wanted it to.
I mean, I think part of it was real wages. Consumers think that real wages, Jesus, have gone up a lot less than they have. I think part of it was inflation too. They don't think inflation is coming down as much it is.
I'm failing to see how hiring fucking 87,000 new fucking field agents is doing anything for us at the moment.
Well, how is it affecting inflation?
Yeah, huh?
Well, if you think the deficit is what's causing inflation, hiring IRS agents would probably reduce the deficit, right?
Has it? I'm wondering.
What do you mean it hasn't?
Let me see when the bill went into action and compared. Like, let me find you actual like quantifiable.
Well, I'm sure the deficit overall is probably raised. I'm just saying like that bill individually was meant to be deficit neutral.
I know what it's meant to be, but I'm saying it's failing to do that, especially, and I find it concerning that I know I'm not trying to parrot like the Republicans here, but I don't understand how militarizing the IRS is doing anything for that, especially when it physically is not. I understand the intention of the bill, supposedly the intention, or what the Democratic the Democratic Party told us the intention was, but I'm not seeing it.
I think there's a huge misconception of how much like laundering and how much money has been avoided paying taxes. I mean, how much tax avoidance has happened and how rampant the system is. Like, and I work in the real estate industry, so one of the things we have to deal with is like, for example, the FISA regulations or whatever the crap is, where essentially now all these houses that are being bought with cash, that it's a corporation that's buying them, now they have to actually report this because so many people were just using these fucking what do you call those series LLCs and shit, where you just have one corporation owned by this corporation, owned by an LLC, owned by a trust, owned by this, and regulated by that. And so no one knew where the money was, and that's how they were using this money to buy fucking property, to launder the money and all that. And that's what same example with the IRS. They actually have to spend the money and spend the resources because people are spending a lot of money not to pay the money. And that's the only way we can counteract it, because it's a hell of a lot cheaper for them to fucking find a way to avoid paying it than to actually pay it. And the only way we're going to counteract that is to spend money to counteract their spending.
Okay. But the product of that spending has done nothing as of yet. Maybe I'm saying it too early. Maybe I have to wait another fucking 8 years to see the product of this.
Like for example, like with the FISA thing, like it would work, right? What we're seeing, we're not necessarily seeing that, okay, we got them. It's just that now that's an avenue that they can't do that. So now they have to try and find another way to go launder their money, but they can't do it. So eventually they end up hopefully having to bring their money in the right way and pay the taxes. And the IRS agents will be there to if they're trying to avoid doing it that way, that's what the IRS agents are going to do, is try and make sure they aren't able to launder that money the way they want to, that they actually have to pay the taxes.
Did you see the job posting that the IRS put out when they were hiring all those field agents?
I did not.
No.
Well, one of the requirements was capacity to use lethal force when necessary.
There's a reason for that. That's because people who are trying to hide millions of dollars are willing to fucking kill someone to avoid that.
Don't think
it's a very dangerous job.
Are really doing anything as of this moment to go after these millionaires like everyone's saying they are or hoping they are, especially when they haven't and have not and will not.
I've had them come and give lessons at work, because we had talk about like fraud and stuff. Fraud's really rampant. And that's part of how they deal with the shit. But yeah, people are very serious about them. and that's why they have to have a gun, because they can literally be killed for trying to just ask questions about, hey, it looks like you didn't make these payments, whatever. That's why they need to have a gun, because their lives are in danger. Like, not every single one, but these agents that go out and research this, they are in danger.
So you're pro Inflation Reduction Act and pro exorbitant government spending, like we've seen with this administration. Yes.
I'm pro spending money on what's going to work. I'm not pro spending money on shit that's a waste of money. So I don't know what that is, but I can take it case by case basis, and hopefully we, the devil's in the details. If we use the rules to make sure the money is used for the right purposes, it's good. If a lot of
that
fucking
question
shit,
sounded
so people
intellectually
can't be.
dishonest. I'm sorry.
Sorry, what was that?
I said my question sounded very intellectually dishonest, upon retrospect. I'm sorry.
How does PPG has even more viewers than all of us?
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm not trying to read.
What is he just doing?
I like
Reacting to
answering
TYT?
questions, and like I said, I'm full of shit. I don't know anything. I'm just guessing on all this.
Okay, my bad.
Well, I guarantee he was just reacting to TYT or something else. That he has more viewers than all of us, bro. He has 24 viewers. I have 3. Casey Lee has 10. And OK Life has 7. Jesus.
The overall burden of necessities has generally increased from the 1970s to 2022, while technological advancements and globalization have brought blah 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 blah.
Hey, Silly, I'm gonna be so real with you right now. I'm watching your stream. I see you using ChatGPT, buddy. Is that accurate information, or is ChatGPT just making, can you actually link the source, or is it just ChatGPT spitting out?
The first source was the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, can you link it? Because ChatGPT can say whatever. I mean, it's possible that that's true. It just conflicts the data I've seen. And I need an actual source, not just ChatGPT. ChatGPT doesn't actually fact check its things.
Yargle. 1 second.
But it just seems like as a general trend, time prices have fallen, and that's what I care about. I really only care about time prices, because I think time prices are a more accurate representation of quality of life.
Percentage of income, right? I think that would be important, but I mean, generally, I think wages have generally been stagnant in the middle income compared when accounting for inflation.
I mean, I think that's true if you use CPI, but I don't really like CPI.
You don't like CPI? What the fuck do you use?
PCE usually.
Holy
PCE.
shit! Holy fuck! Why?
Because CPI suffers from substitution bias. It also weighs housing too heavily, and also it uses owner equivalence rent.
Hold on. What, dude? Wait, substitution bias. You tell me what do you mean by substitution bias?
Substitution bias. So CPI tracks a fixed basket of goods. So that means baskets that aren't inside the basket of goods aren't accounted for in inflation, right?
It counts a fixed basket of goods that each thing is tracked. Yes.
Yeah, but only in that fixed basket of goods.
Right. But here's what the truth is the opposite of what you said. So here's an example. So with the CPE, it doesn't track a certain percentage of a basket or whatever, just the average basket or whatever. So let's say the average consumer goes into the market and the beef that they usually buy, it's 30% higher or 40% higher, whatever. They're like, fuck that, and they buy a cheaper meat or whatever. So they end up spending less on the meat because they just like, fuck, I'll just buy the really shitty kind or whatever. The CPE will actually track that as fucking inflation going down, as fucking a negative inflation. With the CPI, it's deflation. But the
CPI also doesn't take into account changes in product quality, which is what you're talking about.
The product quality, in what way? I mean, it's hard to measure that. But yours doesn't.
Obviously, it's hard to measure
either. The CPE doesn't either.
Yeah, of course.
So what's your point?
No measure of inflation is perfect.
What's your point?
I think PCE
but
is
the
better.
CPE is totally fucking garbage.
PCE. I don't think PCE is necessarily. Listen, I think every
Absolute
measure of
fucking
inflation
garbage.
is biased in some way.
Defend that fucking the idea that in a fucking inflationary period, that fucking metric can be tracking a deflation. That's insanity. That doesn't make a dick of sense.
Well, CPI
because
also
people can't
doesn't track
afford the
changes in
thing that
product
they usually
quality.
buy.
CPI
So what?
also suffers from that same.
So what?
But
It
CPI
doesn't measure
suffer
my
from
penis
substitution
size.
bias.
The fuck do I
CPI
care?
doesn't suffer from substitution bias, and CPI also weights the way CPI tracks rent, owner's equivalent rent. I think is probably a bad way of measuring rent, which is why I think PCE is generally better.
The fuck? Okay.
All I know is
And also
money
you have
needs
to-
flow,
and also-
money ain't flowing.
True. Also, you have to account for decreases in household size. Household size is decreased. So when you measure median family income, you have to adjust for that. And then you also, fuck, what was it? There's another thing. Hold on, I gotta check my notes, man.
Why do you think family sizes are decreasing? Do you think this is a natural thing, or do you think that there's some, forces that are pushing us this way?
Some of it has to do with just us developing as a country, and some of it also has to do with the rising cost of living. Like I know Korea's having a lot of issues with that, primarily because of the rising cost of living.
Yeah, I mean, generally, the reason that well-developed countries stop having kids is because they have a choice, right? And if things aren't going like good and you're not prosperous, you have the access to not have a kid and put yourself in a bad situation. Well, you might not have that in certain places around the world who aren't doing as well, right?
I literally have no idea how people afford to have kids nowadays.
Yeah.
True. Okay, wait. I just want. I just real quick.
Okay. And now it's
Are
like
kids expensive?
literally like $12,000 bill when you have a kid.
Real quick,
Kids are expensive.
you also have to adjust for the increased non-wage benefits that workers have received recently, because it's become more common for workers to receive like health insurance provided by their employer. It seems like when you include those non-wage benefits, real median wages have not really stagnated that much.
I mean, aren't they paying for these benefits still? I mean, I'm paying for my health insurance benefits. Like
It depends on your
The
job.
employer pays them sometimes. It depends.
Fuck, so my employer just sucks. All right, lit.
I think the most typical is that the employer pays a certain amount and you pay a certain amount. My current employer pays it all, like 100%. So I'm fucking.
And the same
golden,
same is true of like retirement benefits, like 401ks. It's become more common for workers to have like 401ks, which companies contribute to too.
My insurance payments go up and up and up, and my benefits go down, down, down. That's not the situation. Pay get less and less.
Well, why is it? Go ahead, my bad.
Oh, there's the idea that the amount of money that we spend on healthcare is a lot more now than than it wasn't then. So, although your employer may not be having in 1970 your employer wasn't covering
I
your
feel
health
bad saying
insurance,
this, but these
also,
people are
the
some
cost of
semi and
healthcare was,
economically illiterate. It
relatively
seems like
much cheaper than it is today.
Much.
Solution: just don't pay your medical bills. They get to write that shit off at the end of the year anyway.
Also, let me ask Nanfan something. Nanfan, what
Sure.
would be better, right? Is that technology makes the access to things, more readily available and it cheaper to produce things, and your currency becomes stronger over time, or technology makes things, easier to get and easier to produce, and your currency is weaker over time. I mean, that's just like that was the whole point of like.
Well, the argument is by quote unquote weakening our currency by printing money, we avoid periods of degrowth. Basically, we can stay at full employment for longer. We can avoid the paradox of thrift. We can avoid recessions. Also, if you're talking about weakening our currency compared to other countries, like I don't care, because weakening our currency relative to the euro actually increases U.S. exports, which is arguably good. So I don't care about that either.
Opai wants to know, why are things getting so much more expensive if my availability to get it is easier, especially considering wages have not gone up since the 90s.
I mean, I've already talked about the wages thing. It seems like if you adjust for the things I mentioned, household size, increased non-wage benefits, and you use PCE instead of CPI, which I know Casey doesn't like, but if you do that, it doesn't seem like real wages have really fallen. And then secondly, some of it is obviously supply side, as I mentioned earlier. In 2008, we did $1.7 trillion in quantitative easing. Interest rates were set to basically zero. We did $700 billion in the bank bailouts, and we saw pretty low inflation. Like, we never went like above 4% inflation, right? So it seems like
right now?
some of it's supply
15%?
side. Right now, like
15%,
what month? I think the monthly increase is about like 3%, 3.1% or something. And I think year over year, where I don't know what we
Go
are
ahead.
year over year right now.
It's not very good. Yes, very bad. Yes.
I mean, we've had the highest growth in the G7 and the lowest inflation in the G7. I think all things considered, we're doing pretty well. We're better than like, compared to every other country in the G7. Usually there's an inverse correlation between growth and inflation, right? So the fact that we have the highest growth and the lowest inflation shows how strong the U.S. economy is right now. Yes, compared to other countries, we are absolutely doing pretty well. Relative to other countries, okay.
Gas costs a lot of money. Healthcare costs a lot of money.
So we're just less fucked.
Bro, you're just pointing to anecdotal things.
Gun costs a lot of money.
That's fine, but on the whole, we seem to be doing better than like most other countries, my man.
Why are guns so expensive now?
I don't know why guns are expensive. It's probably somewhat supply side, probably somewhat demand side.
I can't believe the government paid $80 billion for me to like have people to shoot at. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Talk to G3. I'm not a political dissident. Political dissident. That's a joke. My bad.
Who would have guessed gun manufacturers would have been price gougers?
Okay. Whoa. Bro's going straight to the top. I mean, I respect the hustle, but all right, my bad.
Hey, Casey Lee, you should click on that human progress thing. I can see your stream, buddy. That human progress thing, that's what I'm quoting, Will.
Hey,
I love humanprogress.org.
Speaking of like AI and Casey's over reliance on it, did you see the AI stuff that I sent you, Casey? So that way you don't get bullied for this shit.
It's Perplexity.
Yeah, Perplexity.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get a Bard's a poop, so I've been definitely meaning to not use it.
Fucking economist, am I right?
What's up, party people?
What's up?
Nothing. Just laughing at these economists.
I love economy.
No, you don't. No, you don't say that.
Economy, bro. Bro, I love the economy.
Economy bad.
Economism cringe.
Economism cringe. Government money cringe. I don't know. Actually, no. I'm just parroting the Republican Party at this point.
Economics cool. Economism cringe.
Okay, that's fair. Also, I don't know. I heard you guys talking about Republicans earlier. I don't know. This false binary idea of like the Republican and the Democratic Party is like really funny when we should be pointing our fingers at the authoritarians,
Wait, I see this is on an OK live stream. Is it OK here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. You've changed your name. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was part of our, we had a Greek-themed month. It's about to end, but we decided that April was Greek-themed, so a lot of people changed their name to Greek names, and we were Greek pictures, and we were just playing a lot of Fortnite, which is also Greek-themed right now.
Fortnite is Greek-themed?
Yeah.
I wonder, I actually had a shower thought earlier. I was like, man, how long is it going to take for Fortnite to... Are my children going to grow up with Fortnite being a thing?
Probably.
Yeah.
That's a lot of staying power.
Wait,
it's a pretty good game.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's fine enough game. But like, and I understand it has like staying power and like the fucking public zeitgeist. Oh yeah, I said a buzzword. But like the fact that it's outliving, I don't know, a fuck ton of shit is kind of a little scary.
I mean, RuneScape is going to be, I think it passed 20 years. So yeah, it's on 23 years. So
yeah,
Fortnite's adding all their Fortnite creative stuff too. And the Fortnite festival and the Fortnite racing.
Isn't there like literally a fucking game engine based off of where you can just like build shit in Fortnite?
Dude, I won 2 games
Fortnite
in a row. I'm too good.
Are you talking about Fall Guys?
Yeah.
No, not Fall Guys. I'm saying like
I
they're
was talking
using.
to Kay, but yeah,
Oh, my bad.
you're good. Yeah. Hold on. I have a content creation question. Okay, for Kay and Casey Lee. Why is it? I haven't checked your channel out, Casey Lee. Like, why don't you guys seem to do like it doesn't look like you guys like push short form content hard or anything. It doesn't seem like you guys push your YouTube that hard either. Why is there a reason you guys do that? Do you just like streaming better or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't been working on YouTube. That's why.
I would do more to YouTube, but most of my time is I have a second project channel. It's AI Satan. It's basically it takes up whatever the time I would have to do all that other stuff. But
okay,
he's actually more popular than I am. So
I did AI call Satan's pretty chill,
and I do have a
AI Satan's a lot more cooler than Casey Lee. I'm gonna be honest.
I do put out shorts for him or whatever.
Yeah,
I tried. I'm banned on TikTok, so I wanted to put it on.
Okay.
Well, don't worry. You're gonna get TikTok back because it's about to get banned.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've,
you guys
I've been
downloaded
banned
Clapper
on
yet?
TikTok enough to where I'm on my third account.
Oh damn.
They banned my IP.
I've never
Why are they
been
banning
on
you?
TikTok.
Oh man,
Yep.
you fucked up.
Yeah, I
Why
did.
Why are you banned?
Wait, the Great China banded Tiro. I can't believe this. Don't they know you're on their side?
No. Let me tell you. The TikTok app is not friendly to communists. It very much does not like us.
I know. That's why you got to get on the what's the TikTok version called or TikTok in China called? It's like something with a D maybe.
Yeah, it's like W or something like that.
That's what you got to get on.
I don't know.
Have you guys?
Speaking of China,
you guys seen Clapper yet? I've been blowing up on Clapper, bro.
I'm gonna get if I go on there and I try to talk about communism, I'm gonna get schooled by some like fucking like 11-year-old Marxist Leninist.
Hey.
Based.
Who's read like 5 times more theory than I have. It's gonna happen. I guarantee you.
shit's getting a little scary with China right now. Actually.
Yeah.
Also, wait,
in what sense?
Another content thing. I just super hate that political person guy has 30 viewers right now, which is more than all of us combined. When he's doing is just he's botting. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, because
so
he's just
Ranger
reacting to stuff, and we're having an
was
actual
botting.
conversation.
Does
Yeah.
he
By
have
the way,
shatters? That's the important.
he has like a few, but yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes me feel better. Oh my god, thank God.
Yeah.
I see.
So I always wondered that, and I thought it was just like people like watching a car wreck, but then Ranger Rogue brought up this third-party app that like shows like how many people join, what their usernames are and stuff. And then he showed me that every time PPG starts a stream, there's 10 accounts that constantly just keep on coming in that never chat, never say anything, don't follow anybody else, and just like as soon as he starts, like the moment it's like a 10 uptick. That does not naturally happen.
Okay.
Yeah. So about half of those are probably botted.
Yeah. Does I noticed this too, by the way. Does Gorps follow bot? Because I think he did.
No, but he gets targeted with with raids.
I see 6 chatters and like 26 viewers. Hold on, I'm a mod in there. There's a way.
If there's a will, there's a way. You say you think Gorp botted his follows, Casey?
I think he went from 1,000 to 3,000.
I mean,
basically, like in a few weeks.
I
maybe like
pulled
a
it
month.
up on Twitch Tracker. Hold on, I have screenshots somewhere.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I think he went up like 1,000 followers in a day, and like he didn't even stream that day, which didn't really make sense.
By the way, I have 500 that I got in a day, but I didn't do it. I swear.
Okay, I believe you. No, don't worry. I may have.
Well,
I've
he
never...
did get hate. You got hate followed like 3 fucking times, bro.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. The people are trying to get you banned for like doing it and then like.
Well, it's because
reporting you
the
for doing
names
it.
were like racist and shit too, and they can like report you for that.
Nah, they were straight bots though. I mean,
I can tell you at least like 13 of these are bots, just by their name.
Yeah, listen, allegedly, when I started my YouTube channel in 2017, I might have done a little bit of sub for sub. A little bit.
Oh, that's just called marketing.
Exactly. Yeah, I can send it in general. Like you can see
Yeah,
his
sub
follows.
for subs a lot more honorable than bots.
Every person I know in my personal life that has ever like tried the follow bot stuff, it never works out. Like there's no like point in doing it. It doesn't actually, because yeah, people see that there's like, it'll get you like promoted just a little bit higher, but it's never enough to have staying
Actually, wait,
power.
I shouldn't expose him in general.
Casey's got like 1.2k followers, and then they only ever have like, I don't know, like 10 people in chat. So
Oh, me?
yeah.
Yeah, even though you could check that like 500 came on a day or whatever. But I think that the actual that the ratio isn't that like I said, like what the like so what would be like 600 followers, and again, yeah, like average 10. No, lucky, that's a great day. If I average 10 viewers a day, that's a great day.
Yeah.
But I think that's about the that's not. I think that's like an average ratio, or that I think that's sort of it depends on how long. Maybe if you got those followers like very fast or whatever, then your active viewers would be higher or whatever. It's probably a ratio between your followers, how long it took you to get them, and et cetera, or something.
I did follow bot on TikTok. I bought followers because in order to go live on TikTok, you need 1,000, and then in order to go live from your PC, you need 3,000. So I had to spend $10 to buy 3,000 followers just so I could stream on TikTok from my PC, and I end up getting suspended within 5 minutes anyway because you can't do anything on TikTok.
You guys are just proving dead internet theory to me right now.
I've planned on doing that with TikTok.
So with TikTok, you don't need 3,000. I only have oh god, I think 1,700 on my current account, and I'm still able to go live from my computer.
From your computer? Oh, it told me I needed 3,000 to go live from my computer. God damn it! Wow.
What's another couple thousand bucks?
I haven't had.
Yo, bro,
Opie was pretty pissed about the economy stuff, but just look at how great the doubles do. They live in splendor. They are having balls every week. Never mind the peons starving on the street. Yeah, U.S. economy in a nutshell. Oh shit. Non-fun. You have like straight up haters right now.
Awesome, man. I mean,
I don't blame them.
I mean, listen.
They did a great.
If they hate watch me, the view's a view. Okay.
Yeah, no,
go check me out. Non-fun on YouTube. Go look at it, guys.
Okay, let Tiro talk though. What up?
So they did like a cool piece, which was like, what if our adversaries ran media coverage about like our student protest, kind of like how we run coverage of their protest, and it's the funniest shit.
Wait, what do you mean?
Here, I'll drop the link for it.
We're gonna drop it so I can look at it.
I'm gonna just drop it in the chat.
I really love seeing that shit where it's like if we covered the US the same way we covered China, and it's like only showing the worst like ghetto in LA and saying this is how all of America lives. It's like, yeah. We really do that to like everybody else.
We talking pro-China here? Question mark.
This human progress org or whatever.
From the Cato Institute,
they're really shitty at citing things. Yeah, it's Cato Institute, just billionaires doing billionaire things. Like it's not like reputable or whatever.
I love billionaires.
His article or whatever, like they spout out a bunch of shit, and then it's like 3 paragraphs. It's entirely sketchy. There's this weird graph here.
What's the Simon Abundance Index? I love the Simon Abundance Index. Oh, household spending and necessities. Damn.
It's but the labor statistics that they say that they're using at every other source that the 2 AIs that I asked, they said that it's entirely the opposite of what this graph is showing. And the fact that they're bringing up a house size or whatever, it makes me think that they're doing some weird fucking normalizing of the data.
Oh, so
by
yeah,
weird,
I will
mean
fully
sketchy.
admit, the Cato Institute does have like a libertarian bias. That's why I try to be somewhat careful of the data I pull from them.
Wait, wouldn't that make them like more?
But then it's not a libertarian bias. But there's two types of libertarians. There's actual libertarians, and then there's just fucking billionaire libertarians. And billionaire libertarians are just pro-billionaire. They're not actually libertarians.
Well, they're just
Okay,
Republicans at that point, then, right?
Yeah, sure. They're Republican bias, whatever. They were definitely shoot. I used to take notes in Google Docs. I have to go digging through my notes to find my old notes on them. But they were definitely doing some like weird over adjustment when it came to advances in technology. When trying to measure inflation. Billionaires can't have opinions.
Jesus Christ. Bro,
Jesus Christ.
Potato,
Wait,
this
what?
link, bro.
Wait, what was it just said?
I'm glad that I did not have that playing on stream.
Jesus Christ.
Why so? Is it mad loud?
No. Just what he was saying, like out of context. Imagine like somebody just like comes in.
Oh.
Let me just see.
I'm gonna stalk your guys' YouTube channel.
That's so good. That guy is good. And it does have a point. If it, like the
Pokey's
media
so fucking based. I want them to follow me back.
So
Casey,
my
wait,
reenlistment.
Casey, how often do you stream? I was curious.
Maybe twice a week. It could be up to like 4 times a week, but
And you haven't
it
uploaded on
varies.
YouTube
I'd
in
say 2
4
to 4.
months, man?
I have been busy with Satan, but yeah, I have some ideas. So.
Okay, I mean that's valid. I mean, like I don't have a job right now. That's the whole idea, so that's valid. You're good.
I just finished school and I'm in the process of moving jobs and countries. So once that's all settled, I do want to hopefully get like 2 YouTube channels up and running. I mean, I have them made and I've posted like some experiments on them, but it's gonna also not be about politics because I fucking hate politics, believe it or not.
I do cut down my VODs, bro.
Speaking of,
I do.
guys,
What do you mean?
Huge development in my life, right? Those of y'all that like keep up with me, y'all know how I was
Dude, like each
working
segment.
with like a co-op, right?
This is the standard.
You've mentioned.
And I had this Nazi coworker that we
Edit.
couldn't
I
get
do.
rid
Look,
of, right?
look at the fucking intro, dude. What do you mean, bro?
That killed themselves.
Please. What do you look? Look at the
Oh,
nice
all right,
intro.
cool. You know about that one. So
Look
bro
at the.
killed
I look.
himself.
I do the chapters.
Also, turns out,
and I do the outro.
Bro held the license for the trucks. So the trucks are gone. So the co-op no
The
longer
rest is
exists.
uncut. What do you want me to cut? We're having a conversation.
So I'm both out of a job,
This is industry standard, man.
but not because I kind of had a job that was already lined up on the side that I was doing anyways. So now
You do like an intro, and then you just add the chapters, and everything else is like uncut.
disconnected, motherfucker.
So the Navy doesn't require you to have a high school diploma or GED anymore.
How long videos and hard videos?
I mean, it's not
Maybe
like they
dropping
were hiring the
standards.
brightest anyway.
Well, I'm more saying that to highlight the idea that I think something's going on because also my reenlistment suspension period was shortened, and just the shit they were showing me in basic, they were like it was like this propaganda thing, where they just name swapped China and Taiwan to Havana and Malaysia. I think something's like happening. You know,
Oh no,
I think something big is about
that's
to happen.
normal. That's normal for their training exercises. Whenever shit's really kicking off, they're gonna start calling them by their proper names.
You can become a
I had
the
a
West
training
Bank
exercise that I did
base.
back whenever I was in the army, where they straight up just called Russia, and I was like, oh shit.
They did. They just called it. They didn't even name swap it.
They didn't call it. They didn't call it Gorgas or anything like that. No, it was just Russia. And that shit was That shit was a little alarming.
Yeah. Okay. So I shouldn't be worried.
No, you shouldn't be worried as long as they're still using the right names.
Okay, but if I go back in 90 days and they're just calling it fucking China and Taiwan, I should be worried.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Because just I don't know, man. It's just looking a little concerned because like it looks like there's an effort to manufacture a society where military service is an option, like basically the only option for low income people with very low opportunity in people from those environments. I mean, it's always been like that.
It's meant to be like an option to people who don't have anything else going on or anything readily available to them and are
An option to what? Did he cut out, or is that just me?
with them.
It's him, yeah.
Because
Holy shit, 4 victories
They're
in
very
a row.
interested in making it convenient to you so that you can see it as an easy out from poverty and you'll
I don't know if
go
China
ahead
Taiwan
and
is
do the empire's
inevitable.
bidding.
I don't know if it's inevitable. But China definitely wants to do some funky stuff, man.
Sorry about that.
Investopedia. By the way, please never use. No one use Investopedia ever. God damn it. Investopedia.
I'm gonna use it now because you told me not to. Thanks.
What's wrong with Investopedia? I use it for definitions sometimes.
It's extremely biased and oftentimes wrong.
Biased towards
Okay, but it sounds like you, Casey. So I don't get like why shouldn't I use
Yargle.
Yeah, I mean,
Casey, what
it's
is your
certainly-
general economic view?
I am a capitalist.
They're like a sock dem type deal.
Basically.
The
Oh,
Feds
I'm a
cut my
sock dem.
internet because they heard the fucking trigger words to shut off my internet.
This disposable income, the amount of money that an individual or household has to spend or save after income taxes have been deducted.
Is there something wrong with that definition? That seems like a pretty standard definition.
Is it? Is food disposable income?
I was about to say, should we not account for necessities?
Food would be included in the cost of living.
Yeah.
But they didn't mention the cost of living.
Oh.
Disposable income for things like food and shelter.
In fact, there's food on the image of them deciding what to spend their disposable income on. There's a house on there.
Dude, that's like those fucking articles like sponsored by the Washington Post where it's like, oh yeah, millennials are going to the grocery store more to spend on luxuries such as milk and water. It's like, what?
Eggs.
People who buy water from grocery stores are stupid. Sorry, just drink from the tap.
Some tap.
I
Not all
refuse.
taps are created equal.
I'm not gonna buy. I'm not gonna stop buying water.
Putting a value
Literally
term
just the
on
definition, man.
disposable.
Go to
By disposable,
Wikipedia.
They just mean
It's
you're
a
able to
total positive income minus
actually use
income
it,
taxes.
whereas before,
He's
the
like,
money that's put taxes,
is it a
you
standard
actually
definition?
can't use
Yes, it's a definition used everywhere.
I know what
Yes,
they're
it's a
trying to
standard
define it as.
fucking
I
stupid,
think
though.
most people would have an issue with describing money spent on food as disposable.
It's a bad word to use.
I love my
I feel
disposable
like
income
food-
being spent on surgeries at the hospital.
I feel like
disposable
food is
income is just income after taxes. Like, go to Wikipedia, my man. Everyone uses this definition. It's
Dude, I
not a
fucking
biased
hate
definition.
non-fond. I hate
That's what
non-fond.
I-
so
What do you
much
mean?
today.
It's just a definition. I don't know what to tell you.
I personally, I object with it being called disposable income. I'm sure everyone
That's
else
fine, but the
does.
definition of disposable
Indeed,
income is
indeed.
after-tax income.
Okay, but that's like
a bad definition.
Okay,
It's not
object to
colloquially
it.
what
It's
it's
the
used. Use
definition
the
that
connotation.
Investopedia
What's
uses.
the
It's the definition that
connotation?
Wikipedia
That's
uses. It's the definition
the
that the Bureau of
connotation?
Economic
That's
Analysis.
that's not how it's conventionally used, though.
It's how it's
So
conventionally used in
whenever
every
you're
economic circle.
Whenever
Like,
you're talking with whenever you're talking with
Hold
a
on.
normal human, like
I got the
when
Webster.
you're
No.
talking
Here we
about
go.
Disposable income.
Webster, income that is left after paying taxes and for things that are essential, such as food and housing.
Ooh,
Yeah, okay, that
so
checks out.
Oh, Webster.
Let's go.
From
okay.
Webster.
So economists
that
are
better.
using disposable income as a framing device, using the word disposable income incorrectly as a framing device for what? Wait, fuck! I'm trying to make a point. Never mind.
Yeah, they're trying to.
It's bad.
Look,
It's-
most of like most economist
Are
who study
evil
like
and they drink
economics
above it.
inside of the United States, like the education that we have around economics is mostly based around like we should kill poor people because it saves us money.
I don't pay taxes. I mean, actually, no. Wow. I mean, I did. I don't know how to pay taxes. No, I pay my taxes.
How did you pay your taxes if you didn't know how to pay your taxes?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't file for taxes this year because I was in basic training and during tax season, and I just didn't. I don't. So, what are the consequences of me not doing my taxes?
You have to pay
You're
late
gonna
fees, basically.
be asked to later.
Yeah,
it depends if you actually owe taxes or not. If you
I
owed
probably
money, then,
don't because I was hilarious. Like I got
then
paid
you
like
don't have to
maybe
file.
20,000.
You're
I think
not
if you get paid under
obligated to pay them
20,000,
more money.
you don't have to file.
Huh? How did I get paid under 20,000? Because I'm poor.
Wait, you went to basic training. Did you finish basic training?
Okay, so here's the thing. I got chapter 11 for minor misconduct. So I did
Okay.
all the training literally until the day they removed me like from like actual basic.
They had a
I had my
semi-good point
M4 with
about
me.
like the
I
general
was in the
connotation
forge.
that people
I was
get
literally in the final field training exercise.
isn't this
Were you
definition.
in Jackson?
But
Yes, I
it's
was at
not
Fort
like I wouldn't
Jackson.
call it a biased
Which
definition. I would
company?
just call it like
Which company? I was
it's a
in
definition
fucking,
conventionally used in economics. Now, if you want to argue the definition
sorry,
conventionally used in
that's
economics is a different
Wait.
connotation
Wait.
to people who don't
like
understand
holding
it.
something over my head.
That's fine.
Where'd you do basic training at?
First 61st, dog.
Oh, of
Maybe
course.
referring to
Fuck
discretionary
you.
income, yeah.
Okay.
Which,
all
like,
right.
yeah, I
Don't
agree.
you
The
hold-
average
okay.
person is not going to understand the difference between discretionary
Weren't
income
we
and
Armed
disposable
fucking
income.
Red Battalion or whatever? Like, okay, I don't know.
It was
I
like
don't know
road
how
runners or
things.
whatever. Yeah.
Huh?
It was like road runners or whatever. It was good.
They're
Y'all were
literally
next to
neighbors.
barber shop. Y'all were
We're
next to
literally
barber shop,
neighbors.
convenient asses. Yeah. Anyways, like Jackson's okay. Jackson's cool. Sucks that you got
It was
chaptered.
very relaxing.
What'd you get chaptered for, if you don't mind me asking?
So, just small shit. Like, on my final counseling was, hey, we verbally corrected you too many times about not going to parade rest when, talking to an NCO, and
Failure
it's
to adapt.
Yeah, failure to adapt, chapter 11.
Where's my
Roger.
roommate's notes?
All right.
Yeah, so I'm not a
Government
piece of
defines
shit. I'm
disposable
just a
income like
piece
in
of
that
shit.
in order to calculate
Yeah,
garnishments.
you're not a piece of shit. You just can't
Garnishments,
listen. It's all good.
Oh.
Okay, but I'm going back in 90 days.
Okay. Why go
But it's
back
just-
to Empire?
Because it was so
But they want to
fucking
make the
easy.
point.
Genuinely,
I know it's easy and fun, but like
It was so fun.
there's
I just-
They want to make
other
the point
there's
that like
other easy
the connotation
and fun
isn't what
stuff.
people usually
I
get.
just
Like, that's
shotgunned.
that's
for
a fine
3
point to
weeks,
make, I
and
think.
that's it. That's like
yeah,
that was.
you
why
can
it's
go. Look, you can go join a trade union, be an electrician, talk to your local IBEW, and they
I
can
don't
get
know
you a
what
job.
IBW is, but my brother's a pipe fitter, like following my dad's footsteps, and I don't want to be cool like my dad.
It's you don't want to be cool like your dad.
No, I joined the army to piss him off because he was in the Air Force.
Oh well, don't base your life decisions off of other people.
Base your life
Well, no.
decisions off of what pisses your dad off. Do it.
Yeah, no,
It's
that's
funny.
base because, okay, so I'm a little jealous of my little brother because I'm supposed to be like the guy. I'm supposed to be like his firstborn son or whatever, and I'm supposed to be the guy, but I just don't feel like the guy.
Don't be the guy. Why do you?
I
need
want
to
to be the guy. I want to make it.
Look. Go be an electrician, make lots of money, get you a wife, have 2.5 kids, and
Oh my
then,
god, I
like,
love you. No one else I have ever talked to has said 2.5 kids.
yeah. Go ahead, have the 2.5 kids, right? Don't finish the last one. But
Have you been
like,
tapping my phones? Because I use that term all the time.
nah, we just speak the same language, dog. And like, just don't go serve Empire. In fact, join a trade union, fight against Empire, dog.
But when the big igloo happens, who's going to be the inside man?
You can buy. It's okay. We don't need inside men. It's fine.
but
Trust
my
me,
bad.
trust me. You do more to harm Empire by not giving them the manpower to say that they can complete that mission task than you do by joining it and sabotaging it from the inside.
Okay. Also, this is all in game. By the way, this is not real. This is not a real conversation I'm having. Any federal agent who's tapping my phone.
It's okay. They can't hold anything against you until you're actually in, so it's whatever.
Fucking Jesus Christ! I'm gonna go. Wow. You know, you're all right. You're not that. You're not. You're not bad. I think you're pretty cool. I think you're a cool guy.
Pretty chill. I try to be laid back and like just kind of talk people out of it. That's my number one concern is getting people out of the military and away from the military.
Based. And with doing good advice too, because there's a lot of people that just tell people, "Hey, fuck off and find out what to do next."
Well,
You're actually giving like really good advice.
That's not a good answer. Also, electricians are some of the top paid construction workers. So even with your dad, you said he does pipe fitting. As an electrician, you'll make more.
Well, he's a QC now.
Yeah. No, my dad's a master electrician. He does travel work. He makes $250 a day per diem. He also makes $50.
Oh, dude, the per
an
diem is
hour.
great.
Oh yeah, per diem goes hard.
I don't know exactly how it works, but won't the military give you free college at some point?
The military does give you free college, but there's a lot of stipulations to it.
I would imagine.
You need at least 181 days of active duty service.
Oh, okay.
After that, you'll be available to $180,000 worth of college education, plus whatever local state benefits you have. Ultimately, most people don't end up using it, and again, you can. It's only worth about $32,000 a year in total.
I just wanted to be a 91 Fox in like using classes from SDI.
Yeah, there's limits on how much you can use per year, so it's not the same as like if you were to receive it all in a lump sum and have it all available to you.
Okay.
It fluctuates, and a lot of times like soldiers end up having to go into scholarship programs. They end up having to join the local JROTC at the college and become an officer. It's a long process that the military tries to push you into.
That sucks.
My high school has the JROTC shit. I used to really hate that.
I hated the fucking JRTC kids too.
I mean, I hate that. I hated that it was even a thing. I grew like a little more okay with it just because like it does arguably provide opportunity to people, but like most of that shit should be like given to you regardless of whether you risk your life to go kill brown children.
And plus, like, especially seeing what's going on in the world right now, the U.S. is on the decline. Likely at some point in the future, there's going to be like a local conflict. I wouldn't want to be an arm of the Imperial wing while that shit's going on, because I don't know about you. Whenever I joined the military, I didn't think I'd be, killing American citizens. It's not on my checklist of things. I thought I'd be killing, Islamic radicals overseas.
Jesus Christ, how are you so based? No, that came out so wrong.
It's okay. I that was what my understanding was at the time, and it has since changed. It turned out we were more just killing innocent people overseas.
Yeah, the U.S. is definitely on the decline, but I mean, the average American is still doing pretty well. Like, I mean, if you're talking relative to like, the point where like people start, rioting or something, like, come on. I mean, yeah, that the U.S. should be doing much better if it had better fucking policies and wasn't wasting money on policing the globe and invading countries. Blah 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 blah.
And
Obviously, we could be doing.
That's really the other thing. Like, as a U.S. soldier, like, one of the things that pisses me off is how willy-nilly like politicians are willing to throw your life away for some fucking political point that they want to make. I feel like definitely the politicians should take the welfare of the soldiers that they're gambling their lives with into account, but they already don't take so many lives into account. I think it's just another number to them.
Oh, and I just said policing the world, but what I really meant is more like because we're like the criminals, so I don't like the policing of the world thing. We're like the criminals.
We're the mobsters.
Yes.
I mean, all police are gangsters, so
Well,
checks out.
no, not all police are. No, I don't believe all police are. There's people that literally go into the police system to change it, and are pretty much punished for doing so.
Yeah, they get pushed out or punished. Yeah.
But I'm just saying there are officers that you're going to run into, and I think there's more and more officers going in it to try to change the system than not. It's the legacy of the system and the officers that have been there that are preventing any good change from happening.
That and the fact that they enforce a property owning class, but yeah. Or sorry, they protect a property owning class, but yeah.
Yeah, but the good officers are the ones that would, not do that, would step down or refuse to enforce said things and compromise, themselves in order to do what's right.
Yeah.
Which there are people that will, and there are officers who have stepped
down. There's lots of cops who either get pushed out of the force or killed or whatever because of it. Motherfuckers like Christopher Dorner try to do the right thing, and then and not saying Christopher Dorner entirely did the right thing, but like he tried, and then was stuck with bad options. I say it's mostly because he's liberal and he didn't have a materialist understanding of it, and he was just dealing with the circumstances that he saw from like weak answers that he had present to him, and he went to it from an individualist standpoint instead of attacking the system itself. Yeah.
I generally think that we need to bring democracy to the police force. We would talk about, voting in your sheriff, voting in police chiefs, shit like that.
I think
and having
the
them
democratic police force is kind of cool. We have that in Texas. Sheriffs are pretty cool. It's just like that, they still are aligned. It's kind of like the National Guard, like a local defense force. It's kind of cool, but it's been used for imperialist purposes because of the system that we live under.
Of course. But that's almost everything in this system. Like even unions have I've been part of unions that have betrayed the workers on behalf of.
True.
It's so fucking common too.
Groups like AFL-CIO,
Teamsters as well. Fuck Teamsters.
Teamsters. Wow, Teamsters get a lot of good feedback.
That's what people say. But if you've ever been part of any government contract and it's been unionized through Teamsters, they will fuck you. They will fuck you, and they will side with the government. So often.
I don't doubt that last bit.
I heard that they're great outside of contracting with the government, but I don't have that experience because Teamsters has never been the union outside of government contracts.
With government contracts, it's kind of a pain in the ass, and I know this because like I've been a mover, but like the liability path for the fucking contracts for working with the government, doing like PCS moves and whatnot, is such a fucking pain in the ass. It's so much goddamn paperwork. It's so fucking heavily monitored, and there's like zero room for workers' rights in the process. And I know it's designed like that to like protect the clients, but like, oh my fucking god, it's such a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah. What is going on, Shay? I got a message about you working on some game. Definitely didn't accept my links because it was super. Aristotle apparently got hacked. Anybody? If you got any weird messages from Aristotle, that wasn't him, and stay away.
Yeah, I saw that. A Manny West reached out to me, and they're like, "Hey, just heads up, Aristotle Online is potentially sending around a virus."
How do you get hacked?
It's mostly like phishing, but there's also
on Discord, a link he wasn't supposed to.
On Discord, sometimes people will send you like a link and you'll join it, and then they'll take that session token and use it to spam all of your. It's like a man in the middle attack, but they'll take that session token that you've established with them and use it in order to send all of your friends invites to a Discord, and it'll normally have some sort of malware in there that'll run. It sucks.
Yep, Discord is so fucking insecure. I've been wanting to move. Like I found a really good open source replacement for Discord called Element, where it's super good. But the problem is, you don't have the community there. I mean, you would have to build it.
Did you see recently that Discord introduced into their privacy agreement that you can't sue them?
Oh yeah, the forced arbitration.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. Also, Orcs Must Die 3 is coming out, free on Epic, May 2nd to May 9th, everybody. So if you want Orcs Must Die 3, it's gonna be there.
Do I say that Atero, or how do I say that?
Wait, why is everybody rating me? Oh no. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate it. I don't know how long I'm gonna be live though.
Well, it's fine because then you guys rate me.
Can you admit that the central banking was a mistake?
No, I think central banking's based.
Yeah, you're not getting a raid. I'm sorry.
God damn it! God damn it!
I'll raid marine mammals before rescue before I raid you.
Spread raid Kairos. If you're looking,
I want to be just like you intend. I want to be exactly who you are.
You wanna fight Empire?
Well, I'm not allowed to legally say that out loud, but surely you can, and
just don't join the military.
Okay.
Yay!
But I want to make all the mistakes you made, so I can be just like you.
No, don't make all the mistakes I made.
I want to be literally just like you.
Learn from other people's mistakes. You can learn from other people's mistakes.
Go work at festivals and get groomed by old ladies first, and then we'll talk.
Based.
There's this mushroom festival that goes down in Cave Spring, Georgia, and my stepmom
don't.
A ton of cougars, and they fucking do shrooms and shit.
Don't. It's not good for you.
Shrooms or cougars?
It's good for your soul.
Shrooms are cool for you. Cougars aren't.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, cougars really aren't. It is true.
Yeah.
Both are fine with
live in Colorado.
once in a while.
But I have a complicated relationship with my own mother. Sorry, this is a dumb joke. It's not a joke.
I'm overseeing my panel. Look at that. It's beautiful.
Okay, bros. I'm piecing out. I appreciate the chat. Fuck the Fed. Peace out.
Fuck the Fed. Yes, based.
God damn it!
All right.
Everyone's.
Appreciate
Bro, aren't you a sock dem? Oh, he's gone.
Dude, the fucking Fed is ass. What do you mean?
Bro, I love Jerome Powell, bro. I love Jerome Powell. I want to suck his nipples. Okay, that's all I'll say.
Did you ever think that you would end up here talking with these people about these things?
Yo, and okay, do you have if I turn on my camera, does it turn on the stream?
No, it does not. I wish that were the case. That would be freaking sick, wouldn't it?
So if I do this, it's just loading.
I mean, it's just
God
loading.
I think I want to lose a limb before I die.
Yeah? We can make that work out.
Just work at McDonald's long enough. Just get real friendly with that tomato slicer.
I worked as a grill attendant for a little bit. It wasn't that bad. I don't want to call it job security. It's fucking McDonald's. I had job security because I was basically the only guy who knew how to do that shit. Because the other guy fucking was smoking fucking crack.
I think that's technically job security. I think that falls under the considerations for job security.
Yeah, basically it was the only guy except the manager who knew how to use the girl, which was was fun because I got to do whatever the fuck I wanted.
Yeah, I feel you.
Man, I love power tripping.
So today we
I
learned that the Fed is awful.
The Fed.
No,
bad.
but not fun. I have one question. You at least you've been
Black
saying how the
oh.
you've been saying how the government is so fucking great, like the economy's doing good, all this other stats. I mean, can you not like just look around? I know it's anecdotal, but like, can you not just look around and see that people are fucking suffering? Nobody is getting into homes. You know, the most like financially secure thing that could possibly happen, like in your fucking life, you know, having a home, right? Just people aren't getting into their homes. People are renting more and more. People are not able to build up this equity. I mean, even though it's not good that that's what the housing is, that's how the housing is. Like we can't change that yet. And to be left out of that system is very detrimental.
Yeah,
and
if I can just add in real fast. Anecdotally, I bought a house and I bought it at like a 7.5% interest rate. So like I'm paying like an additional, like 14,000, 15,000 a year in interest. And that's before like taxes and everything else. And that's every year. Like buying a house is expensive as fuck right now. I know the interest rates haven't gone down. They're still sky fucking high. So, I mean that's just one, and then the cost of living is going up. Most Americans can't afford like $100 expense right now that they're not expecting.
That's a bullshit number. Oh my god! What you're citing is a study from the Fed. Okay, the Fed that you hate so much. The question that was asked was, would you choose to pay a $400 emergency expense with cash? I think 40% of people said that they wouldn't pay it with cash, but not even all of the other options necessarily indicated financial duress.
But what if I didn't pay it at all?
That would indicate that you were under financial duress.
You're saying I have an expense and I'm not paying it
with cash.
Not because with cash.
Hold on, I'm
promoting
my own content here.
Finance that. I would have to finance that, right? That's what you're saying.
You can. I literally made a fucking video about this very thing. Okay, it goes over homeownership. It goes over that fucking statistic. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The claim comes from a Federal Reserve survey that asked Americans if they would choose to cover a $400 emergency expense with cash. 63% of Americans say they would pay with cash or cash equivalent, and that number has been trending upwards for years. Again, the median American household holds $8,000 in transaction accounts, so the median American can most certainly afford this expense. On top of that, 54% of Americans have 3 months of expenses saved. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. It seems like the majority of Americans can most certainly afford that expense. And again, that number has been trending upward for years.
Where did they collect this data?
I think it was the Kansas City Fed. It's a Federal Reserve. It's a Federal Reserve survey.
Would mode be a better sample size or whatever? Wouldn't we want mode to show where the majority of people were, not just the median? Because the median can be skewed by excessive numbers on one side. So you'd want the mode to know where the majority of people were, not just where the middle was.
I mean, the median isn't as distorted by outliers as like average is. So that's why they use median.
Yeah, you want to use median instead of mean most of the time for stats.
That mode.
I don't know if mode would be super useful here. I mean,
Fuck, I should pay attention during my fucking high school fucking math class.
All I know is that when I look around and I see the people around me, I see people that are unable to afford cars when their grandparents and parents were able to, unable to afford houses when their parents and grandparents are, less people creating business when it comes to, I mean, I guess you could say there's more people creating like online business, but when we talk about online business, yes, technically I have a online business with this streaming, but we're talking about like profitable business with employees. This is not something that is happening more and more from the general public. The amount of people that are able to go on vacations, the amount of money that it takes to cover the cost of living and to engage with society at the same level as everybody else. These costs have gone up. When I look around, I just see people that are struggling with this, and
I can't afford to die.
you can read a bunch of fucking numbers off about, okay, like it's you to get a full basket or whatever that of goods that it takes less work time. But that's just not what I'm seeing around, and it makes me wonder how good these stats are, because it's one thing to have one incident, like my anecdotal of like what I'm experiencing, but when I see and hear it from my peers, and then when you see and hear it online, and when you see and hear it from your neighbors, and your parents are talking about it too, and your cousins are talking about it, and then like people from different fucking countries are talking about it, doesn't that indicate that there's a problem and that maybe we've missed something with these numbers?
I mean, I'll admit some ignorance here in the fact that like I'm 18. I've never like worked a real job. I've never had to buy a home or anything. So like I'm not going to know everyone's firsthand experience. I mean, I've talked to people before who are like poor. Like I talked to people who have been on like food stamps and stuff. And yeah, like I see like with inflation, they're struggling. You're jumping off a bridge right now, really? I'm in your chat, bro.
Like,
but like if you
had to
look at the numbers and the general trends, it seems like things are getting better for the most part.
Part of it too is you look at, I see like the outliers of like with my job, how many people buy $4 million houses with cash? How many people
with cash?
It's literally nothing to them. With cash, yeah, they aren't taking out a loan. They're buying their second house. I mean, so it's like, I think one of the adages I've heard that I don't know exactly how true it is, but you really can't comprehend like people higher than like one level above your income bracket. You can't comprehend what it's like to be rich or poor, except for relative to where your position is. So when you think of poor is, you're like, oh, I know what poor is, but until you're really, really fucking poor, you have no idea what it is to be poor, just like you have no idea what it is to be that rich. And there's so many people that that's a lifestyle for not just a few people. There are people that aren't necessarily Bezos, but they're fucking buying houses for $4 million cash. That's their second house.
So I'm a professional mover by trade, right? So like I see the fucking houses. I see the literal wealth before my eyes every day whenever I walk into these people's fucking homes. I've moved fucking $12.7 million homes. I've moved homes where this person had their own private gym on their fucking roof, right? And it's like a full fucking CrossFit gym with like fucking 30 fucking different types of machines, yada yada yada. And it's like I've seen that, and then I've been the person where I'm eating fucking like Vienna sausages and fucking ramen for dinner, It's one of them things where like wealth disparity is something where you don't have a clue how intense, how fucking rich people can be. It's crazy because like I'm going inside these people's homes. I'm making friends with them. I'm
Are you ready? And okay, this chart is bullshit. Okay, just so you know.
I guess the word for it is intimate with these people, but like I'm handling all their most fucking intimate items and whatnot. Meanwhile, like other people are.
It might be this.
They survive in a community, and maybe they go like
they use different deflators,
a community with slightly nicer
to deflate these two things,
worse homes, whatever. But like, nah, I'm in that shit every fucking day, just seeing like different varieties of shit.
Damn, roast fraternizing with the upper class. Goddamn, class trader. I'm kidding. That's a joke.
Nah, I work for rich people. That's all.
I know. I'm just being funny. I'm trying to be funny. I revere you greatly. I'm gonna shut up now.
I don't revere me. I'm just a normal guy.
And that's why I revere you, because that's every person who says that. Oh, I shouldn't be revered. You should revere them.
But I mean, again, like I don't have this personal experience, right? But like, I mean, I've talked to people who are like poor before. I've talked to people who are reliant on food stamps. Who like Joe Biden's earned income tax credit was like literally the only reason their families could afford Christmas presents. So I don't necessarily have this lived experience, and I don't want to like pretend I understand everything. All I can do is like look at the data. The data seems that we're trending in a pretty good direction, and also data shows that consumer sentiment is not tracking along with actual economic indicators. Like this is a documented thing called the Vibe session. Yeah.
Do you think that's because the economic indicators aren't reliant on the concerns of everyday people?
Not necessarily. Like it seems like in the past, consumer sentiment has tracked along with these economic indicators, but now they're not. Oh, thank you, NRK. I knew you would fall through. Thank you, NRK. I love you, NRK.
And we
Thank
make
you.
a lot of fucking war profits.
But I mean, like there's probably a lot of policy that we would actually agree on. Like I think we should be doing stuff to like decrease the cost of living, especially with housing. I think the government should probably be investing in housing. Like I think Justin Trudeau just announced a like $45 million investment to like advanced housing supply. Oh no!
Wait, are we talking Canada or the U.S.?
Canada. I'm just saying, like this is this is an example of
Oh, all right.
Of, like,
I don't have any stake in. I don't have any stake in Canadian.
Isn't Justin Trudeau kind of like super evil though?
I mean, I don't know enough about Justin Trudeau. I just know like he did like with housing policy. Well, my chat's revolting against me because NRK just rated me. But with housing policy specifically, like I know he announced a investment into like modular housing production. That's something really good to like shift housing supply right and decrease the cost of housing. I think we should be taxing land rents. I think land speculation and land banking is dumb. I think everyone has a moral claim to land rents. And I think we should be essentially fully taxing land rents, which would actually encourage the building of affordable housing. And I think the government should probably invest in some level of social housing, whether it be subsidizing the building of affordable homes or whether it be the government actually building its own housing.
You seem like you'd be a Georgist.
I mean, I like economics, so a lot of Georgism is like efficient taxes, right? So like, I wouldn't call myself a Georgist, but a land value tax is definitely like the most efficient tax, with a resource rent tax too.
Okay.
And it would set up good incentives for affordable housing and reducing land speculation. Yeah.
Good conversation.
Yeah, good conversation. You know, it's 4 a.m. where I am. Been streaming for 8 hours. A little over 8 hours. So I'm gonna edit some of this stuff and upload it to YouTube, then go to bed. So
have a great night.
Been a great conversation, great talking to you. I'm sure I'll talk to most of you again in the future. Bye bye, guys. Hell yeah. Massive reduction in federal government spending, 3-letter agencies, cut federal taxes. I mean, I'm in favor of a different type of tax system than we have now, which would sort of cut taxes. Like, I don't think capital gains is a very good tax. Capital gains is a double tax that reduces incentives to save. Worst rate target ever. God, guys, they hate me. They hate me. One person followed, a single person followed. Capital gains tax is big gay. True. Inefficient double tax that reduces savings. Thank you, Angel. Thank you. Angel's my one fan, okay? Angel's the one non-fun fan here. God, you know what? I could be a popular streamer. I just have to be a leftist. Do you think wealth tax is viable? Depends how you tax it. Like capital gains tax, I don't like. Wealth tax. The problem is it viable? Like, yeah, like we see economies like the social democracies in Nordic countries, right? They're able to sustain like relatively high wealth taxes, right? And it doesn't seem to have totally detrimental effects on the economy. Now, some of that people argue is because they like ride off the technological advancements of other countries. Some of that might be true. Like, there aren't any big tech companies coming from these countries, right? Like, I think Spotify's the only one. Spotify came from Sweden. But I just don't think wealth tax is like the most efficient way to do it. Like, I think we should start with the least distortionary taxes possible. So, land value tax, resource rent tax, and then from there, I'd be a big fan of either like a value X tax or a Bradford X tax. So, a value added tax is just a consumption tax. It's a tax on inputs. It has really low avoidability, and it only taxes consumption. It doesn't tax saving. Yeah, a lot of countries have a value-added tax. It's really efficient, economically speaking, and it sets up some good incentives too. And then also, potentially something called a Bradford X tax. A Bradford X tax is kind of like a two-tiered VAT. A flat tax is two-tiered VAT, yeah. But the Bradford X tax, Andrew Yang wanted VAT, yeah. Bradford X tax is kind of like a progressive version of a VAT. Yeah. Oh, why didn't iBot delete that? Spamming caps. VAT only if you eliminate all income tax? True. I'm not a huge fan of income tax because, again, it's distortionary. I don't think we should tax income. I think we should arguably tax wages. Because even though wages don't create externalities, I think there is some need to be progressive in a tax system. Actually, something I was having a conversation with my economics teacher about. I'm doxing our messages. Wait, let me make sure it doesn't show his phone number. It doesn't show his phone. Yeah. I told him, like, do you have a good or Bradford X tax, an attempt to make consumption taxation progressive, cash flow tax in business, and progressive tax on employee wages, no capital gains, or taxes and savings, only wages. I don't think about that. I've always been more into a value-added tax, and I've never been a fan of taxing wages. How do wages produce externalities? No tax on wages as income. The problem is taxing wages, only wages, not like income. Only wages is like the most efficient way to do a progressive tax. Every item produced uses government infrastructure, therefore should be taxed at a reasonable rate, but labor should not be disincentivized for work or hire. That's my general view. I don't know how strong I feel about it. I'm also fine with sales taxes. We would also encourage the government to make more infrastructure to lower the cost of all inputs instead of just taking people's paychecks. A federal income tax was never part of the plan. Based. General concern is that they'll be regressive, but by taxing wages, not income, you don't disincentivize saving. Efficient over progressive. Progressive tax is cringe too. I think there's some need to be progressive when you weigh. I told him in this. When you factor in the political effects of income inequality, as well as the diminishing marginal utility of income, especially at Bezos levels, there's some need for progressivity. The Bradford X tax is essentially the least distortionary and most administratively efficient way to tax wages, but taxing land and natural resource rent should be a priority. What do you think should be the max tax bracket? It's complicated because I'm not a big fan of like capital gains tax, and I'm not a big fan of our current taxation system. So I like cash flow taxation a lot. And cash flow taxation on businesses wouldn't have tax brackets really. So I'd say for businesses, we should do a cash flow tax of probably about like 30%. A 30% cash flow tax makes sense. What should your max liability rate be to government? I don't know, man. And then I would say for personal income, I don't know. I think the Bradford X tax caps out at like I think it caps out at like 35%. It's the proposal for the Bradford X tax, which I kind of like. I'm not a big fan of wealth taxes. We read this Economist article. What should be the max loan rate? I don't know if we should mandate a max loan rate. I don't know if that's something we should necessarily mandate. I'm fine with like the central bank setting some interest rates, but I don't know if we should necessarily. I mean, we should probably restrict some type of payday loans, right? Because payday loans seem to be cringe. Oh, for houses too. I didn't think of that. Maybe for houses. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the problem is, like, I don't really care about taking money from rich people, but the problem is the way you take money for rich people. Let's ban payday loans. We probably should, actually. The way you take money from rich people has distortionary effects. It just depends. You can eliminate a ton of three-letter agencies, save a ton of tax money, establishing massive tax reduction. I mean, all for streamlining tax efficiency. 50,000% income through a false labor economy. True. 520% APR is crazy. It is crazy. Aren't payday loans banned in like most European countries? Oh, they're banned in some states even. Oh, look, it's banned in North Carolina, based North Carolina. I'm from North Carolina, by the way. You mean those Euro poors that don't have freedom? I do mean those Euro poors that don't have freedom, okay? What if I get a payday loan? It's basically a... I mean, I'm fine. I guess I'm fine with calling it a predatory loan. Predatory loan that ends up basically trapping people in a debt cycle, usually. Relatively small amount of money, lent at a high rate of interest, on the agreement that it will be repaid if the borrower receives their next paycheck, yeah. But what it ends up doing... Restore Jubilee, true. What it ends up doing is usually it puts people in like a cycle of debt because they have to take out more payday loans to cover there because it's so high interest that they can't can't afford to pay it. And they have to take out more payday loans to cover the last payday loan. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. But we should do. I don't have any notes on this yet. But I'm a big fan of UBI, or here's the meme guy. Here's the Milton Friedman meme, guys. A negative income tax. Okay. Milton Friedman. Here's the meme. The libertarian dream, guys. Negative income tax. UBI versus UBS stream would be fun. Something we could set up sometime. Yeah, we definitely could. I would need to do... Listen, I need to relearn microeconomics, okay? I forgot some of the shit. Going to Crusade Potato. We don't. Who is this guy? Microeconomics at base. Macro cringe. I love macro. What are you talking about, bro? I despise that entire concept. God damn. I should just become political person guy, okay? And just react to TYT all day. That's what I should do. I should become a leftist for clout. Oh, you stopped streaming, bro. Damn. This guy's streaming, though. Oh, listen. This is a call out, okay? Do you pee on the floor, too? Listen, okay? I follow botted in the past. And again, like I told you, actually, I didn't follow bot on YouTube. I did sub for sub on YouTube. And then I follow botted on TikTok, but that's just because this became so lonely. PPG lobotomy is paid by Chink. True. Not leftist, and moderate Republican is moving more and more libertarian every day. Well, I know. Well, I've seen from your comments you seem to be relatively libertarian. But you really, but isn't the, so just a question, isn't the like libertarian, libertarians should support UBI more than they support like other types of government welfare, right? Right? Like I would assume wouldn't you be more in favor of a like negative income tax than you are a like government provided stuff? Everyone is a leftist. They just need to find empathy and sense. True. I used to be a leftist. I used to be like here's my problem, okay? I used to be like what I call like a cooperative socialist. I wanted all firms to be worker co-ops. And I just don't run into people like that anymore. It's just unfortunate. Like half of these people, I think you're good at OK Life, but it's like half of these people seem to be, I don't like the term tanky, but like, goddamn. Look, he went from like 1400 November 28th, he had 1400. November 30th, 1900. And then it happened again and again. I don't know. Maybe it's legitimate. Listen, I don't have any problem with it. Like, let's look at my channel. And let's just go to Lifetime. Like, you can see, same stuff happens to me. But a lot of this is from YouTube Shorts. Doc Sims is co-op, or Demstock is co-op. I mean, trade unions and co-ops, I don't really see how you can have one without the other. The way he was talking about it earlier. You can have unions without co-ops. I don't know if you're actually there. I don't think it was, but I mean, unions probably make co-ops more likely, right? But yeah, a lot of this is from my famous video. What I'm best known for, guys. Yoshi screaming. Oh hey, W1. You missed all the awesome debates. You would have liked them. Oh, it was a live stream. Did what I'm most known for, guys. Yoshi screaming. The hit non-fun stream. TOS friendly? I mean, if it's TOS friendly, then maybe. This got me from like 300 subscribers to like 600. Oh, the stream doesn't show that much, but yeah, that was this bump. And then this is YouTube Shorts. This is YouTube Shorts. This is YouTube Shorts and a viral video I had. By the way, this viral video I had, the most popular video on my channel. Joining the generational war for the boomers. This is really relevant to what we were talking about. So he defeated the commies. I don't know. I mean, we had a good conversation. I'll upload it on YouTube, don't worry. And I'll notify Discord when I upload it on YouTube. By the way, chat. If you weren't here for all of it, I will upload it on YouTube. And you can join my Discord and you'll get notified when I upload it on YouTube. Isn't that awesome? Okay, what's this?
Down in the hallway.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he does do this. Did you AI generate this?
He talks about quality and sharing with fervor.
Yeah, don't worry. The people did not side with me on this one. If I go to my analytics in the comments, they did not side. The people did not like this one. Okay. I don't know how I see my like to dislike ratio, but it was not good. Oh, here it is. Oh boy, 45%. 52 likes is 52 dislikes. Bro, show Chuck E. Cheese WAP. I will show you guys Chuck E. Cheese WAP. Dude, I made this video. The music is AI generated. Yeah, I figured. I'll show it after. I'll show Chuck E. Cheese WAP after. This is the thing I'm second most known for, guys.
But there's something strange about his ways. It's quite absurd. He's a communist man who pees on his bedroom floor. Oh, yeah. Red love it up. He arches speeches with flair.
Oh my god.
He raises his flag, but not his toilet seat. Red out of my person, he's a unique kind of show. He dons his red suit and starts his speeches with flair.
Dude, want to know something crazy? I made this video 3 years ago, okay? So I was a young boy still. Almost 4 years ago. I was 14 years old when I made this, just so we're clear. I'm still a young boy. I'm still 18. My parents grounded me for this video. They didn't like it, so they grounded me for it.
I said certified free, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that pull out game weak. Yeah.
Listen, okay? When I was 14, this was the funniest shit imaginable. Are you kidding me? Chuck E. Cheese sings WAP. In 2020, when I was 14, funniest shit possible, man. I'm 24 and this is still... You're not 24. Hey, wait, hold on. Hold on, Carter. Hold on a second. Carter, hold on. Carter. Carter, pick up. Carter. The phone. Ring, ring. Carter, ring, ring the phone. Damn it. Okay. Guys, for clarification, I hate to do this, but I have to do it. Carter did it to himself, okay? If Carter ever says something homophobic in chat, that's because he's self-hating. We'll just say that. He's self-hating, okay? Listen, I hate that I have to do that to him, but he has done it to himself with the amount of self-hating statements he made, okay? So if he says anything homophobic, he's self-hating. Yeah, well, welcome all the new people. You guys want to see what we do on non-fun streams, bro? Bro, we read shit. I haven't read much in NGP targeting. We read articles and we take notes. That's what we do. Okay. Read this article, took notes. Read this article, took notes. Read this, took notes. Read this, took notes. Haven't read all this yet. Read some of this, took notes. TikTok thing. Read this, took notes. Do you want to become an economist? I definitely want to go to school for economics. I don't know if I want to become an economist necessarily, but hobo homo is the fastest possible destruction of humanity's progress. True. Read stuff, take notes. Yep, that's what we do here. Debunking Marxism 101. Haven't read all this yet, but this is a thing arguing that Washington consensus works against the labor theory of value. I don't understand all of this yet. I need to do more reading on it. Yeah, there's a little bit of notes on this, I think. Okay, one bullet point. You should go to school for being stupid because you're really good at that. Thank you, Carter. Hey, do you go to school in dick suck? Do you major in dick sucking? Because I bet you're good at that. Do you go to school for turbulence? Or do you major in turbulence? Because I bet you're good at that. Little bit of stuff in here about religion. Not much in here about inflation yet. We actually need to read these two things, unfortunately. Here's some stuff on real wages. I go to Dick Sucking University. You can find it on Spotify. Here, most of our research has been in Israel-Palestine. So, yeah, I took some notes on this as well. On this was a good legal article we read. You can see all the fucking in-depth shit we read here. A lot of stuff on this. A little bit on this. A little bit on that. That's it. It's true. So we have a lot of stuff here. Oh my god, look at all this stuff, chat. This is what we do on non-fawn streams, baby. All this knowledge, bro. Yeah. That's what we get up to in non-fun streams. Okay, I'm gonna be so for real. I want to end stream, but I have 12 viewers, okay? So I might just keep going. Might just do it. I need the viewership. I need it. I need it, bro. I'm fucking fiending for the viewership. Fallout 76. I love Fallout 76. With Chunker Trinidite. The glass created in the Fireball Trinity test. The first nuclear bomb. Does that count? True. Look at this. Average real generational wealth. Oh my god, look at how well millennials are doing, guys. Actually, that's not the impressive one. Hold on, where's the impressive one? Look at this. Per capita wealth, so much higher than we thought. Oh my god. Double what Gen X was. Are you kidding me? Maybe we should watch some of this. Dude, I can't believe... I'm still confused what Casey's point was on the CPI versus PCE thing. Because I was like, oh, I don't really like CPI, because CPI is substitution bias. And he was like, well, personal or PCE doesn't account for changes in product quality. I was like, CPI doesn't account for changes in product quality. He was like, what's your point? What's your point? What's your point? I'm like, well, I think CPI, or I think PCE is better because it accounts for substitution bias and doesn't weight housing as heavily. Because like right now, if you look at what's driving inflation, it's mostly housing, which I think is, it's obviously important that the cost of housing is going up, right? But one, the way CPI measures housing is through a survey asking about owner's equivalent rent. I think that's a kind of dumb way to measure housing prices. And number two, the Fed can't do shit about housing. Like the only option, like the Fed can't control housing supply. So it's dumb that the Fed is making monetary decisions. Owner's equivalent rent is so dumb. True based. The Fed is making monetary decisions when like most of inflation is being driven by housing supply issues, right? Fuck, there's a graph. Where is excess inflation? But I think like a lot of this is housing. This isn't what I want. Here's some of it. Yeah. No, that's not what I want. God damn it. But most of it is being driven by housing. I know Apricus, I don't know how to pronounce this. I know this guy has some stuff. Inflation is now driven mostly by rent, yeah. I'm not happy with housing prices going up. It makes all my properties a lot more valuable. It did hurt when I recently bought a vacation home, though. I mean, again, we've talked about this on the panel. A wage spiral is being suppressed by immigration. I mean, it seems like wages have been going up pretty consistently. Hold on. The problem is, we should want housing to be affordable. But it seems like we've seen a lot of wage compression. I was there for the panel. But the problem is I kind of hate that housing is the best way to build generational wealth. I mean, there definitely is some level. I think one of the big things we saw in 2020 was wage compression. Yeah, here it is. Right, wages were rising fastest at the bottom. We did. I know Paul Krugman is. They did surgery on a great best meme ever. Prove me wrong. Thank you, Carter. Yeah. Wait, which figure 11? God, so base. Wow, awesome. I mean, my stock portfolio isn't doing bad either, but my rental property is definitely my best income source. Is housing the best way? Mine are at what? Is housing the best way? The best way to what? Listen, okay? We should just tax land rents. Just tax land. Okay. That's the solution here. To build wealth. I mean, the problem, we super incentivize homeownership here. Because property values keep going up, and because we allow mortgage deductions for taxes, right? We allow you to deduct your mortgage interest, right? We massively incentivize homeownership. I think Matthew Yiannopoulos wrote a good article about that. The high cost homeownership. Wait, okay. High cost of promoting homeownership. We should take Nelson's at some point. Fed buys mortgage-backed securities. Housing will always be the best way. Oh, posture check. I need to figure out what I should do with my channel points. I saw NRK Life had some shit. He had the nuke stream for 1 million, and he had the. I'm not gonna add that because I want it. If I want to stream, I'm streaming. Is there a housing bubble in the U.S.? I don't know enough to talk about whether there's a housing bubble, but I think it's mostly a supply issue. Typical's family net worth is mostly real estate, and those investments are dominated by owner-occupied real estate. People have good reasons for wanting to own a home and prioritizing that over other forms of saving, but those reasons are driven by public policy that encourages people to make owner-occupied housing their primary means of saving and wealth building. The fact that public policy prioritizes homeownership means that homeownership is widespread in a way that makes it a kind of cultural signifier of adulthood and middle-class stability. And that means that any dip in homeownership or barriers to attaining homeownership strike the public, and the elected officials who respond to them as a crisis that merits a policy response. Why build wealth when you become a great schema mock? True. Yeah, it's just but a lot of this is pretty dysfunctional. Suppose you're shut up. Suppose you're a dentist in a mid-sized town that includes one large factory. Nobody would advise you to invest your savings specifically in that one company that owns the factory. After all, if the factory closes down, that's going to be bad for your dental practice. What you want to do is balance risk by owning a diverse portfolio of financial assets. If you own the home you live in, you're facing the same problem of a lack of diversification. If the factory closes, that's bad for your dental practice and bad for the value of your home. If anything, from a pure investment standpoint, the ideal move would be to own a home on the other side of the country. There are obviously some offsetting reasons why it's congenial to own your own home. But precisely because it seems like something a lot of people would want to do anyway, it doesn't seem like we need to go out of our way to encourage it. And precisely because the world of owner-occupants involves so much exposure to idiosyncratic risk, it encourages people to adopt their own risk-adverse policy preferences that hurt growth. I know that you own nothing. Be happy guy has sparked a lot of paranoid reactions. So I want to be clear: I'm not against people owning things. But I think the world would be a better place if people owned a much more diversified portfolio of assets that is much more robust to risk and allow for more professional management of real estate and an overall attitude towards local politics that is less dominant by risk aversion. Diversity? Nah. But the Fed buys houses through derivatives. I mean, generally it is a problem. Again, because buy with the okay, yeah. When he just mentioned, because like any dip in home ownership at a barriers to entry, home ownership is like seen as a bad thing. Like it causes us to respond in crazy ways that probably distort incentives in a not great way, right? Home ownership pros and cons. Well, there's ads in progress right now, and like none of you is subbed, obviously. So hold on, guys. You got to see the recurring character on non-fun streams. God damn it. Hold on. I'll be back. Give me a second. Look at him. Look at this. He's bringing the demon run for your life. Carter doesn't like this guy, but I like this guy. This guy's awesome. Look at him. He might be a tad overweight, but I love him anyway. Okay. He doesn't like being on stream though, because I hold him up. He doesn't like it. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, that's Cosmo. He's my cat, and he's awesome. Despite anything Carter tells you, he is awesome. He that's the cat about socialism. You can see him fucking pleading for food, even though his ass is so fat already. That piece of shit. Cosmo, what's your opinion on democratic socialism? Memorize mouse. Bro, he's... Have you even read The Conquest of Bread, bro? Have you, bro? He has not read The Conquest of Bread. He doesn't love you. Oh my God. Yeah, look at this guy, bro. Look at how fucking fat he is. Oh, there he goes, ripping up my fucking couch again. You don't need food. You're already so fucking fat. You don't need it. You have food upstairs. He literally has food upstairs, too. He's literally attacking me because he wants food. Bro, chill out. Bro. Bro, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Roasting the cat on stream is crazy. Listen. I only do it because Carter does it for 2. Okay. Blame him. Realistically, he's not that fat. Cat thinks Mal did nothing wrong. Do you guys want to see how much of a fucking leftist I was? Hold on, give me a second. I'll make it so you can see it. This isn't even all of them, do. Was down there. See here. This isn't even all of them, but what is to be done by Lenin? I never actually read this. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Look at this, bro. It's highlighted in everything too. Like it's got sticky notes. Got some notes in there. Highlighted as well. More Lenin. The infamous Peter Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread. I've read this book multiple times. I do actually think this is a good book. It's definitely an interesting book. There's some notes in it. You can see it. I marked the thing at the top of the page there. There's not many notes in it, though. Still some pretty lefty views, but at least you're moving away from it. Might be hell for you. I never read this one either, but Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. I never read it, but I do have it. State and Revolution. I read this book. Yeah, there's no notes in it, but I read it. You will come back. The left is kind of cringe right now, but there really are. Left is kind of cringe right now, but there really is a lot there. And the way society is going, I imagine if we stick around where it is, we will land back. The Indispensable Chomsky. This is a good book, actually. I like this book. I read this book a lot because it has a lot of stuff and like everything in it. It's because it's just like a large collection of like different lectures he gave and stuff. There is some good stuff in here. I don't like all the... I think Chomsky is a little prone to drawing false moral equivalencies when it comes to foreign policy. And obviously economic stuff I'm going to disagree with him a little bit on. But I mean, a lot of the stuff in here is good. Yeah. I mean, Chomsky's like Chomsky doesn't like Marxism. Like, this was a good section. Adam Smith, the real and fake. He's PPG spirit animal. Like, this is a good section, actually. Like, this tells you, because, like, Adam Smith was, like, not, like, a capitalist in the way we think of capitalism today, because he was, like, the first person writing about this stuff. Like, he definitely... I mean, people call him whatever, but, I mean, definitely was not, like, a total free market capitalist. Like, he just happened to be writing in a time where, like, mercantilism was popular. Like, and he You call for like social welfare systems. This is one of my very non-libertarian views. I'm very pro-U.S. intervention where it benefits the U.S. I mean, there are definitely times where it's justified to intervene. I don't like. What do you think of Ukraine right now? Like, I think it's fine for us to be sending weapons to Ukraine. Oh, here's Chomsky's critique of some Leninist. That's some good stuff there. I agree with most of that. Actually, he critiques it because he calls it not real socialism. But I don't always agree with that. There's definitely been a realignment, okay? Now the evil liberals, the evil democrats, are pro-U.S. intervention because they're pro-funding to Ukraine. And they're all like, there aren't any neocons anymore, man. They're all gone. There are no more neocons. They're all just Trumples. Well, not all of them are Trumples, but a lot of them are Trumples. Yeah, like a lot of the stuff in here is decent stuff. That's this book. I read this book a lot. We should have NATO aircraft patrolling Ukraine skies. A no-fly zone would be a huge provocation, though. And so, in providing air superiority and close air support strikes and right positions, I don't know if I'm in favor of a no-fly zone. I mean, I like the realignment's been really cringe. I mean, I like that we gave Ukraine F-16s, for example. But true. But I don't know if I support an actual NATO no-fly zone. Manufacturing consent. I mean, I thought this was a good book. I mean, it's definitely kind of less relevant today just because so many people get their news from non-mainstream media outlets. But I don't feel like it's good. There's definitely some good stuff about the Vietnam War in here. I don't think necessarily a lot of what he says about the Vietnam War. I think a lot of what he says about the Vietnam War is good. Cambodia, I'm not touching Cambodia, okay? Chomsky's been criticized a lot for his views on Cambodia. I'm not touching that. I don't have enough time to dig into it. Can't manufacture every consent. I don't have enough time to dig into Cambodia and whether or not it's a genocide and whether or not Chomsky's right or wrong in Cambodia. I don't have time. I don't care enough. I'm not doing with it. I can't deal with it. Too much stuff. Brain too small to handle. Brain too small. I genuinely forgot some of this stuff too, man, because the way I used to take notes, I mean, you can look at this. I just read the book. I didn't really take notes in it. I put sticky notes and highlighted important things, but I don't even write down why they were important. If I were active duty, I would be fine with being deployed to fly against Russia in support of Ukraine. I mean, I think in an ideal world where Russia didn't have nuclear weapons, I think that'd be fine. But the problem is Russia has nuclear weapons, and Russia's still a pretty powerful state. Yeah, this is I don't even think there's all of it. This is the stack of previous non-font leftism. It's not even all of it, bro. There's more. There's more. Here's the stack of neoliberalism. It's Dune. 3 parts of Dune. I actually haven't started reading it yet, but my teacher told me I should. My old teacher. I'm graduated now. But nuclear escalation isn't good. Listen, okay. I'm all for funding Ukraine because I think we show the world that if you have nuclear weapons, well, they're just going to let you invade your fucking smaller neighbors. And that does set a precedent we shouldn't want. But enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine would literally bring U.S. forces into direct contact with Russian forces, would it not? Would that not be a major escalation with a potential for nuclear war? Okay. last little bit of leftism. Gaza in Crisis by Noam Chomsky. Don't remember everything in this, but I read more and I don't agree with a lot of the stuff in it anymore. On Palestine, Chomsky plus Ian Pape. Oh, what's up? I don't know how to speak Hebrew, but I never got past the first few pages of this. You can see I highlighted on page 4. Oh, page 12. I think I probably read the first chapter of this one. I never got back to it. Targeting Iran. There is some good stuff in this one, actually. Listen, Chomsky's foreign policy takes are... I don't really like a lot of them. Ever read... I haven't. Fire in Minds of Men, The Origin of Revolutionary Faith? I haven't, no. There's some good... Oh, hi, Poland. Welcome back. Poland, it's been an insane stream since you fell asleep. Or since you had to go to bed, which is valid because I stream at inconvenient times for you. Targeting Iran. Decent stuff in here. Some of it. Read Targeting Iran. I mean, similar stuff in here. It's a sequel, obviously. What are you talking about? I just came? We're talking about how I used to be a leftist, and we're talking about all the books I wrote as a leftist. This is... I still agree with like 90% of what is said in this book. This book is actually really good. This is one of my favorite books ever. Bad Samaritans, The Myth of Free Trade, and the Secret History of Capitalism. I'm starting to doubt a little bit of stuff in this book, just because of a little bit more I've been reading about, like, does the Washington Consensus actually work? You ever read Upcode.net? No. Are you Jewish? No. Then read Nihilism by Father. Okay. What is Fire in the Minds of Men? What's it about? Who's it by? Some of this stuff in here is pretty good. So it talks about, like, free trade may not always be the best thing for a developing country to do, which I agree with. And it talks about, like, the specific requirements of, like, free trade agreements. I think free trade in general is really fucking dope. I'm all for free trade, but some of the requirements that we attach to, like, free trade stuff don't seem as dope. That's what seems cringe to me. Okay, I can't. The Amazon link, I can't click it because it doxes me. Book traces the origin of a faith, perhaps the faith of the century. Modern revolutionaries are believers, no less committed than more intense than Christians and Muslims. Don't dox yourself. I need to figure out a way. I don't want to sign out. I use this computer for, like, normal everyday things. So I don't want to, like, sign out of eBay and Amazon. But, like, right now, if I click on an eBay link or an Amazon link, it just has my zip code in the top right. And, I mean, that doesn't give you my, like, exact location, but it gives you pretty close. One of the chapters in here I really like, monetarism for the poor, Keynesianism for the rich. It does a really good job of going into, like, how, like, you know, rich countries, like the US and a lot of the European countries, get to do Keynesianism, basically. God, I'm just so many memories coming back to me with this book, man. So many memories of me in school. It goes over inflation in here too. How, like, price stability might not be a super great thing to aim for developing countries. I think he says, like, in there's studies that, like, have shown this. Like, up to, like, some insane number, like 30% year-over-year inflation. Inflation doesn't actually have that much big of effect on growth, on like foreign investment. Yeah, Keynesianism for the rich, monetarism for the poor. When the rich countries get into recessions, they usually relax monetary policy and increase deficits. When the same thing happens to developing countries, bad Samaritans, through the IMF, force them to raise interest rates to absurd levels to balance their budgets, or even to generate budget surplus, even if these actions treble unemployment and spark riots in the streets. The bad Samaritans have imposed macroeconomic policies on the developing countries that have seriously hampered the ability to invest, grow, create jobs in the long run. Yeah. Bro, Keynes sucks. Not true, bro. Inaccurate, bro. I love Keynes. Speaking of Keynes, we're on my liberalism now, baby. I'll tell you what I'm reading currently. But I've been bad at reading off stream. I've only really been reading on stream recently. 2 Krugman books. The Return to Depression Economics by Paul Krugman. Some base stuff in here about the paradox of thrift. Cool stuff. I haven't started this one yet. End This Depression Now, about 2008. Some cool stuff I think is gonna be in here. Got some cool graphs, bro. If you say you're I'm gonna die. What else? Oh, this is one of my favorite books, actually. What Money Can't Buy, The Moral Limit of Markets. This is a really good book. Can you explain who is Keynes? Keynes is a macroeconomist who came about in the Great Depression, basically, and had a whole revolution, okay? We had the Keynesianism revolution, baby. John Maynard Keynes, yeah. It's an easy way to explain who he is. Hold on. But real quick. Why is there something rather than nothing? This is a good book about theology. Question, why is there something rather than nothing? It's a strong claim to philosophy, central to most perplexing questions. Yeah. It's about basically God. Basically whether sort of cosmological and contingency arguments work for the existence of God. I haven't read it yet. Yeah. I'm the guy who invented mayo. Yeah, thanks. Everyone read this book, What Money Can't Buy. It's a good book, man. Yeah, let me put my leftism away. Bye-bye, leftist shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's fix this self. Okay, great. Hope the knocker, you still here? I got the deficit myth, bro. The deficit myth. This is a book about MMT. Have you guys ever heard of MMT? Interesting stuff in there. I need to pee. Can you end stream? God is necessary precondition for knowledge. Knowledge is therefore God. True. I would reject premise 1, but I haven't done a ton of reading into religion yet. Someone asked who Keynes was, okay? I know all of Keynes' bars for this, bro.
Yeah, we're opposed.
We oppose each other philosophically.
In the
Song's
same
awesome,
studio.
bro. I want to steer markets. Boom and bust cycle and good reason to fear it. It's the animal spirits. Wrote the book on bad macro. Man you need when the economy's off track, yo. Now your question's in session. 1929, the big crash. We didn't bounce back. Economy's in the trash. Was it unemployment the result of sticky wages? Waiting for recovery? That's outrageous. I love his bars, bro. Boost aggregate demand. Altogether gets to Y.
Keep that total growing, watch the economy fly. We've been going back and forth for a century. I want to steer markets. I want them set free. There's a boom and bust cycle and good reason to fear it. Blame low interest rates. It's the animal spirits. You see, it's all about spending. Here the register
Circular flow, the dough is everything.
Flow is getting low. doesn't matter the reason. We need more government spending. Now it's stimulus season, so forget about saving. Get it straight,
Get it straight out of your head. Like I said, in the long run, we're all dead.
Savings is destruction. That's
the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pockets or that growth will never lift, because business is driven by the animal spirits, the bull and the bear, and there's reasons to fear it. Income, growth. That's why the state should fill the gap with stimulus, yo. I love this song so much. Even a broken window helped the glass man have some wealth.
And if the central bank's interest rate policy tanks, a liquidity trap, that new money
stuck in the bank. Deficits could be the cure you've been looking for.
Let the spending soar, now that you know the score. My general theories made quite an impression. Revolution. I transformed the econ profession. You know me, modesty, still I'm taking a bow. So say it loud and say it proud, we're all Keynesians now. We've been going back and forth for a century.
Let's see markets I want. I'm set free. That's who John Maynard Keynes is. There's more to this rap battle. It's the second one too. Alright guys, well it's 5 a.m. I'd love to keep streaming as a thing, because I have 11 viewers right now, bro. Listen. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, by the way, this is relevant to anyone who wants to see it. This goes over a lot of the stuff we discussed on the panel about wages and housing prices and how good the average American is doing. I'd recommend that video for people who care about that stuff. What else? Oh, my Discord server. The link to my Discord server is pinned. Join my Discord server, okay? It's pretty cool. Listen, join my Discord server. You can debate people on stuff. You know, there are VCs. You can debate me on stuff, bro. You can debate me. I don't do debates with viewers that often, but I mean, I'll do them. Yeah. So, and you get notified when I stream too. Exclamation point Discord in the chat, guys. You know, if you guys don't like Twitch for whatever reason, you like Kick, I have a Kick too. I multi-stream on Kick, and I multi-stream on YouTube too. And I upload the VODs to YouTube. I'll upload the debate. I'll cut it down a little bit too and stuff. Yeah. Humans just created knowledge using what exactly? So, I'm probably about to end stream. I would encourage both of these people in my chat right now. Join a Discord. Have the conversation in my Discord channel, bro. We have a debate channel, like a text channel. You can have it over. Everyone, can we get some subs? Let's get some subs for this chat. Discord guy. Let's get some subs for the raid chat. Let's get some sub. Can we get some follow twerk break? Yeah, no one followed. It never works. No one ever follows from it. No one has ever followed from it, guys. It never worked. 184 hours in Fallout 76. Can't think of a better thing. PvG. How long do I have in Fallout for? 112 hours for 100. Well, no, it's funny. I haven't actually completed the main quest line in Fallout 76 yet. I literally haven't. Literally the main quest I haven't done yet. And I have like T65 power armor. I have like endgame power armor. Fuck, I clicked. Oh, dead. Okay, thank God. Fun Fallout 76 tip. Carter, if you're still watching. When you open the game, it says click any button. You can't actually do that. You have to hit enter. If you hit anything else other than enter, it'll crash. I hope the servers are actually up now. Or else I need to move my webcam back. Listen, okay? To my anti-Keynesian chatters. I just have one thing to show you, okay? UK. I brought this up on stream before. Long-time viewers know what I'm about to bring up. This is the effects of austerity, okay? Look, they never got back to trend after 2008. Never did. And in 2020, oh my god, they just stagnated. It's flat, bro. It's flat. There's no growth. It's flat. Look at this huge gap, bro. Oh my god. This is what you want to see what Keynesianism does, bro? Listen, okay, we had a little dip in 2008, went right back up. Little dip in 2020, went right back up even faster, bro. Bro, listen, the US has frying pan charts, okay? Frying pan charts are bad or whatever. Oh, your channel points? Listen, I'm about to end stream, so don't spend them. But listen, this is what a frying pan chart looks like. Look, we were below trend in 2008. Stimulus in 2020. Boom, right back up to trend. Surpassed it, bro. The UK, who does austerity. Oh no, no, UK. Oh no, bro. Oh no. Oh, UK, no. What happened, bro? What happened, bro? What happened? Brother, ooh. What's that? Muslim guy, brother, you.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Me when I see a European country reduce government spending during a recession. Oh, positive. Bro has the growth is better than austerity argument. So in Britain, yeah, I love the Bretton Woods system, bro. Bro, I love growth. The paradox of thrift is so real, bro. Have you heard the Hamas song? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think so. The Hamas song, that seems awesome, bro. What the fuck is happening? I've seen a few different Hamas edits, you know. What the fuck? Furry? God damn it, I can't kill a furry. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. What the fuck? If you love Britain words, you can't have problems with slavery. True, I love libertarian ethics. Yep. I love fractional reserve banking. I love taxing wealthy people. I love it so much. Do you guys see that, like, Libertarian Party in New Hampshire tweeted out, under libertarian ethics, we could fire at these protesters after a warning. That's fucking, yeah. Never heard a better argument against libertarian ethics. I gotta go. Pullen, you're good, man. Thank you, Pullen, for stopping by again. You probably just woke up. Hello. Listen, if you hate Keynes so much, okay? Join my Discord server. If you send me stuff to read, I'll read it. Like, I read a lot of stuff. Yeah. I'll take notes in it, bro. I will fucking dictate shit you send me. Gotta join the Discord. And you have to follow. And you have to sub. And you have to donate $15. No, I'm just kidding. Just the Discord's good. Keynes is cancer. I love Keynes so much, bro. Bro, what happened to Sock Dems, bro? Why do Sock Dems hate? Sock Dems are so anti-establishment all of a sudden. The left is just gone so anti-establishment. Like, I don't know what happened. I can't believe that all of them were like hated the central bank. Like, they're all Sock Dems. One of them was literally a socialist, and they're just anti-establishment. Like, they just hate the establishment because they don't think the establishment is doing well for people. And because of that, they don't like central banks. Dude, I can't believe I don't know if Anarchy Life's still here. That'd be weird if he's still here. But I can't believe he didn't know what the paradox is through. I'm gonna sock them. Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people I was on the panel with. The Byzantine? Hold on. I don't know. This is new ideology to me. I gotta read into this, bro. The Anonymous Byzantine. Hypothetical Christian form of government. Is ruled by divine law. Double-headed eagle. So I said I'm not a huge fan of basing my economics off of Old Testament. Basing my economics off Adam Smith, though, that is based. I love doing that. I'm just kidding. I mean, Adam Smith, some of what Adam Smith said was good, I guess. I don't know. What's funny is I end up agreeing with like more libertarian type people on a lot of things. Except for like free banking. I don't think free banking's good. Just like it seems just like it's too volatile. Like I think like there's a reason every country in the world has a central bank, right? Like except for the island nations and except for nations which peg their currency to the US dollar. Like clearly the government having a monopoly on controlling the money supply seems like good. Seems like monetary sovereignty makes countries do pretty well. Countries without monetary sovereignty don't seem to do as well as countries with monetary sovereignty. Like, yeah. But I end up agreeing with like Austrians on like most of my tax policy shit. Like, I don't think wealth taxes are good. I think wealth taxes are cringe. I don't think capital gains taxes are good. I think capital gains taxes are cringe. How do you pick up a doll? Because it's free. Because it's scrap. Okay, I can scrap it for free stuff. Oh god damn it. Well, now I can't because I just dropped all my junk. But look. Bro, I need the junk. Clearly, you've never played Fallout 76, bro. Clearly, you're not on the 76 grind like I am. Clearly not, bro. I'm curious, just for the new chatters here, the raiders. What are our positions on Israel-Palestine? I'm curious, especially because you guys came from Anarchy Life, a lot of you. Yeah, I dropped all my junk, but I would be able to scrap it. How's my weight so low? I feel like I must be. I feel like I must have sold something I didn't want to sell or something. I don't know. I must have. Maybe it's because I dropped some of my stim packs, I guess. I dropped, yeah, some of my Radaway and stim packs and gave them to people. I gave like, yeah, I guess, because I gave like 30 stim packs and 30 Radaway. Fuck Israel. Fuck Palestine. Return the Holy Land to the Orthodox. Jesus, man. Why did I expect anything different from you? Nightbot, Automod didn't like that, so I'm not gonna allow it, because, I'm just worried Twitch will come after me. I don't necessarily like, listen, I try not to censor my chat too much, but I don't know what Twitch likes. Like, YouTube seems pretty good about stuff. Kick doesn't care about most shit. But Twitch, I'm worried about. And TikTok, which is why I don't stream on TikTok. Even YouTube, though. YouTube has given me... Sorry. YouTube hasn't given me hate strikes. Carter, are you still here? I don't know if you're still here. YouTube gives Carter community guideline strikes. Because Carter is in my videos, and Carter says... Carter says some things. But sometimes I appeal them, and sometimes they're accepted. Tell them all. Thanks. Wow, what a cool community we have. Is there anyone with like an actual nuanced position? Or is it all just kill them all? I think that most of the chat is lurkers right now, which is cool actually, because again, I love my lurkers. You guys never cause any problems. I love you guys so much. What do we think of trans rights here, chat? You see my big trans flag? That's how you know I'm a trans ally. This is how you know I'm a real ally. And my lizard tower. Look at my lizard tower, bro. I got so many fucking lizards, man. My gorilla chairs. This is an awesome fucking game. I don't understand why people say New Vegas is good. It literally doesn't have a gorilla chair. I'm paying with WT and ARM. I'm on my way to Israel right now, really? Ally, you mean to say conquered? What, I'm a trans conqueror? I am a trans ally. Trans rights. Yeah. Jeez, didn't you guys come from Anarchy Life? Isn't Anarchy Life the leftist? Do you guys hate watch him too? Am I gonna get hate watches just like him? Because that's fucking base, dude. Get him. I am actually no. You know what? I think once everyone turns 14, we should just switch their genders. Just switch them up. See what happens. Brother, these colors don't run. Spin the wheel. Let's fucking go. I love spin the wheel. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Come on, join event. Let's fucking go. I fucking love spin the wheel. Let's fucking go, baby. So let's get some subs for this chat. Let's get some follow. Let's get some follow, some subs, some follows in here for this loading screen, guys. Let's fucking go. Spin the wheel. Woo! I'm touching everything. Wait, is no one else here? Am I the only one doing? Oh, there's a level 14 guy doing spin the wheel with me. Don't worry. Spin the fucking wheel. Let's fucking go. Guys, if I land on the yellow one, you got all you guys have to join a Discord server, okay? Deal? Deal? I fucking love spin the wheel. But let's fucking go. Let me spin, baby. Spin, baby, spin. Spin the wheel. Let's go. Oh! Fuck yeah. Super Mutants Honeybees. That's easy. Are we gonna witness the Holy Fire Miracle? True. Isn't this game awesome? Isn't it cool that the best weapon in the game is a fucking auto axe? And it's the best melee weapon. It's not like the best weapon. It's the best weapon I have. Even though I'm level 142, man, that's still the best shit I have. Oh, look at this guy. This is who we're gonna be, chat. See how he has the power armor that I have, except it's painted and it has a jetpack on it, bro? That's who I need to be. We'll get there. Just 200 more hours, guys, and we'll be there. So am I serious? Do I seriously just have... None of these people have a nuanced or in any way like reasonable take on Israel-Palestine. I just have two people that are for nuking both countries. That's what we have. We don't have like any like moderates or any Zionists or any pro-Palestinians or any pro-Hamas people even. We just have nuke both country people. That's all we have. Let's fucking go, yellow. Woo! Oops. I'm gonna become over encumbered after this. Let's fucking go. Chat, what do you guys thought on the Fallout franchise? What's the best Fallout game, chat? Me personally, Fallout 6 is the best and every other game sucks. I've totally ruined my New Vegas playthrough by like literally killing everyone I came across. Like I remember, like I went into this building like very early game. Jesus, awesome chat going on here. I went into a building very early game, and like it was just a guy who sold like dynamite in his gang, and I literally bought all the dynamite I could and killed everyone in the room. And I don't think I was supposed to do that. And also there was like some hostage that I was supposed to save. I just killed him. I don't want to deal with him. Every person I've come across, I've killed him. Like any like wandering raiders, I killed them. Yeah, and it's kind of fucked with my playthrough a little. Because you're not really supposed to do that. I have found out. I'm even throwing fireworks. Oh fuck, one of the mascots died, bro. Oh, I'm supposed to push them, not kill them? Okay. Oopsie daisy. Did why I fucking love spin the wheel, bro. This one's dead. And now we get a fucking whacker smacker. Oh, guys, by the way, every month I'm planning on doing like a special stream where I go over like the top 10 non-fawn supporters and top 5 non-fawn ops or whatever. That's what I did for my 50 followers special, but I think I decided I'm going to do it like just every month because I think it's a cool idea. So I'm just saying, guys, if you guys want to see that, if you guys want to make the list, okay? If you guys want to be one of the top 5 non-fawn ops or one of the top 10 non-fawn supporters, then join the Discord, bro, or follow. I think it's pretty cool. I love spinning the wheel. Let's go. By the way, again, also, I don't know if I mentioned this. Any ideas for channel points? I call them Donphan points. That's what I named them. Because I don't know what to do with them. I saw NRK Life had some shit. Also, on a serious note, I share the same view, KCIRL, when it comes to Israel and Palestine. I don't know what his view is. What is his view? I think I saw him and Gorps talk about it a little bit. But I know we were supposed to Gorps, and Gorps is more. Make VVIT and make moderate D. True. I think case of view is just Israel's doing. I thought Casey was against that. Because doesn't Gorps think that Israel is doing a genocide and Casey doesn't. I thought that's what they argued about for 4 hours. I saw him self-promo it. A while ago. 4 hour got to debate free pounds. I thought Casey.
Hundreds of.
By the way, these people should be pushing their YouTube. I think it was the last thing Gort's uploaded. Yeah, 3 weeks ago, man. 11 months ago. You guys gotta be. They should be hardcore pushing their YouTube, but they're not.
And stuff. Biden is a.
And okay, Life is here too, but he might have just been a moderator.
All right, everybody. Hello, my name is Kay, and
I've seen his notes on this though.
welcome to an OK Life. Today, we're going to be doing a debate on the neutral waters with Casey Lee, IRL, Gorp Sync, Red Radius, and I will be hosting it. Well, I won't be
I've heard of Red Radius.
taking per se in the actual debate parts of it. I will be pushing people into some directions if there's not that much disagreement, or maybe switching topics, or trying to find grounds where people either agree or disagree. Just kind of be a little bit of a guiding force on this. But I think towards the end of the conversation, I might open up about my own feelings on stuff once we start taking in like people from
Jews
outside
aren't
the
real.
panel,
Prove it.
since
Jewish
at that
lineage back
point,
to
the debate
700
will
AD.
be-
Jesus Christ, man. Hey, Aristotle Online, you're walking on thin ice with that one, okay? I'll let that message slide, but let's try to avoid race realism stuff, basically.
for the most part done, and I think it's fair for everybody to kind of get in on that towards the end. Generally, I want this to be good faith.
Okay, I want to see what Casey Lee says.
And, yeah.
Discord.
Okay, I'm Casey Lee IRL. I am a VTuber, finance.
That race realism? Jews aren't real. Prove it. Jewish lineage? Kind of bordering on that, bro. I wouldn't say it is, but like, listen, I just had some bad experience with shadows before. Yeah, exactly. It's call it skepticism, but it's iffy, bro. In terms of Twitch US, little
Born
iffy.
advocate, and I stream politics, and sometimes we do programming, and that's mostly it. Yargle.
I don't think that's true.
Okay,
Fuck off, Gorp.
Gorp Sync. Well, actually,
Huh.
you didn't give your political takes there.
Okay,
why
Oh,
don't
I
you-
forgot.
what's his position?
I don't know if you're sure. Yeah, Biden stuff. Biden is a piece of shit, and I won't be
Okay,
voting for
Jesus.
him. Probably
Wait, hold on.
shit, and I won't be voting for him.
You won't be voting for Biden? Oh my god. Oh my god. What has happened to the left? Oh my god. Oh my god. The left is ruined. They're all anti-establishment. They're all just anti-establishment. Oh my god. The left is ruined. How does he just, he describes himself as a sock dem, bro. Oh my god. He says he's a capitalist sock dem, and he won't vote for Biden. The left is ruined. The left is ruined. Biden piece of shit. Check. Thanks, man.
Probably Trump is as well. I mean, Trump is a psycho. I won't be voting for him either. Probably. Convince me otherwise, Trump. Convince me otherwise. Come on. But pro-Palestine. Let's go. It's in him somewhere. So, and yeah, and then of course Gaza, West Bank is 50-year going on apartheid and siege, a 20-year siege.
Most big people I know, that guy, Casey, and okay. Damn. Wait, so what do they even disagree on? Because I thought Gorth was pretty pro-Palestinian too. Oh no, the left is gone, man. God, this is making me. Oh no. Oh no, they hate central banking and they love Hamas. Are you kidding me? Bro, he's a I know Gorps is a capitalist too, I'm pretty sure. Oh no. Well, Gorps isn't really on the left, I don't think.
And now Israel is bombing their open air prison. Vote and of Democratic Party amount of
and politics and talk about almost every genocide that is currently occurring that I can find a documentation on.
Cool.
I also like law. That is where I work and also what I have studied. With that, in regards to Israel-Palestine, I don't like a state that does a genocide. I also just more
Listen,
broadly,
he's on the right, okay? I don't care as much because we don't have the same values. He's on the right. But like when Casey is supposed to be a sock them too.
think that a two-state or one-state solution is the only way forward, and
what? Oh my god!
Some way of reaching that has to be made, or else this will never end. In regards to Trump and Biden, they both are fucking shitbags, and are seconds away from the grave because they're both, what are they, over 80, both of them? Yeah, you're seconds away from the grave. Third-party voting is based because every other candidate is seconds away from the grave, and also eventually, if third party gets enough support, it can do something. That's nothing in like the next couple election cycles by any means, but I support the eventual movement that could give America more than one party. Any others?
Now let's hand it over to Red Radius.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't know. I don't know what Red Radius believes. Who is Red Radius? Chat. You're in this circle more than I am. Who is Red Radius? What does he believe?
I'm Red Radius.
Like in general.
Typically just go by red. I am liberal for the most part. My positions tend to either end in the progressive camp or the centrist camp. It just depends on what it is. So something like healthcare, I would be more on the progressive side. Something like Israel, I would be more on the centrist side. Typically,
So I have to say, thank you, Red.
Content is split almost 50-50 between doing politics stuff and playing games. Although that number is a little distorted, I think, because I can't tell what all I've done in the just chatting section. On Israel, Israel and Palestine, I don't think it is technically an apartheid, and I don't think it's technically a genocide. Now, that doesn't mean that I condone everything that's going on, especially in the West Bank. Things are pretty fucked up. We have a really horrible situation unfolding in Gaza. But yeah, I don't think it would fit under genocide. Third parties. Voting third party in presidential election is throwing your vote away. It's kind of dumb, especially if you're voting on Israel, like Israel Gaza, because Trump has indicated in the past that he will literally just use.
So true. Okay.
Something out that pro-Israel and you want to focus respect there, you do get a voice at the end of this.
End of topic or end of discussion?
Anybody wants to go over his account?
I was thinking end of discussion. Yeah.
We're not gonna watch
Get it
all
out
this
of the
or
way,
anything.
since it is the most contentious.
So assume that 10 minutes won't be enough for that.
Whatever. That might be where the discussion goes, but I'm very much uninterested in the legal definition of genocide. It's
Genocide is a legal term.
whatever they say about it or whatever. And I see it with my these own eyes every day.
Still, especially how it's placing a genocide in regards to the intent to commit genocide. True, rather than the mental rate of intent to commit a specific act that falls under genocide.
Another.
And then he has a bunch of quotes. He has the human animals quotes, guys. He has the human animals quotes.
Story. Either every hospital in Gaza has a Hamas tunnel under it, or it's genocide. Either what Israel says about not getting cleansing.
Like half of the possible acts of genocide are being committed. The dolo specialis is shown, given the precedent for how you can prove that. It is pretty. It is more clear cut than most things that are recognized internationally as genocides.
Bro.
So I think with that, you're hard pressed to say it's not. Also,
hold on.
It is an apartheid. It follows the apartheid structure damn near perfectly. So
Corpse is mirroring wild.
And then finally, Red Radius.
Okay. I would first off take a.
I gotta start
issue
formalizing
just
some shit.
calling, I don't know, a potential killing.
Maybe I'll work with sample text. I'm starting to formalize some like Israeli Palestinian thoughts because I've taken a lot of notes in it. But I have a little bit in the opening, right? Version 1. But I need an updated version of this. God damn. Maybe it'll work. Maybe we should set something up. Me, sample text, and Isaac against Gorps, PPG, Casey Lee. 3v3. It's me, sample text, Isaac, Gorps, PPG, Casey Lee. That'd be a killer debate, bro. That'd be totally chaotic. 6 people would be wild, but I don't know. May it all be me? Or says more American flags bring back up. I don't know how interesting that'd be. Bro, I'm telling you, join the Discord and we can talk about Israel Palestine if you want to. Well, not tonight because I've been streaming 10 hours. I'm going to end stream, but we sub PPG with someone else. I mean, who would we bring? Who's a pro-Palestinian person? And okay, Life, is he pro-Palestinian? How pro-Palestinian is he? Oh yeah, Jesus, I think. Oh, the left is gone. The left is gone. The left is gone. The left is over. Oh, it's so over. It's so over. It's so over. Oh, the left is gone. Oh, someone joined the Discord. Thanks, man. I'll prove the existence of the human soul. Yo, I just found the stream. What are we talking about? Well, I'm about to end it. Oh, thanks for the follow, though. Thank you. Thank you, bro. Also, why is the alert over here? That's not what the alert's supposed to be. We were talking a little bit about Israel-Palestine. And about, I don't know what communities you're in, but like if you're in the niche Twitch politics streamer, we're talking a little bit about Gorps and Casey Lee and NOK Life because we just had a conversation with them. But thanks for following, man. I'll stream again tomorrow so you can actually catch that one and see some stuff on that. Yeah. Gorps is a closet redneck. I didn't know Twitch had a politics section, really? I really get to talk politics with you. That's what you're saying. Why are you in my panel room? I'm about to end stream. I don't know who's in my panel room, but I'm not like I'm gonna end stream in like a few minutes here. We're not talking today. I hate to break it to you. Maybe tomorrow. It depends on what. I don't know if I'm really prepared for a lot of religious conversations because I need to go over some more stuff. Constantinople rise again. I don't know. I'll talk some stuff religion if people really want to, but fuck, I need to do more religion research because I haven't grounded out all my points on religion. I'm gonna stay here despite LMAO. Well, listen, you followed me. A follow is a follow, and a view is a view. A Discord join is a Discord join. Did you join to talk about anything? What did you want to talk about? Research orthodoxy? Like what do you mean? There's different types of orthodoxy. I'm interested in what he has to say. I mean, Aristotle Online, I don't think has joined a Discord server yet, unfortunately. But thank you for joining, Angel. Human soul. I get why I should care about what's going on in the Middle East. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, it's. Listen, your point's not entirely invalid because, again, in a grand scheme of things, okay, like this Israeli-Palestinian conflict has like relatively few number of deaths compared to what's going on in other parts of the world. But I think ultimately, like, we should try to care about people. We should try to uphold international law. I think Israel breaks international law more than most other countries do, and I think Hamas breaks international law more than a lot of people do. I mean, not necessarily more than other terrorist organizations, I guess. So I think we should care about that. And then because the players in it are so big, because it involves the US, Iran, Russia to an extent, Israel, Syria, because it involves so much of the world and so many of the big players, it's kind of important. They're just fighting over sand? I mean, it's more complicated than that, obviously. I mean, I feel like Palestinians genuinely feel like a lot of them have a right to that land, and some of them hold a lot of genuine hatred for Israel because of the way they've been treated under Israel's occupation and under the blockade in Gaza, which is kind of half an occupation. Yeah. Oh, I mean, Israel. Some of Israelis seem like the hardcore Zionists, the neo-Zionists, feel like they have claimed that land because of religion, which I think is bullcrap. But also, according to the peripatric axiom, only what is taken through sense data. Yeah, sure. We can have knowledge of. However, man has knowledge of good. Therefore, it's just a moral argument. You must have a sense of. I don't see why it's necessary at all. My question would be, Aristotle Online. Do you think that chimps have a soul? Because we've done studies, for example, where we will take chimpanzees, and chimpanzees will voluntarily receive a shock to avoid, chimpanzees will voluntarily stop eating to avoid their cage mate getting a shock. Like, even chimpanzees have what I would call like these moral intuitions. And I would assume under most Christian schools, chimpanzees don't have a soul. We've observed some similar behavior in rats. I forget what the exact experiment was with rats, but But I don't see why we would have to have. I don't see where we would have to have God to have moral intuitions. Even if you said morality was subjective, we could still have moral intuitions. Like, actually, if you look into it, the same part of our brain used for like physical disgust, it's the same part of our brain used for moral disgust. And you're born with sort of a, who said God? I mean, I would assume that you were arguing for God there. I mean, he said immaterial soul. Usually immaterial soul implies God. But, what was it saying? Jesus, I lost my train of thought. We have these more, like, the same part of your brain responsible for physical disgust is responsible for moral disgust. Because your brain literally learns through like social norms, right? What is morally disgusting, and it sort of wires your brain to view things as morally disgusting. Like, because of your genetics and environment, mostly your environment here, it shapes what you find morally disgusting. Yeah. Like, people born in different cultures find different things morally disgusting. I don't think we have to have a soul for moral intuitions to exist. Again, like, chimpanzees don't have a soul, right? And they seem to have some basic moral intuitions when it comes to that stuff. Seems like some of the stuff evolved evolutionarily, and it seems like some of it came from our social structures. Yeah, that's why something like the Macbeth effect exists. Macbeth effect. Lady Macbeth effect. The supposed Lady Macbeth effect, or Macbeth effect, jeez, I can't talk about streaming almost 10 hours. The brain can categorize it with taken in through senses. But which sense makes takes in the immaterial? What do you mean? There are material things that we find like morally disgusting, like that. Like murder is a material thing, right? Like I don't. Said to occur due to a cleaning cleanse increased in what has been induced by feeling ashamed. The effect is named after Lady Macbeth. In a Shakespeare play, she imagined bloodstains in her hands after committing murder. In one experiment, different groups of participants were asked to recall a good or bad past deed, in which they, after which they were asked to film the letters of 3 incomplete words. Those who had been asked to recall a bad deed were about 60% more likely to respond with cleansing-related words, such as wish or instead of alternatives. Another experimenters were able to reduce choice supported bias by having subjects engaged in a form of self-cleaning. Being human is so taxing. I just want to be shark-based. I feel like the luxury to have. Yeah, true. We have no sense language. So how do we understand language? Is it magic? No, it's not. It's your brain. I mean, I agree it's your brain, but there's no reason it has to be an immaterial soul. It can just be a conscious experience formed by your... I mean, Noam Chomsky proved this with his school of linguistics, right? Like, just look up Noam Chomsky linguistics, bro. I mean, it's your brain. It's just Noam Chomsky linguistic theory. And actually, I think one of the best evidence for like the material origin of conscious experience is that you can damage very specific parts of the brain, and they have very specific effects. Is that your notion on things? Can I read that by chance? You can read the Israel-Palestine thing, because the Israel-Palestine thing is public. Nothing else is public, but yeah, you can read the Israel-Palestine. Nothing else is public right now. Why do words have meaning? Because we make them have meaning. Yeah, it seems like Noam Chomsky. It seems like Chomsky. We can't make words have meaning, but we can attach meaning to words. I mean, sure, but that gives them meaning. That gives them. It depends what you mean. You have to define what you mean by meaning. Or what's up? Yep. Sociopaths and psychopaths come to mind. No sense of good or bad thanks to brain damage. But not just that, we can damage very specific parts of the brain. Like if you damage a specific part of the brain has an inability to recall nouns. I would say that's very strong evidence of a material element of conscious experience, right? Because you damage a very specific material thing, and it's very specific effects on the immaterial consciousness. Like I don't like when that person dies and goes to heaven, does their soul still have the brain damage? Brain damage. Can't recall nouns. Anemic aphasia. The language disorder leads to trouble naming objects and speaking and writing. Brain damage caused by stroke, traumatic injuries, and tumors can lead to this. Now they sidestep that by claiming you would be perfect self in heaven. Why do the sound waves which carry words have meaning? Because our brain interprets it that way. What do you mean? The sound waves reach our ear, okay? And our ear, pattern recognition. I mean, it's like pattern recognition. But part of it isn't just pattern recognition. Part of it's evolutionarity. Again, biolinguistics. Like some elements of language are present, like in the very structure of your brain. That's why babies are able to learn language fast and stuff. And chimps can't learn language. Chimps can't learn language, but we can. It's not because of a soul. It's because of how our brains developed capacity for language. Yeah. So the sound waves reach your ear, okay, and they reach your eardrum, and then your brain translates the sound waves into an auditory perception, right? And then the other parts of your brain can interpret that auditory perception. There's no need for a god or immaterial soul in any of this. All this is perfectly logical under a materialist framework, in my view, at least. I mean, it seems like it's that way. I don't see any reason the soul has to exist. Fuck, it's 6 a.m. God damn it. Okay. Fuck, I need to edit the videos. I need to I wasn't even recording on my side, so I have to download a Twitch file. That's gonna take forever. And I have to I might have to edit it tomorrow. God damn. God damn it, chat. I'm just kidding. You guys are good. It's my fault. Anyways. Thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for those who followed. Thank you so much for following. Thank you for joining the Discord server. Thanks for being in my chat. Thanks for having arguments with me. I love it, guys. I love it. Okay? I love all your arguments. I love all the chatters. I love all the lurkers, too. Don't think I forgot about you lurkers. I love you guys, too. Okay? I appreciate all the support. Thank you for your service. Yeah, 7, brother. Don't worry. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. EST, I will be streaming again. I stream every day-ish. I'm a little inconsistent about I try to stream every day. Sometimes sometimes I oversleep and sometimes my ADHD gets the better of me. Okay, but I try to stream every day. Pop in some time. Follow if you want to get notified, or join a Discord too. Yeah, join a Discord. Follow. Pretty cool stuff I got planned. Okay, again, at the end of the month I'll do a stream where I go over the top 10 non-fun supporters and top 10 non-fun ops. Follow so you can make the list, okay? Thank you, everyone. And goodbye. And by the way, just so you guys know, alerts still play on the ending screen, so if you want to follow, I mean, it'll still show your name if you want to follow then. Just saying, guys. Who the fuck would I raid? I'm look up right now. Oh wait, Nikki's live. Hold on, I am raiding. Hold on. Wait, no, why did it stop? Hold on. Oh, thanks. Hold on. How do I raid? Everyone raid right now, bro. Okay, guys. Thanks for watching. Goodbye, y'all.